apologize for that, but we are rolling back, and we thank you so much for being with us. I feel fine, just the voice isn't there, but it is better than it was yesterday, and I think as I continue to talk, it'll get stronger. Helmsy's still off. He should be back tomorrow. That's the schedule. We'll see how that plays out. A busy schedule on tap today, but over to my left, it is Mr. Greg Burgess. What's going on, my friend?
What's happening there, horse voice?
I don't know. You might take the lead today if this sounds too bad, because I don't want the audience to be like, what the heck, man? You sound terrible.
Give me that brought to you by.
Yeah, you don't know. You can rock it, baby. Today it's CBD Distillery.
Oh, yeah.
CB Distillery, I should say. Yeah,
CBDB.
CBDB.
I'll completely destroy that one.
Well, how are you, my friend?
I'm good, buddy.
Today is a marker, and the majority of this is going to be for the main show. But just, what we do during this hour is we tease a lot and promote a lot of what's going to happen in the main show. Today, we look back and we update. 1 year ago today, Greg and Lisa had 10 puppies. Unfortunately, one didn't. Nine puppies. That's right. 9 puppies. And
ended up with 8.
And, okay, that's what it is. Yeah, 9 to 8.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was 10 to 9.
No.
I think you're wrong.
Oh, no, I'm not wrong. Believe me, I watched every one of them drop.
And
I kept going, oh, my God, another one.
Yeah. 1 year ago today, you had gone and ran to Bojangles to get some food for you and Lisa. And you pull in your long driveway, and you get closer to the house, and you realize, well, something's different. What's Lisa coming out for?
Oh, boy.
And Millie the stray that y'all took in.
We knew was giant and pregnant. That's on me. I should have got her fixed.
Right. And Lisa,
she's fixed now.
Last year's best of, Lisa calls in and rants about that, how you love to talk about getting things done and you don't do them. Like the ditch has a bunch of weeds in it and stuff.
Everything leads to one thing to another.
Yeah, I know. But and then it started 1 year ago today, and you said we have pictures of when they were little bitty puppies, and then updates from the owners that adopted them of what they look like now.
Yes, they're all a year old today, and they're all still kicking, and they're with their new families. That worked out, because I told Lisa, please, I hope, because she would tell people, look, if it don't, y'all just bring them back.
Yeah, quit saying that.
And I said, don't tell them to bring them back.
Stop it.
But anyway, it started about an 8-week, maybe it was a little over 8-week run. Wow.
I will say this, friend to friend, there were times I was a little worried about you because you weren't getting any sleep.
But people need to understand, she had them, and then she had to have surgery right after she had them. So she couldn't feed them. So we had to feed them with droppers, right? Which means about every 2.5 to 3 hours you have to feed them.
You're saying Millie couldn't do her job. Y'all had to do it for you.
Yes. Her. And then she got kind of healed up and just decided she didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
You know how that is. So at least when they finally got where they could lap milk up out of a bowl, that helped some. But at first, and they didn't really want it in that syringe. It was ridiculous.
Greg,
telling you, and the garage was taken over and turned into a puppy sanctuary, and that smelled good.
Yeah, you went and got some those little kiddie pools.
I bought at least 5 or 6 of them because once they got to the age where their little claws, they'd tear holes in it.
Oh, Greg Burgess.
But I got to watching video last night. We were going through some different pictures.
You get emotional, Greg?
No.
Huh?
But it was funny when they would get in that pool and it was like Thunderdome.
Oh, yeah.
All they would do is get in a big pile and fight. When they were real little and they were doing them in growls.
Now let's talk about because we have if it was a year ago, I know some of you that are veterans and you've been with us for a while. You enjoyed the updates and you're very familiar with what happened. But there's some that are like no. Okay, I'm learning about this for the first time. Explain to me the names. You went with legends.
We went with musical legends, and and today when I break down where they're at now, some kept their name we gave them, and some changed their name.
Okay,
but we had Bob Seger,
mm-hmm.
We had Tom Petty,
mm-hmm.
we had Loretta Lynn, and
Elvis,
Tammy Wynette, Elvis.
That's 5. That's 5.
Did I say Tom Petty? I think
no. I don't know.
Tom Petty. But anyway, they were all named. We had to come up with names for them. Right, I don't know why we went that route. But with Georgie for George Jones.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Georgie. And,
we love Georgie. I remember Georgie.
Oh, yeah, Georgie.
Yeah. I liked Elvis because Elvis was the only one that was full black.
Yep,
I mean,
solid black.
Everything else was.
She had a little different colored. I don't know how many dads are involved in
right.
this.
There was some of that.
We had some that looked silver, like almost like Weimaraner, if you ever seen them, how they were silver looking.
Yeah, yeah.
And then we had some that were silver and white. And then we had Georgie was just black and white. I don't know where he came from, and Elvis was just solid black. So there was
Have you ever wanted to sit Millie down and talk to her about?
You know, me and Millie, we don't mesh. Again, it's still the weird thing. She barks at me, runs from me, but if I sit in the chair on the back porch, she'll come up and put her head on my leg.
Well.
And let me pet her. But that's it.
Huh.
If I'm standing, she won't let me pet her.
Yeah.
It's the weird. She's weird.
Well,
she is a weird dog.
Well, I know that Lisa has a heart for
now she loves Lisa.
And Lisa called all the puppies her little babies.
Oh, listen, she wanted to keep them all. There's pictures of her. She'd have them all in her arms. They're all asleep.
Yeah.
But it was ridiculous. I'm just saying. Again, don't picture that I got a bunch of puppies and the mom's taking care of them and we just got to clean up a mess. No. We had to feed them.
Yeah. You had to feed them, and it was around the clock or they're going to die.
Yeah.
And you didn't want that.
You go from syringes. They never really liked the bottle, but once we got to the point where they could lap it up out of a bowl, that was a game changer. Y'all remember? I mean, it was crazy.
It was crazy, but we were on the receiving end of the stories and the frustrated Greg and the lack of sleep Greg, which means you were even punchier than you normally are. So we loved it on this end. But on the other end, on the home front, no sleep, up. If you're seeing, when you get up the time of day we do, if you see 11 o'clock, it's not a good night. 11:30, 12, and I remember there being times where y'all would have to wake up regularly and go out and feed, and you were coming in with no sleep. There were times I remember you in the production room, and one steps out and you got red eyes.
Oh, yeah.
And you go to run the mouse and your hand is shaking because, and we've all had that feeling when
you're so sleepy.
You're so sleepy, and you got an hour and a half drive home. I was a little concerned, and I even said, Greg, you need to just take some time off and just work on this. And that's when you did. You took a week.
Yeah, and said, I was due a week anyway, and I had some windows coming in that were being replaced.
Right.
And I was needed to be there for anyway. And I thought, okay. That did help.
Yeah, but there was a couple of times I'm like, man, it's not like you're getting in the car and riding 10 minutes down the road.
Yeah.
You got an hour and a half drive in and go back home. Are you okay? And you'd be like, I think so, man. And Greg, your eyes were bloodshot red.
I know.
No sleep.
And look, you get attached to them. I didn't want to keep them.
Right.
Lisa wanted to keep them. You get attached to them, and it's pretty funny. But that was like, it was the longest 8 weeks I think I've been through in a while.
Look, I know we talk a lot about, these rescue shelters and stuff.
Oh, what they do.
Look, it's a special calling for y'all because the patience and what y'all have to go through for these little animals that come to y'all, I don't see how you do it. Because think about this, Greg, that's what they do all the time, what you did.
Constantly. And here's the thing. When it first started, I told Lisa we're going to have to take them to one of them rescue places. I said, well, we can't do this. We're not equipped for this.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't for her, she's like, no. I'm ashamed to say that, but I probably would have. But I'd rather either do what we did or take them to rescue than people that just set them out. That's crazy.
Right.
But anyway, we had a lot of fun. That was the part bringing it back up is we had a lot of fun with it. And some reason the audience got caught up in it because everywhere I went, people go, hey man,
great.
What about them dogs?
Well, that's one thing, and I'm gonna discuss this because yesterday I ran up to Huntsville and my dad had an appointment that I got him to, and we met a young lady that was helping us, and we started talking about the show and stuff like this, and that is one thing that I know that the audience really relates with us because we live our life out on the air, and you get caught up in it like a soap opera. And you love when we're in handles.
Sure.
We just live life, come back and report it. Because I told the lady, I said, I'm doing show prep right now. And she said, huh? I said, oh, no, we just live our life on the air. And you were living this puppy life on the air, and we were loving it.
Yeah. And don't forget, one of the best bits come out of it when you hit that succular 2000. Y'all had bought me something to supposedly help them nurse.
Yeah. Well, all the puppies could gather around. They had little teats that come out.
You took a knockoff of it in there on the air.
Right.
Don't forget that.
Right.
Did I bring that back or?
No, I don't have it. I don't see it here. If so, we'd have given it away on the wheel of canned meat. I'd have gone and gotten it.
I could have swore I brought it back. I don't know what happened to it.
But the last best of CD, there's a couple of
Oh, yeah.
There's a couple of bits on that.
And even the cover is the dogs that shows
Yeah,
the puppies, the rough
right,
patch.
yeah,
They're like a
yeah.
patch, and it's little dogs planted.
When
in the
Lisa
ground.
called in and called you out, and then
Yeah,
just,
she's always really
then
encouraging.
you telling us that, hey, this is the deal. But it's 1 year ago today, so during the main show, we'll look back and update.
Rick and Bubba.
Most emergencies come without warning, and when the next one comes, you won't have time to pack and prepare. It's better to get ready now before an emergency strikes. Start with a 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply at preparewithbubba.com, helping millions of Americans prepare since 2008. My Patriot Supply are experts in self-reliance. Their 4-week emergency food kits offer over 2,000 calories every day, and these kits last up to 25 years. Go to preparewithbubba.com, save $50 a kit. Are you somebody who likes the deals? Well, go to mypillow.com/Bubba, because right now they're having their $25 extravaganza sale. For example, premium Giza My Pillows are $25, My Sandals $25, 6-pack My Towel sets $25, 4-pack dish towels $25, 2-pack multi-use My Pillows $25, beach towels $25. Don't forget their 100% Arabica organic coffee to start the day, 50% off. It's deal time, baby. mypillow.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and right now they're offering up to 30% off all mattress orders, plus a free gift with purchase. The Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Sleep Quiz. Find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test out a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So they give you a 100-day free trial. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba today to save up to 30% off your mattress order, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. You ever notice when you ask moms what they really want for Mother's Day, many of them ask for one day of peace and quiet. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but at least you can help her tune them out. And tune into something great with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Their audio quality rivals the big audio brands that you know and you love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Springtime is all about fresh air, freshly clean homes. It's also the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security, the only home security system we use and recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you go to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
All right, we're rolling back 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. The first segment, if you missed it, we updated you on what today is. It's a marker. 1 year ago today, Greg and Lisa took in, prior to that, they had taken in a stray named Millie, and she became pregnant, and they had puppies, and
Boy, did we.
And my goodness, we lived it with you, Greg. And so we have an update. We look back. We've already done a little bit of that, but we'll do that more on the main show, and then also get an update on where all the little puppies are now that are now dogs that are a year old, and they're all alive and still doing well, and the owners have updated their pictures. So we'll just have a good old day looking back and updating as well.
So
So
Lisa vetted everybody, which was
that was funny.
Not a big deal.
yeah, that was funny. And we'll save it and get into it a little bit later. But my love of all of this was not only your frustration with it all, but Lisa's frustration with you. That was precious.
There was a lot of tense moments
Right,
during it. I'll
right.
say that.
Right. Because you're a big, I'll be all right. You know what I mean?
And then I get real happy when I ain't had no sleep. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
How long down the driveway when you had your little Bojangles food and you just thought you were running to get you and Lisa some food, how long down the driveway did it take for you to go, okay, something's different?
I just pulled in my parking space.
Okay.
And Lisa run out and said something about there was a puppy in the garage. And then I looked down
What
and
she said? That's what she
Yeah,
said?
and then I looked down and Millie was beside me and she runs off and there's another one right beside my truck.
She's dropping them.
Yeah.
So you're running around just
And I'm
picking
like,
up puppies.
Yeah. So we go in there and put them up, and then she came back and finally stayed in there and just ever so often would have a puppy.
So you left your
This went
Bojangles
on.
in the truck.
Yeah, I'm sure it never got ate.
Yeah, and you were hungry.
I was starving. Looking forward to that two-breast dinner with mac and cheese and dirty rice. I mean, come on.
That really brings it home.
Yeah. I mean, I was looking forward to it.
Greg Burgess.
And once it started, she'd stand up and yelp out, and boom, there'd drop another one. I go, good night.
Oh, Greg Burgess, this is good stuff. So we'll have a good day with that. We have a number of other things. So yesterday I ran up to Huntsville, and
Rocket City.
Hey, I'll do that.
Yeah.
And,
you talking about your second home?
Yeah. Between two of the three boys being up there, Reese is currently living with my parents because he took a job working. He's up there working right now, as he is an apprentice electrician and a second year, and has school tonight, so he'll have to drive back to Birmingham tonight for that.
He's loving that.
That's a late night. And then you got JC at UAH playing baseball. They got a game tonight, I think, in Tennessee they have to travel to. But
You got a lot of Huntsville ties.
yeah, a lot of Huntsville ties. Parents live in southeast Huntsville. My dad is he is a couple of years from his 5-way bypass
That's
surgery,
right.
open heart surgery. And
Boy, I remember all that.
We
That
lived that
doesn't-
out on the air,
Oh, boy,
man.
that was
It was
something. We've both been through it. That's
woo!
that's quite I mean, that's a tough way back.
Yeah, and I'm so happy for my parents right now because knock on wood here. Just I'm telling you the current state of things. I'm just trying to make sure I don't mojo anything, but you know,
Yeah, I
like
got you.
I'm just talking about you. What's happened?
This is where we're at.
This is history we're talking about. They've come out of you know, some, you know, my mom's a cancer survivor and dad's 5-way bypass survivor and and stuff, and they just look so strong and healthy, and just love when I get to the house and they just bebopping around. It just you know, it's awesome, and they love Reese being there, and I do too, to be honest with you, because that's awesome. But yesterday, with Reese working and JC's got baseball and class and everything else, I needed to get up and take my dad to just a follow-up heart surgery, doctor appointment. And, you know, they do a lot of follow-ups. And, hey, today's, you know, the 2-3 year marker. Let's get an update here. We want this done. And so we run up and we do. And, you know, it's always a handle here. And that's what I love about the show, is that sometimes post-show, one of us can look at each other and go, hey, look, I'm in a handle. I got to get to wherever it is by such and such time. So post-show, we're going to do my thing, and I'm out, you know. So yesterday was one of those days. We'd have some post-show production that we do for affiliates and clients, and Greg and I are always tag teaming that. And so yesterday I announced to you, hey, we're doing this, and I got to go because I had to be sitting in a doctor's office there around Huntsville Hospital by 12:45.
You couldn't be delayed.
Yeah, and I'm standing here with you at like 10:05.
Yeah.
So just do the math.
And I just hope there's no traffic.
Right.
Always got to.
Oh yeah, that's always the thing. I always hit.
In fact, I saw on the TV yesterday there was a backed up somewhere.
Yeah, oh, it was. Luckily, it was going the other way. But so I get there, get him. He's always ready. So we jump
Sitting there waiting
in.
on you.
Oh yeah, and we get. And I love my parents so much.
Oh no.
But when I pull up, bless her heart, Mom says, "Hey, I need 2 things from you while you got your dad, because I always take their car, because it's easier for him to get in and out of and all that." She said, "Could you top off? Now, don't you pay for it. Your dad has his card. You know, all that stuff.
You always got to deal with
Will
that.
you top off the gas? And then there's a prescription. Now, it's not going to cost anything. You better not buy it, whatever. Will you pick that up just through the pharmacy drive-through window on the way home?" I'm like, "Yeah, Mom." Yeah. So I get in the car, and I'm thinking, man, this car is about to be empty. It is 1 click below full. Okay.
Were they planning a big trip?
I don't know. They don't like for it to get below 3/4.
Oh my goodness.
Or they want
Keep it topped off.
I'm like, okay, what are we doing?
Well, just in case they have to have a long trip. They're
But
ready.
so we go. We you know, we don't meet any strangers. Dad is going to do what the parents always do. So he's laying there, you know, getting his exam. So do you listen to Rick and Bubba? Have you ever heard of them? And I'm like, oh, come
here we
on,
go.
Dad.
Now he's taking your mom's spot.
Oh yeah. If it was Mom, she'd have been asking people in the parking deck, you know, "Hey sir, how you doing? Now, have you heard of the show?"
That's a Speedy.
Right. And I'm like, stop it. And
You may
anyway,
recognize him.
we actually met some great folks that have listened, and one that never had even heard of the show.
Okay.
And so we got to talk about that a little bit.
Maybe
but,
they're listening today.
Right. But it was a great day. Got back a little late. Then hooked up with JC late and went by. Took his dog to the vet for an update, and then before you know it, you headed home. And I don't know why, but I always just on the way home, getting back through Birmingham is always a handle. You just go, okay, which way do I go?
I know exactly that where you're talking
Oh my
about.
gosh! All right, we'll be right back. 866 We Be Big is our number.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. So So there's many options for phone service. But how about spending your money with a company who shares our values? For 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been the only Christian conservative phone company out there. They offer the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks. You'll get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding agendas you don't agree with when you switch to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Now, switching sends the message that you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. It's a win-win. It's money you'd be spending anyway. Now it will be working to help make a difference, and their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. Now, you want to keep your number? Fine. You want to keep your phone? That's fine. Or you can upgrade. It's your choice. They'll also help you find the best plan for your needs. So check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba. That's patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation. Springtime is all about fresh air, fresh starts, freshly cleaned homes, and it's the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security. The only home security system we recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, plus a variety of indoor and outdoor cameras to keep watch over your property day and night. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. So you get fast emergency response when you need it most. Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can even help stop crime in real time with no contract and a 60-day money-back guarantee. You can try Simply Safe risk-free. Simply Safe will give you and your family a real peace of mind. So don't wait any longer. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you sign up for a fast protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off when you sign up for fast protect monitoring. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Ever notice when you ask moms what they want for Mother's Day, so many of them just ask for one day of peace and quiet? I mean, good luck. Maybe you can't help mom run away from all her responsibilities, but you could at least help her tune them out with a brand new pair of Raycon earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are the perfect way to tune out all the noise around you and tune into something great. Their audio quality rivals all the big audio brands you know and love at a price you'll love even more. With 8 hours of playtime and 32-hour battery life, Raycons are perfect for all-day listening. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Right now, get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 20% off and free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or look for that link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find it right under the sponsors button. Folks, most emergencies come without warning, and when the next one comes, you won't have time to pack and prepare. It's better to get ready now in advance before an emergency strikes. And all kinds of emergency supplies should be ready to grab and go right away. Secure those supplies at this website, preparewithbubba.com. Start with a 4-week emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply, helping millions of Americans prepare since 2008. My Patriot Supply, they're experts in self-reliance. Their 4-week emergency food kits offer over 2,000 calories every day, protected by heavy-duty 4-layer packaging. These kits last up to 25 years. They're sealed inside rugged handled buckets, and they're made to grab quickly. Go to preparewithbubba.com and save $50 per kit. They ship fast and free in unmarked boxes. Once again, you can save $50 per kit at preparewithbubba.com. That's preparewithbubba.com, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings
35 minutes after the hour, kickoff hour, me and Speedy, I'm trying to help him out. His voice is struggling. Now, I'm about to do this brought to you by, so get ready.
Hey, let's rock it, baby.
Get ready for anything.
Come on, you got this.
This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by CBDistillery.com. Now, is your medicine cabinet crammed with stuff that doesn't work? Are you still not sleeping or hurt or stressed out? Make a change with CBDistillery.com and use code BUBBA. Their targeted formulations are made from the highest quality and clean ingredients. No fluff, no fillers, just pure effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. And 2 non-clinical surveys, listen to this, 81% of customers experienced a more calmness 80% said CBD helped the pain after physical activity. And an impressive 90% said what, Speedy? They actually sleep better.
Mm-hmm.
So as a listener of the show, we've secured 20% discount to get you started. They even offer pet products. You might want to try this.
I might want to do this.
CBDistillery.com. Save 20% with code Bubba, or find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Thanks, buddy.
I'd like you to get some for your dog.
Yeah.
Just
So Dad called me yesterday. Speaking of my voice, well done. That's way to rock it, baby. It's way to be a gamer. So Dad called me. I am approaching Birmingham Metro, which means that you try to decide which way you're coming home.
Yeah.
I mean,
You got options.
the interstates look they're all red, and you're just like, okay, what do I do here? You know, normally it's 25 minutes. It's saying 45 to 50 best case. So you're trying to decide, and the phone rings. It's Dad. Speaking of my voice, it was late. It was towards the end of the day and everything. I'm coming back in, and I had not talked in like 40 minutes, 45 minutes, close to an hour. And he calls, and I go to say hello, and I can't. There's nothing coming out. And he goes, "Hey, son," and
He thought you were having some kind of episode?
well, no, I'm like, hang on, and I'm trying to get a drink, and he's asking me questions about his portal with the doctor's portal,
This portal thing.
and how he gets his results, and are they going to call him, or are we supposed to check his portal?
Scares. Mom is hearing her try to deal with the portal.
Oh my goodness! Oh, the portal. And
I thought they were transferring to another school, but I realized what it was.
Yeah. No, they're
Completely different
good.
portal.
That's good. Yeah, they're not in the transfer portal.
No.
And so I'm trying to tell him, and I literally am talking like, I can't.
Is it because
speak.
you've been riding in the car so long you hadn't said nothing?
I think that's what it is. I think
from what you were struggling with, it just choked you down.
And Dana, who does middays for our flagship station, one of our good friends, she had brought me some local honey.
Yeah, that's
and said, hey, you need to throw this honey in
you tried to put it in coffee,
some
be
hot
sharp.
tea or some coffee or something. It'll help soothe your voice. Well, I had this little bottle, and I've been taking pops off of just straight honey all day. So I go over there to my bag, like, hang on, Daddy, hang on, I'm coming. And I grab it, and I just swig some honey, and I got a little bit of my voice back.
Okay.
And I was
The
trying to
magical
tell
honey.
him, well, Dad keeps asking questions, and I want to go, Dad, can you not hear my voice? So
I'm struggling.
Finally, I tell him, I got to call you back. I can't talk. So I had to gather myself. I'm going to the portal. I'm leaving the family. No, I'm going to another family. I'm leaving the portal.
Transferring. What if you could do that? No, I'm good. That's it. I'm transferring.
That's it. I'm out of this.
These people look nicer than y'all.
Right. They're buying me more stuff.
I'm going with them.
It is crazy that starters are transferring.
It's ridiculous.
Like returning starters that
How much y'all
are going
gonna
to
pay
be
me?
number one on the depth chart. They're leaving and going to another team because they're getting more money somewhere else.
Wait a minute. You
isn't that
mean they're
crazy?
not just loyal to their
That's
team?
not what it was meant for.
No, it's not.
You know,
It's
that's
ridiculous.
crazy.
They're
But
running it. I
but
look
yeah,
forward to playoffs, though.
that was funny though, because I was like, well, no, we'll get a notification that you have a message in your portal, and that message will either be the results or, hey, this is the deal or whatever. And I said, and you might even get a phone call. I don't know, so don't you worry about anything. So I said, I'll be hawking the portal. Don't worry about it, Dad. But he was like, how do we get the information? Yeah, but how about these portals? Sometimes they're tough to maneuver through, but in most cases, you just have to remember your email and your password and get in, and there you
I got a
go.
lot of passwords.
Boy, I do too. If
I
don't,
need to get and clean all that up.
if it wasn't for my notes and the passwords
have
and all
notes.
that,
I need to clean all that up
Yeah.
and then reset them all and write it all down.
yeah,
Come on.
yeah,
I have the one that I use a lot or a variation of it. It's not very
You're right,
secure,
and I'm like you. That they say that's what's not to do. Don't
Yeah.
have the same password for everything,
Well, I have to, though.
because if you don't,
I'll forget it. I forget it anyway, and I do use the same one.
so if somebody got that one password, they're in
Oh,
on
they can get
everything.
anything they want. Have at it. They can watch Netflix.
So when I go to pick up JC's dog, his schedule, I was doing him a favor, and he normally takes care of this, but it was insane yesterday between baseball workouts, class.
Did you tell me that dog weighs 70 pounds?
Yes. So I go to turn down his road where their little house is, and they all live, and all of a sudden I see these big orange sign, road closed. And I'm like, well, this is weird. Why is the road closed? And I see a backhoe and a bunch of guys standing around and a dump truck and all this. I'm like, well, this isn't good. And so I just parked the car and walked the street about 5 houses down or whatever. I couldn't get to the house. And I come up on the guys, and one of them is up to his shoulders. I mean, he's down in it, and I'm like, hey, y'all look like y'all. Sir, do you need to get by? No, hey, look, you're fine, man.
Yeah.
Y'all look like y'all having a good old time. And hey, buddy, they were so off in that. They were like, hey, you have no idea. And I look, and there were patches down the road about every 4 houses where they had been doing this. They were installing something new. I can't remember. So anyway, I get Cuddy and had out. We had to update his heartworm and flea and tick and all that.
He was glad to see you.
Oh, hey, you don't think he was happy?
Oh yeah, here's a human.
Yeah. But he has this thing where he jumps and runs, but he has this thing where he looks at your truck and then looks at you and goes, I don't know if I don't really want to get in. You're going to have to help me.
Okay.
And so it's and then he gets there, and it's like he's sitting there like he wants to jump, like he wants to jump off the diving board, but he's not really sure. And so a couple of times he'll like even put his paws up on the side steps and then like look over at you like, can I go? Can I not go?
In.
But it's weird because sometimes he'll just jump, and then sometimes he wants you to pick him up behind his butt and pull him up. He's 70 pounds now.
I didn't
70.
know he was a big dog.
And according to how heavy they are and stuff, that's that's what they prescribe as far as your heartworm and flea and tick.
Go by
so
weight. Yeah.
you got to go by weight. So we had to run him in, but
I gotta get all that done.
and then yesterday, then I take him back, and the same thing. The guys are still there. This time they're exhausted. And we come by. Of course, he wants to say hey to him, and they pet the dog. How you doing?
They're glad it's not real hot.
No, it was in the shade. It was a little windy and cool there in Huntsville. They were done. They were done. They were like, hey man, we're 15, 20 minutes from done. They started filling the hole back up.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking, I've had a pretty long day, but I'm not off in that hole right now.
Right.
And so it really kind of put it all in
Getting
perspective. Somebody that had a good day was Andy Reid with the Chiefs. He has become the NFL's highest paid head coach.
How much?
The Chiefs did him right. He's won 3 Super Bowls with the Chiefs over the last 5 years. Bill Belichick was reportedly the highest paid coach in 2023 at $20 million, which that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
He's I didn't know this, but he's 65. Good night.
How long is he going to go?
I don't know. I think it's what he said.
Knocking
65.
down that kind of money.
Is that
He's
what
got
he
a really
says?
good
He's
team.
65. Let's see. There was talks that he might call it quits. He wasn't really sure. And I'm very frustrated with this article because it doesn't. Let's see if it doesn't say what he actually was paid. It just says that he's now Andy Reid's the NFL's highest paid head coach on a yet to be revealed deal that reportedly runs through 2029. So the deal has not been released yet, but they're saying it's more than what Bill Belichick was making.
Okay.
In 2023, I think he was
south
at
of 20 million.
Yeah, it was north of 20 million.
Excuse
yeah.
me, north. I got a little dyslexic.
Yeah. So Andy Reid's getting paid. But I know he's had his personal life with his kids and stuff.
Yeah,
It's tough.
Tough run.
You just wonder if is it all worth it?
I know.
I don't know. I don't know the
He's
man.
obviously dedicated to his job. But,
Yeah.
He's had a lot of all fields.
A lot of heartache there at the house, with his boys and
On a positive note, though, he's good in those State Farm commercials.
he's pretty funny.
Pretty funny.
He is pretty funny. They got him a little something there.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. One more segment, then the guys join us. Don't forget today, the 1 year marker. 1 year ago today, Greg and Lisa had puppies.
Wow, what a journey.
From their stray Millie, and the journey began.
Well, I'll never let that happen again.
We'll update you on when it happened and how it happened, even though we've touched on a little bit of that. And then where are they now? What do they look like? Those cute little puppies. We have updates.
They're grown.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Don't miss the best Spring Fest deals right now at Lowe's. Save big on Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil. Get 5 bags for just $10. Plus, get up to 35% off and save an extra $150 on every $1,500 you spend on select major appliances. Shop these can't-miss deals now. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows savings. Offer valid through 5/1. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii while supplies last. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Resolving to eat healthier this year, that was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com. Find the link under sponsors. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special. 4 years for $30 and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day
right, we're rolling back. It's 10 minutes until top of the hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour as we are rolling on with this kickoff hour. Helmsy's scheduled to be back tomorrow. We'll see if that plays out, but that's the schedule, I believe. And Greg, I know that we ran up on the break. We had mentioned that Andy Reid's going to be made the highest NFL head coach. The numbers haven't been released, but I think he's signing a deal through 2029 with the Chiefs. But we ran up on the break. There's some
all the way to 2029.
That's what it says. Wow. But some other NFL news.
Yeah, we got the draft coming up Thursday.
Yeah,
that's I always like to watch that.
Yeah,
I only watch like the first few picks.
Right.
I mean, but
you know, maybe that secondhand embarrassment when people like actually go and they sit at the table and they wait and they never called. Yeah, that's tough to watch.
Oh, it's terrible because they just dropped. Aaron Rodgers, that happened to him.
Yeah,
watched it happen to him.
Right.
But anyway, of course, he got the last laugh
sure.
on that one. But anyway, Matt Ryan, quarterback for Atlanta Falcons. He's retiring. Didn't realize, just how time flies. Because I remember he was quarterback at Boston College. Yep. Goes first round pick to the Falcons.
Right.
Starter from the day he got there, and he's played. Is it 14? I can't remember, but it's 14 to 16 season, something like that.
Wow.
14, I think.
Wow.
Here's an interesting stat.
That does
he only
pop
missed
up.
at quarterback now. He only missed 3 games his entire career.
Really?
Yeah. That's rare, especially for a quarterback.
It sure is.
To have a career that long and only miss 3 games. So they got their money's worth out of it.
They did.
He was at famously the Super Bowl. They made the Super Bowl and then blew that huge lead they had to the Patriots.
Yeah.
Which
hate that he's known for that.
Yeah. Not saying it was all on him.
No,
But I just thought, because big, fast, how these guys are. It's hard. The collisions are huge. And you're playing quarterback or you're getting teed off on.
Well, it sure is something else for you to go 14 years of NFL career, and only miss 3 games.
Yeah,
that's pretty impressive.
Sure.
Speaking of quarterbacks, I saw where the Jets have traded quarterback Zach Wilson. It never really worked out for him there to the Broncos.
He was first round pick. Was he the first pick of the draft that year? Or it was at least top 3.
Let's see. The Jets traded the number 2 overall pick in 2021. NFL, let's see.
Okay, so he was the number 2 overall pick.
Let's see here.
And we're what, 2-3 seasons later, and he's done.
Why that printed that way? That's weird. I can't even read it. Let's see. Let me see if
I'll tell you, nowadays, and we were talking about it off air. When we were coming up, you had these quarterbacks out of college. They rarely went to the NFL and was named starter.
Right.
Usually it was a couple of years they play behind somebody else. But nowadays, they draft you, they start you, and you got about 2 years. And if you don't get it done, they'll cut you loose.
Yeah.
I mean, look at look at Mac Jones.
So I'm sorry. So Zach Wilson was the number 2 overall pick in the 2021 draft.
That's right. That whole class of quarterbacks that hasn't panned out.
Right. So they're trading Zach to the Broncos in exchange for a 2024 late round pick swap.
And the Jets will be paying part of his salary, I think.
Yes, they did. They said, I think it was $5 million and some change or whatever. They said they would pay half of.
Is this the last we hear of him? Does he go to Denver and just fade away?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the guy, but in Hard Knocks, Aaron Rodgers kind of took a liking to him. They tried, he tried to come alongside him and help. Of course, Aaron didn't know he was going to tear his Achilles. That was a very awkward moment. What a night that was. And he first drive.
That was one heck of
4 plays in. He's out.
4 plays out.
Yeah.
All the hype. Brought the flag on the field.
Good gracious alive.
Good. You can't help but laugh.
No. Gosh.
Funny, Greg.
And so that's some big news there. But Matt Ryan, going back to him, have you ever really have you really been all in with the Falcons, or
I haven't.
They're so close.
I know we grew up. less than 2 hours from there.
But we love the Braves.
We love the Braves.
What's up with that?
And I think a lot of that was because they were on TBS back in those days. You could watch every game practically.
Right.
And but you're right. I don't dislike them, but I've never considered myself a Falcon fan.
Right.
Never.
That's crazy, isn't it?
I've gone to 2 of their games in my whole life.
Mm-hmm.
One of them, it was so long ago. I was in college. They were still playing at Fulton County Stadium when it was the dual. The Braves and the Falcons shared the field.
Yeah.
Back in the 60s, early 70s, that was everybody.
Yeah.
You had the Candlestick and places like that you shared with the baseball team. And I went and watched them play. God, I can't remember who it was. Oh, the Rams.
Mm.
And then I went and watched them play Carolina one time. That was just in the past 10 years probably. Never saw. Now I've seen the Braves play so many times I can't even remember.
Yeah.
Never been a big Hawks fan either. Never saw the Hawks.
Huh. So this is news too when it comes to just talking NFL stuff. The trailer is out, and it's called the roast of all time, and it's going to be a Tom Brady roast.
Oh boy!
The greatest roast of all time, Tom Brady, and it's going to be live on Netflix the night of Cinco de Mayo.
Have they announced the panel?
Yes, it's got the trailer is with Kevin Hart, the roast master, Jeff Ross, and others.
He's on every roast.
Yes. It looks like
is it Comedy Central? that
Comedy
has these
Central.
roasts?
Yeah, they used to tape the roast, edit them for time and content, then air the bleeped and unbleeped versions. Since this will be live, we'll see the good and possibly the bad the entire event.
Wow.
But apparently, it's Netflix has started this new thing now. They're doing it with Jake Paul and is it Jake or Logan Paul? It's Jake Paul, right? It's fighting Tyson. That's going to be on Netflix.
That's true. Yeah.
So Netflix is starting this. Hey, we're going to go live.
event,
Yeah, and so Tom Brady, the greatest roast of all time.
Okay.
Tom Brady. And it will be the night of Cinco de Mayo, which is May the 5th.
Cinco
de Mayo. I know your favorite one is the 4th because you love to say May the 4th be with you.
Oh yeah, that's me because I'm a big Star Wars geek.
Yeah. Will you watch the Tom Brady thing?
I don't know. I might give it a look. I don't know. Does it bother you? There's people like that Jeff Ross guy that they basically roast everybody.
Yeah.
You know, I know you can't just find people that are friends with them.
Right.
I know you try to.
Right.
You're a professional roaster, I guess, if you're Jeff Ross. That's what you do. You roast people.
And I know you love Jelly Roll updates.
Yeah, big Jelly.
Jelly Roll says he is going to stop using social media because he's tired of being bullied about his weight.
You talking about the media that made him a star?
Yeah.
You know that.
He says that he is no longer going to
became a star.
He's going to no longer be using the internet because he's gotten sick of being bullied about his weight.
Bullied about his weight. I mean, if I was him, I wouldn't care. I mean, he's walking a 5K.
Yeah, because remember he made the news about that.
He claims he's lost like 70-something pounds, which he may have. But if I'm him, I don't care what anybody thinks. He's at the top of his game.
He is.
Big,
he can't.
Big whoop.
Right. Very, very funny. What commercial was it in where he's looking in the mirror and goes, "Hey man, what's all over my face?"
Yeah.
Which one's that?
I know. It's I don't know.
It is pretty good though. But yeah, he's in the news today when it comes to entertainment.
Well, I hate somebody hurt Jelly's feelings.
Well, I mean, good night. People are brutal out there.
Now, I will say this, and people, I'm talking about celebrities. Okay, give them, but I'm talking about just normal people. They're like I've got a video about me losing weight or just something. Me and Lisa were talking about the other day. People just are horrible.
They are
for no reason.
Right.
I mean, they just start ripping people they don't know at all. Like they take it. Why would you take time to get on social media just to rip somebody?
That is one of the downfalls of social media is that you can just sit there.
Yeah.
And just go to town on somebody and you don't even know them.
I'm telling you.
That's tough. But all right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. I feel like my voice is getting stronger as we move along. Adler is here. Rick, Bubba are here. The main show will start after the break here at top of the hour. We thank you so much. We will look back and give an update to Greg and Lisa's puppies that are now dogs. 1 year later. It's the anniversary of when Greg said, "Hey guys, we got puppies." We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, it's. I was just a little upset about all that partying last night while people are dying.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
It just.
I'm going to be.
It seemed heartless. It seemed uncaring. It seemed like you live in one world while the rest of America lives in another. And you showed how out of touch you are with people.
You just don't care, Rick. You don't care.
All you celebrities were partying, and And
driving their big planes in here while the planet is crying.
The planet is Greta Van.
The planet is so much bigger than us. It ain't crying for
Thunberg.
nothing. It's crying for other reasons.
Yeah, we have a story. She said goodbye to Trump.
But why did she not look at the big celebration with all the celebs last night? Which I'm sure
it'd be very critical of it.
Unless the celebrities walked to D.C. or glided in something that has no engine,
or rode a horse,
in. Of course, that horse may fart.
Yeah.
She should say to that celebration last night.
How dare you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, there was enough fireworks sent off last night to have a fourth vaccine.
Well, it just seems out of touch. I mean, we're in the middle of a pandemic. There's people dying. Wouldn't that be what they would be saying?
Absolutely.
If Trump had won and had a celebration.
Now, I will say this. Some of the humorous moments, I don't know if you've seen the quote-unquote letter that Trump left for Biden. Pretty funny.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE BIG is our number. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study is now archived and available if you haven't grabbed that yet. Today, Rick and Bubba University will record another one, which will be out this weekend. Really looking forward to spending time with dear friend Rich Wingo today. If you've never heard the Wingo story, we'll talk about that. There's a lot talking to him about that's current. The NFL approaching the Super Bowl. He played, of course, with the Packers. He also can talk about when we do our football segments. If he, sometimes you can't get Rich to do a football segment. We'll try. He also played for Coach Paul Bear Bryant. Some incredible stories there. He has served in his state and is currently serving in the House. So we can get into some of that. He also has an incredible testimony. So Rich Wingo, our guest, coming up this weekend. Make, as usual, Rick and Bubba University a priority this weekend and enjoy that. So, Bubba, we're sitting here watching, and I realize that when it comes to politics, if I'm wearing blue, all the things I said about the red team does not apply to me. When they are passionate or they're making trouble, they're divisive, they're dangerous, and they cause discontent. When we're doing that, if I'm got my blue jacket on, it's righteous and it should be applauded because we're just exercising the rights of Americans. But that's the way the game plays. But we got a problem. Antifa caused a little problem last night. They didn't get in line and say really all we were anti-Republicans and anti-Trump. No, they made it clear last night they're anti the country and they are all about lawlessness. And now we got Joey, Scranton, the pride of Scranton, Pennsylvania, and they're ripping the streets again last night. And I'm going to guess that probably these liberal mayors suddenly will become concerned about the destruction of their cities. And before it was just a righteous. Even what did Joe Biden tell us? He said this is just a mindset. What do you call it? An ideology?
Yeah.
Well,
it wasn't even real.
It's just but now last night they seemed pretty real, especially to the people that just got their business.
Denver, Portland, Seattle all had issues last night. Mm-hmm. I thought they were going to be happy now that Orange.
What are they so mad about?
I thought Orange Man was gone. It was all good now. We got no problems.
Well, maybe they're just lawless.
You think?
Period.
It's kind of like causing chaos. Maybe they're just troublemakers, and maybe they need put in jail for a long time.
All right,
I don't care what their cause is.
All right, I'm going to be. Let's pretend that everything that happened yesterday was Trump's victory. Okay. Let's pretend that's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to pretend, and we have a very similar haircut. I'm Rachel Maddow today.
Okay.
And I can identify as her because the country says that's fine.
Right.
And I can go back to who I was or just move around however I want. Here's what we would hear. Last night was just sad. Just a sad, once again, the rich and wealthy in this country, they're just so distant from those hardworking Americans. And look at this celebration, and Trump's got this wealthy businessman there and this wealthy person and that wealthy person, and look at the fireworks display. I mean, we don't even have money to help people that's got college debt. We're shooting fireworks. I mean, our streets, we've got lawlessness in the streets because people are so unhappy that this evil person is now going to lead this country again, and he sits up there with his party just so disconnected from the hardworking people of this country. And look at the protests still in these cities. These cities are burning, and he didn't understand that these are people that are so discontent
that they'll do anything to get the attention. Hear us. We don't want to live under this tyranny. And it just display last night was, look at the earth is, and they're flying in their private planes. And the earth is dying, and we they don't care. This is once again wealthy people and their king holding everybody else down. And
Rick, how can they have a party?
How can they have a party?
People are dying.
People are the pandemic, which he calls somehow, and then people are dying, and he's shooting fireworks while people die.
Mm-hmm.
6 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Kickoff hour is done. The show moves forward with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show from the Big Boy Studio. Out on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Kickoff hour is done. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess here. Helmsy out. Eddie Van Adler takes over the YouTube responsibilities. Hello, tubers, as we go forward. However you get the Rick and Bubba Show, the live options, America's boldest radio stations. Thank you, all our affiliates all across Rick and Bubba land. The TuneIn app, another live option. Download it from TuneIn. Just put in Rick and Bubba Show. Get our 24/7 channel there. The YouTube option is a live option. So we welcome all of the tubers, as I mentioned. Archives will be found in a couple of places. Our YouTube channel has a daily archive, also a best of hour that you have if you're a Blaze TV subscriber. And we also have audio archives to go back and get on your own time, which also includes a best of hour. And you can find that on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. Missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
Oh, yeah. Good morning, Rick Burgess. Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere.
All right now. Bubba, that is, of course, the music from Free. Lead singer Paul Rogers, who went on to sing for
He did Damn Yankees.
Bad Company.
Bad Company.
Bad Company.
Which is one of my favorite band names of all time.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Bad Company.
Tough one.
Like
That's a tough one to beat right there. I mean,
Boy, they're good,
what's the
too.
name of the band? Bad Company. That's
I
good
love
stuff.
It
So,
is.
yeah. So are they in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Surely.
You know, Rick, it wouldn't. I don't think they are. It seems like
Bad
I
Company's
may
not
be
in?
wrong.
You know, the band.
I think that's one of the ones that people are mad about.
The band always.
I could
felt,
be wrong.
Felt like I should have been in was Bad English.
Absolutely.
That was a good band.
That was
too.
good. That's your, Greg. That's what you call, your superstar bands,
That's
where you
the
gather
old
all stars and put them on
supergroup.
super groups.
Yeah.
We
Like
love
you
super
had-
groups. We love super
You
groups.
had two
Just
from
the
Journey.
name. Just the name alone, though.
Then
No,
you
it's so
had
good.
two from Journey
Yep.
in that band. You had the singer John Waite,
Yep.
and I can't remember who the drummer was.
When they do that, how in the world do they work all the contracts out?
I know.
Not easily.
Because they're all under contract
Not
to different things.
easily.
You're right, Greg.
You know
they're not in.
I saw on the.
I can't believe Bad Company's not in Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. They need to shut the doors.
And neither is free.
God,
What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
I could live with Free not being in there, but I don't know about Bad Company.
You know, when I
Yeah,
saw
Free didn't leave as
the,
big a footprint as Bad Company. I'll give you that.
the documentary,
Houston, isn't it?
Michael Jackson Moonwalker 40 or whatever it was we were
Thriller
talking
40.
about. Thriller 40.
Yeah.
They talked about a contract dispute they had in one of their joint projects. Do you
Oh,
remember
really?
that?
No, I don't.
And I mean, the whole thing got pulled.
Yeah.
I forgot which
Yeah.
one it
Yeah.
was, but they were talking about the conflict.
Well, you know, you
That's
go
true, you got a lot
you
of-
go to something as, I mean, seriously, what we're talking about, the step down here is going to be gargantuan. But the fact that it's our show, you know, when we recorded Fat Chance, Bubba, you might remember the documentary on that.
Yeah.
And
a lot of people are talking about it.
is that at the time we did not really have any band formed. We just had the originals and then wanted to record them, and then we might put the band together for a tour. So we went out and we hired two musicians to just play in the studio, and we could not name them at the time because of contracts.
Right.
Yeah.
They could
really good.
they could not be officially on the CD because they said if you do, we're still in contract with all this other record company.
And
all
that was members of Brother King.
Brother King, correct. Yeah. That's true.
But we couldn't say that.
So right,
But
we can now.
We
but
can now.
It's
one of my
somebody
favorite
cares.
bands. That's a good band.
Oh, I know. Me too.
That's a good one there. So today we have a lot to unpack on the program. It is the 1 year anniversary of Puppygate when Greg and Lisa Burgess became
I get tired just thinking about it.
surrogate parents to a stray dog. who
1
then-
year ago today.
Who then dropped 9 puppies on them, but then refused to take care of them. So anyway,
Partially, she did have surgery in the middle of it.
Really can't believe that run. It's been a year ago.
Talking about syringe feeding puppies
it
every 2.5 to 3 hours.
It was the closest thing I'd seen to anything killing Greg. It nearly killed him.
It nearly did.
I mean, we thought we would lose Greg in that.
We were not sure you still worked here.
No, we
I
didn't.
wasn't either.
Yeah,
I didn't know where I was.
And it was wow. It forced Greg into a vacation and nearly took his life. But that we got updates on every single dog today. Is that right? Or most of them?
They're all still
okay.
They're at their original homes. At least placed them in.
Okay. So
great relationship.
Yep. On a real
Some are big. Some are they're bigger than I thought they would be.
Yeah. Well, there's no doubt this theory of these veterinarians that told us that because of the way our Creator made dogs, it is possible for the mother to actually birth children from multiple dads. And so
from the looks of these,
and these certainly seem to reflect that.
We had from one extreme to the other.
Yeah. On a very serious note, Israel. My goodness. It seems like Israel is always in the headlines, and we just partnered with MAOZ Israel, which is a Messianic Jewish organization that's trying to help the people of Israel. Kobi Ferguson, the CEO, will give us the latest update on all things Israel. He is with this incredible organization that we're working with, and we'll talk to him a little bit later on in the program. So that should be quite the update.
And Rick, we have some updated information. I know everyone has been asking, how do the podcasts do? How are they rated out there in the podcast world? We've got an update. We don't share this every week, but some of this was funny this week.
Bubba, you have been trying to figure this out for years, and it's really hard to figure out.
It is. It really is.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
money
They
that
would
those
be,
fireworks cost.
Oh yeah, they would be such a cry. They'd want to know how much those flags cost.
Yeah,
and
wasting
how much
money.
this, and it was a waste, and da 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 da.
You know what they would say?
It's just hypocrisy to the 12.
Can I tell you where I agree with the Rachel Maddow's point of view? Of course, I'm on the other end of the spectrum. What I saw last night, and I just saw a little bit of it, were people who live in a fake world that are out of touch with the Americans in this country that are getting up and going to work today, and some of them are going back to a business that they've tried everything in the world to save, and the windows are broke again.
Right.
Yeah. All right, and they've been ransacked again. They've been ransacked again, and they look up and see Katy Perry wearing who knows how expensive. And you know what? See, if Katy Perry can use this country, if Tom Hanks can use this country, if Garth Brooks can use this country and use their gifts and their talents to be super wealthy people, good for them. Exactly. But what I don't like is when they get up there and act like they demonize the very system in which they became wealthy. And you know what?
And don't want anybody else to have the same
look,
chance.
When the far left Democrats take over, in all fairness, it don't affect Tom Hanks. It doesn't affect Katy Perry. It doesn't affect Garth Brooks. It doesn't affect Tim McGraw and that ridiculous song they did. Even country music.
That was pretty bad.
Hey, you know what? Dennis Prager said it perfectly. If you've never listened to Dennis Prager.
Love Dennis.
Listen,
You talking about the fireside chat, Rick?
But this is it. And I thought about it last night when I heard that ridiculous song that Tim McGraw and that guy did. You know what I thought I said? And Dennis Prager said it perfectly. He says, everything the left touches, they ruin.
That's a great point.
Everything they touch, they ruin. They ruin sports. They ruin music. They ruin movies. Yeah. Everything they touch, they ruin.
Well, Rick, think about this too.
Mess it up.
Think about this too. Joe says during his speech that the planet is crying out, and we've got to do this, and we've got to do that. Right before all of his singers who've all flown in on private jets. Mm-hmm. I mean, Rick, come on. Do you really believe that? Or is that just what you're shoveling, man? Come on. If you really believe that, have them perform on Zoom from their home, okay?
Yeah.
You don't believe that. I know 3 of them for sure flew in on private jets, probably more than that, but there's 3 confirmed out there. So, I mean, it's just hypocrisy.
Right.
Don't preach to me about my truck when you're flying in on private jets. You don't really believe it. What was the planet not screaming when those jets were burning carbon in the air? I mean, come on.
Well, where's the tree people? Are they not crying over how that affected the trees?
That smoke with the fireworks couldn't have been good on the environment.
No, a lot of smoke. No.
And when we come back,
I
Rick,
hope did you think they ate meat at the dinner? I hope not.
I don't know if you saw the first press briefing, but
did.
I thought you got to be. I thought it was a Saturday Night Live skit. I could not believe what I was seeing.
Bubba, our entire country is a Saturday Night Live skit.
Yeah, it is true.
Hey, great.
And we're gonna also address calls for unity. I'm for unity.
Look at that.
I'm not for compromising core principles.
No,
but I'll meet you halfway on some of it if you'll show me a little. If you'll show me a little movement,
just for unity's sake.
Rick and Bubba.
The call now is for the country unity. Here it comes.
Rick, I'll address some of that in a minute. But the press conference yesterday, okay, the marshmallow media. After we have seen monkeys throwing dung for the past 4 years in that ring,
yes.
I've seen more organized events when birthday cake was brought to the monkey cage. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
right.
You know how that went.
Yes.
Some of the questions, I mean, remember, Jim Acosta got removed, okay, and got back in because of a court order, okay? He was being so rude and wouldn't hush. Yesterday, the questions, I thought it was a kindergarten class. It was a crazy, and I didn't see all of it, honestly. I didn't see all of it. I saw one guy ask a question, Rick, and he kept wanting to ask questions about the deep cleaning of the White House. How that took place. What? Because they said the Bidens are not immediately moving in because it would be a day or so because of a deep cleaning that was which you would expect on anything. Yeah. I mean, you do that at condos at the beach, crying out loud.
I'm not sure that's a question for the new president.
But Rick, almost obsessed with the deep cleaning, wanted to know how they were doing it and what was being.
Was he monk or something?
Yeah. I thought, wow, that's a lot of deep cleaning questions. And then we had another one, Rick, that was asked, what did it feel like walking into the Oval Office? Now, I don't want to be overcritical of this, but if it had been reversed, where we had, I don't know how many thousands of people die yesterday from COVID, okay?
Yeah.
20 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. As we work our way back, another Rick and Bubba show rolling. We're anxious to talk to you today. So I mentioned that a brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, came out over the weekend. Dustin Connell, our guest from Major League Fishing. And if you have not seen or listened to that, it's available now. And we also have a daily podcast archive, which is on our podcast channel. We talked about that. And Bubba, when Bubba and I got drugged, kicking and screaming into the world of podcast, it was
podcast.
You know, we come from. You know, we're old school. I mean, hey, we'll be 60. Bubba's already 60. I'll be 60 this year. It's our 60th year as far as life. So we're old school.
But Rick, I feel 65.
Yes, well, there you go. You know, people say you're as old as you feel, and of course, there's been days that made me 81.
Yeah,
but
I'd hate to have that genetic test that tell you really how old your cells are.
Sure. So we kind of come from an old school world where somebody says, "Is what you're doing popular?" And we go, "Well, let's have a look at the ratings."
Yep.
And then we would figure out ratings and share of audience and all that, and that was our world. Trying to figure out.
Rick, remember, we can't talk about that.
Yeah, I'm just some random thing. Of course, I don't even know that even happens anymore. I was told the other day that Nielsen actually now decides our show.
They have it all.
Yeah, but anyway, so Bubba set out to try to figure out how podcasts get ranked. And then I just lost him into the wilderness of trying to figure that out. And it seems like you've come back with more information today.
Well, it's like beauty. It's in the eye of the beholder.
Correct. Yeah, that's true.
And so there is a group that I have been following and subscribed to. And it's called Charitable Digest.
Okay.
And yeah.
I thought they were ranking the charities.
And charitable.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, this is just a few numbers from Podcast World, okay?
Mm-hmm, okay.
There are currently over 5 million podcasts in the world.
I'm not
5 million.
I'm not surprised by that at all.
Currently, there are 70 million episodes out there between those 5 million podcasts that you can go and view or listen to. Okay?
No surprise there.
So let's just say a 5 million. If you were in the top 5,000, you're doing great.
I mean,
you're on top of the game.
On top of the world.
So some of these numbers are always funny to me. We have 2 different podcasts. We have the Rick and Bubba Show, and then we have Rick and Bubba University. Currently, the Rick and Bubba Show, our last episode on this, was ranked 189. Okay, we're in the top 2. Top 200 is gold.
That's
okay,
good.
that's gold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ranked 189. That's in the United States of America. Rick, if we go to Guatemala.
Okay. How are we doing over there?
In the comedy genre, we're currently number 41.
How about that?
We are rocking it in Guatemala.
Wow.
Now, I have no idea why.
We're huge in Guatemala.
Hola.
This,
¿Qué pasa?
This show is huge in Central America.
Oh.
I don't know why.
Everybody knows.
I don't know why.
That's awesome.
We're also number 30 in the comedy genre in this country, Latvia. Anybody?
Latvia?
I don't even heard of that.
Latvia?
Latvia. That's where.
What is it?
Latvia.
Is that where Latka's from?
Yeah.
From Taxi?
Wasn't he from there?
I don't think so. I think we're making that up. But yeah.
Where is that, Adler? Where's that? I don't even know where that is.
Maybe.
It's a country in Europe.
Okay.
It's not part of the.
Between
Estonia. It's in Walker County.
Okay, I got it. It's part of the. What are the Baltic states? Okay, because I'm familiar with Lithuania. I just didn't know
we're
this
huge
was
in the
on top
Baltics.
of it.
Yes.
This show is huge in the Baltics.
Okay.
Huge.
Especially since it borders Russia.
Right. Yeah.
Trust me on that one.
Latvia.
So as we move along to Rick and Bubba University, the independent podcast. Currently in the United States of America, under the genre of news commentary, we are 119.
Okay. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
119?
Yeah.
For 5 million to be in the top
Yeah, man.
119.
One-
Now,
one-
I'd rather be number one.
Sure.
but we're gonna have to go with what we got here.
We'll
okay?
take 1-1.
9.
Now here is again where it's very strange to me. Rick and Bubba University.
Yes.
The last episode of that charted in Brazil under news commentary is the genre 241st
Okay.
in Brazil.
Wow.
Okay.
Interesting.
Nigeria under news and commentary number 139.
Now that doesn't surprise me.
Ooh.
Boy. So there you go. That's
there's a couple of these others that are always funny to me to look at. The last one we had on, was it entitled From Bankruptcy to Bass Champion? Is that what we called the interview?
I think it was. I think it was, yeah.
It ranked 194 in the United States under news and commentary.
How about that?
So, I'm always confused because sometimes it's comedy, sometimes it's news and comedy.
Yeah.
I think the show is under comedy,
Yeah.
but the podcast is under news and commentary. Best I can tell.
I don't know.
So we're still tracking around
Yeah.
the top 200 on most all of these, but where we're really standing out, and I'm looking at a couple of other charts here, is Guatemala.
That's
the
our
comedy in Guatemala. We're consistently in the top 40 in Guatemala. That's amazing.
So could we have Ken Osborne cut a spot, Guatemala's favorite podcast?
Yes.
Well,
it's got to happen
to some degree.
It would be
one of their
It would be one of the top 40 podcasts in Guatemala. I think he should cut that.
Yeah. As, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, as heard here in Guatemala.
That's one of your top 40 favorite podcasts.
Here they are.
If Casey Kasem was doing a countdown of podcasts in
Yeah.
Guatemala, we would be at the beginning of the show.
We would make it.
Yeah, we would.
All right.
We would make it. Coming in.
That's
at
always
39.
funny to me where that turns up. Now, how
This
does that
letter-
actually happen?
this
Okay,
letter comes from
beyond the
Guatemala.
comedy part of that.
Yeah.
If you look at U.S. military bases and you look at missionaries abroad, that's usually where we get these foreign numbers.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Because normally in Guatemala they couldn't understand what we're saying.
People carry us there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's we're like a tick.
I did take
We
in
rode
that.
in there on somebody.
I did take in Edgar.
You
That's
did.
true.
That
You
is
did.
true. That is
He
true.
was Guatemalan.
He was. Where's he?
You got
now?
any updates?
I think in Georgia.
How about that? Forgot all about that. Wow, what a commitment that was.
Do you have any new pictures
Hey, I
of
thought
him?
puppies were a big deal.
I was about to say, do you have any new pictures of him?
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, Rick, we can put him up there with
Can we update that?
I wish I did.
Right.
Love to know how he's doing.
Sure.
Oh, he's doing well with his dad, though, so that's great. He was a good man.
Is it kind of like me and Frenchie? You start out really keeping in touch, and it kind of fades.
Yeah. Well,
You're right.
just need a response.
Right.
That's helpful.
Oh, yeah.
Well, sometimes people want to start anew.
Yeah.
And so you know,
wanna cut all ties.
They want to cut all ties
Well,
with Speedy.
I think we're a good memory, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure you are,
I
but
think
you know
we
what I
gotta
mean.
be.
You know what I mean. Over time, you kind of go, well, look, focus here. Quit talking about Mr. Speedy. You know.
Burgess.
Here we are, focus.
Well, no, I'm just saying you probably were very influential in that young
No,
child's
it's
life.
not about me. It was just about
No,
helping that family.
So you're telling me you weren't influential?
I don't know if I was or not.
I would think if you take me and let me live with you, you would be.
Do you
For how
want
long was it? How long was it?
A year.
1 year.
do you want a couple of other podcast numbers that'll make your head spin?
Sure.
Oh, Bubba, look, when you jump into this podcast stuff,
Revenue from podcasts this year in the U.S. will be $2.3 billion.
Yes.
That's a 24% increase over year to year.
Wow.
Wow.
It's impressive.
Come on.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up, bottom of the hour, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Alternate family situation, and then
Pretty straightforward.
Then another one was taken up for him, so I don't know.
Yeah, but that question doesn't make any sense because, frankly, there's been a lot of people have talked about openly that he flip flopped on his once view as a Catholic. He once had the view that because I'm Catholic, I believe life begins at conception, and he didn't think people should
tax dollars should be funded. But then he flip-flopped when that became unpopular in his own party.
Yeah.
So what does she mean by that?
But her answer had, I mean, Amanda and I looked at each other like, what is she even talking about?
Is she? I mean, I hope she's suggesting that he's come under conviction on his faith and he's going to change his views on taxpayer-funded abortion. but she didn't really specify what she meant. Because,
no, she did not.
Because there's, I mean, no disrespect. This applies to any denomination of Christianity. We've seen a lot of denominations out there claiming that it's Christian to go against Scripture. So just because somebody says that doesn't mean not modern day.
To Bubba's original point, there was another lady in the press corps yesterday that said, okay, we've heard from Peter. We've heard from this gentleman in the back that's talking about the boy. And they're asking, there's 75 million people who are frustrated and think they have been robbed and think this thing was stolen. And now you're calling for unity. Can you give us some specific examples of what that may look like over the next couple of days? Could not answer that question.
See, I could help him with that. I could say, Joe, first off, you need to address. Hey, some of you are not happy with the way this went. You think it was ill-gotten gains, whatever. I'm going to put together a commission. They're going to study it. We want everybody to be confident in the election.
Yep.
And as far as all of his, and I understand he has his policy things against Trump. But, I think I might back off of that first day thing and say, I tell you what, I'm going to really look at these and look at the inner workings of them and see what's good and what's bad and change it. Presidents are going to change executive orders. I don't think it's a good way to legislate anyway, because guess what? The next guy's going to throw Joe's out.
Yeah.
So,
it's only good for you.
That's why we have a Congress. And you got them all. Hey, you got all of it. So surely you can get the legislation through, right?
Right.
So I don't know. It's crazy.
Well, and helping Joe too. Joe, stand at a podium today and go, hey, Chucky Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, stop all this impeachment mess.
Yep.
Okay? He's gone. He's gone to the House. I'm here. How do you expect me to unify this country as your president if y'all are dealing with that and not dealing on things that actually affect the American people? He would win. That wouldn't cost him a thing, legislation-wise or anything else. And that would be a good first step. But he will not do that.
See, that is stepping out. You're making a move toward the other side, toward unity. First off, impeachment is a political process for a sitting president. This thing's going to get thrown out anyway. So it's not going to, like you said, it's not going to cost him anything. Mm-hmm. If he did that, said, look, we're going to have a commission look at the elections, that's steps toward that. And then if you do that, I think you're going to see Tom Cotton and the Republican leaders, they're going to take a step toward confirming some of your people that they may not care for. I mean, that's how you build unity, not I won, do it my way.
Right.
Okay, because you don't have a mandate.
Right.
No matter what you think you got, you don't have a mandate. You have a split country. And you have to govern different when you have a split country. Look, Ronald Reagan won 49 out of 50 states. I know that even seems – can anybody even imagine that?
No.
He had a mandate, okay? Yeah. You don't have a mandate right now. And you got a lot of unhappy people, and you better pull them back into the fold and remind them that as Americans we have more in common than we do in difference.
Yep.
But let's build bridges on these points that we are different on, not just go in there and hatchet everything that we think is important. Because when you do that, you're not building unity. You're building an enemy.
Yeah, you're right. But for 4 years, their platform.
I'm not talking about compromise core principles.
No doubt.
But where you can give, try to give.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Their platform for 4 years is that we hate Trump. We hate everything he stands for, and that's really what they ran on. Now all the policies are about to just now come out into the open, and the American people are going to really find out what they stand for. And it's going to be a slap in the face for a lot of people.
Well, and that's okay as long as you don't call that unity.
Right.
Yeah. Honestly, elections have consequences. I mean, I'd rather you just stand up there and say we won. So the way we see the world will be fully implemented if we can, because we think that's better for the country and better. It's a better world. I disagree with that.
Right.
But don't say unity, because what both Helmsy, Bubba, and Speedy just said, I'll tell you what unity is not, is we will have unity and all get along if you will see the world exactly the way we do and never question us.
Yep.
Yeah.
35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. SimplySafeBubba.com. Burglar busting protection. And we wish that it wasn't needed, but it is. And for your property, your home, your small business, there's nothing better than SimplySafeBubba.com. Springtime is about fresh air, fresh starts, having your place freshly clean. It's the perfect time to give a fresh look at going to SimplySafeBubba.com, because it's the only home security system that we recommend. The system will blanket your whole place in protection. It's not like the old days where they try to go a one size. Well, that really doesn't fit all, does it? No, this one customizes to the property. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, plus a variety of indoor and outdoor cameras to keep watch over your property day and night, backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. So you get fast emergency response when you need it most. Now, their professional monitoring agents can even help stop crime in real time. No contract, 60-day money-back guarantee, and you can try it risk-free. Go now to SimplySafeBubba.com and get real peace of mind. And because you're a supporter of this program, you get 20% off any new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring, which you must have and you need. It's the best. Go to SimplySafeBubba.com today, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like SimplySafeBubba.com safe. So Bubba continues to break down, the world of podcasts, something that Bubba and I kind of, there's so many things in the last 30 years that you and I have seen. Like I say, we said 1,000 times. We started this show with no internet.
And barely cell phones.
No websites.
Big bag.
There was no website. None, Greg. None.
No email. No email.
I've been doing this a long time.
No social media. No podcast. None of this existed, and it's all happened in 30 years.
No.
That's not a big number in history, if you think about that much happening technologically.
And it goes to show, and there's been a lot of studies about this, the rate that technology is going to influence our culture is accelerating. And it is getting quicker and quicker and quicker. I mean, it took us a long time to come up with the airplane, and now look where we've gone with it.
Well, and it was one of the things that you, Bubba, talked about when we were trying to stay on top of the things. Now, as you get older, you get less and less enthusiastic about new things. That's one of the hardest things about teaching, old dogs new tricks. But, we were always very good, I think, over the last 30 years, and I credit you with keeping us on top of it, is, when syndication became preferred, when all these conglomerates were buying up all these stations and trying to find a way to take certain talent and use it in many different ways in many different places. We always had the what's the word I'm looking for? The wherewithal, the forward thinking, the vision
Yeah.
to say, look,
we were all in on
if you don't get in this, you're going to get replaced by it.
Right.
And we did that with syndication. We were a little more reluctant to some of the things that are going on now, but the first time we heard podcasts. But it's one of these things, and you're seeing it now. If you're in what we do for a living and you don't start adding these options of podcasts, streaming apps, YouTube channels, if you don't, you're going to be replaced by it. And so we've done, thankfully, the job of kind of being sure we have a foot in all of it. But some of it we're trying to understand, and one of those things is podcasts.
Yeah.
And because it's
still evolving.
Well, because there's so many, like you said, out there, but that doesn't mean there's that many successful ones out there. And Bubba and I, and he'll read you a list here that's pretty interesting. But we lost our minds when this first started, because we've always tried to pull the curtain back for all of you and talk to you how things really work. Like we've said, anybody that apologizes for commercials, they're being disingenuous with you, because that's how we all make a living. So I don't apologize for commercials and pretend that without them we wouldn't exist. So one of the things you go, well, this is neat, but can you monetize it? And so Bubba and I, in the beginning, we were told, y'all need to do a podcast every week that's unique. And advertisers only want to be on unique podcasts. And then Bubba and I said, well, if the only way you hear our show is by podcast archives, that is a unique podcast.
Do you remember that? Remember us just banging our heads against the wall?
Yeah.
And they were like, well, the advertisers, they've come around on that because they realize how many people listen to archives. But in the beginning, it was like, no, we only want to advertise on a fresh podcast, new content every week. And then Bubba and I would say again, but if you don't have an affiliate,
this is fresh,
and you can't listen to the show live, if you listen to the podcast archives, that is new content for you. And no one ever would acknowledge that. We're like, do y'all hear what we're saying?
I think we should have told them that the podcast was new and live every day,
right?
And that we just played it on the radio.
Yeah, we actually do a new podcast every single day, not just one every week.
Right.
And so anyway, so trying to figure all that out. So Bubba was talking about in the podcast world, what kind of topics are the most popular?
Genres.
Yeah.
What genre? What do you think is the most popular?
You told me,
Speedy.
So
what do you think?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Maybe investigative crime series.
You know, true crime is second.
Yeah.
Number one, news.
Okay.
And they're using this term news very broad because later in the list they actually specify politics.
And news is the largest genre with 21%. So it's very fragmented after that. True crime 18%, sports 17, health and fitness 17, religion and faith 16, politics 16. So you got a separate politics from news. Self-help 15, investigative journalism 13, and finance 13%.
Yeah, so people want to go there. True, I like Greg, our sister. Our sister obsesses over true crime podcasts.
Yeah, I know a lot of people.
Yeah, I've never listened to many of them.
I've listened to some good ones.
Speedy, let me ask, because you wasn't in here when we were discussing this. Where do you think most people download their podcasts from?
Probably just their phone, whichever.
But a source.
Apple Podcast or
Apple
Spotify.
Podcast is by far the largest one.
Yeah.
By far, it dwarfs everything else. Apple is 70.8%.
Wow.
Spotify is second with 8.9. I mean, it ain't even in the ballpark.
Well, and I know I'm probably showing my age again. I don't understand. No offense to Spotify people. And I'm glad they carry our stuff. But I don't understand if I've got a podcast app right here on my phone, why would I want to go get podcasts somewhere else? Is it function better?
What's the advantage?
Yeah, what's the advantage? Is it?
Well, it's funny you say that because I have one out of my three. Reese loves Spotify, and I've always wondered what attracts you to them, and I've never really gotten a clear answer on that. I think maybe they just like that format better, the way it runs, and I don't know.
Yeah, I can't think of anything simpler than my podcast app on my phone.
Here's another.
But I could be totally wrong.
I know.
Here's another funny number. On average, of all the podcasts out there that have been live for 30 days, how many downloads do you think they've got within the first month, Speedy? Now, you're talking about all
Say
of
that
them.
again now. So
what's the average number of downloads a podcast has after 30 days?
And this download
a
thing.
popular one or just any?
All of it. Just if you go from Joe Rogan to the bottom of the pile, how many do you think? What's the average?
Oh, my gracious. 15 million?
141.
Okay.
So
a little off.
So most people just click. All right, because I'm confused about this. Now you may have to help us here. So what that means, though, that's just the people that actually take it and download it. Does that mean they're going to keep it?
I think no. You download it and listen to it. I think is how.
Well, I thought you can just click it and listen to it and not download it.
Well, streaming it is a version of downloading it too.
Is it? Is that the same thing?
Yeah,
I think they're calling that a play, like a
They
play.
are? Okay, that's where I'm
download, a
confused.
Stream, kind of all the same.
I would consider all of them kind of the same, unless you said I'm downloading it to save it, right?
As far as how it functions on our phone, maybe you want to download something so you can listen to it on a plane or something like that. But I think for their terminology, downloads, streams, and plays, from what I understand, are the same.
Same thing, yeah.
So how many plays when we say how many downloads? How many
plays? How many times?
So here's another number, but we're going to have to stay with the download terminology because that's what they're using.
Okay,
sure.
The top 1% of podcasts out of the 5 million that are out there, how many downloads do you think they have in the first 7 days? First 7 days. Speedy, what do you think?
Gosh, why do you keep asking
Just
me?
a ballpark. Just a guess, because these numbers are funny to me.
20 million.
4,000.
I just went high again. I'm sorry.
You know what?
I was so low.
20 million.
I
was
tell you
so
something?
low. I was embarrassed.
That actually is helps me a little bit because
I was trying to figure out, because I don't fully understand these. See, because I don't even know what it means, because ours, you can watch it on the YouTube channel, but you also can just listen to it. And I know the people who listen to it's always a bigger number than the ones who watch it, just because you can do it in your car. And so, like I saw Dustin Connell this weekend. In 48 hours, there were 13,000 views.
So it had to be one of the top podcasts in the country.
And that means
and
probably
the rankings we were reading a minute ago are not totally reflecting that.
And probably the listening was probably more than that.
Yeah.
So, but you go back to the ones that don't have the kind of tribe, for lack of a better term, that Major League Fishing and Dustin Connell has already established on his own, which those people really help. When you have those guests on, they just pull their people to you. But if you're just somebody that was random, ours usually in 48 hours will have anywhere from 2,000 to 4,000, normally.
The best length, if you just look at what most of the podcasts are, the majority are 20 to 40 minutes.
Yeah, and that's now Rogan, does he go on long form?
Yeah, he's like hours long.
He's hours.
2 to 3 hours.
Right, he just does almost like you do a radio show. He just does it on podcast.
Yeah.
Does he do one every day?
I think 3 or 4 a week.
3 or 4 a week. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's not you.
You must come over to
now, hear me. I don't even care. You have the right to say I'm not trying to have unity. Yeah,
right.
but just don't call it unity and then not do that.
Pretty big display yesterday of unity. So now show us. Now walk that out, President Biden. Yeah, walk it out for us.
Make it action, not word.
Yeah.
Make it action, not word. Show us that you're a bigger man than Orange Man was.
Yeah.
Show us. You got the stage. You got the mic. Show us something now. Orange Man bad.
14 minutes to the top of the hour. More. I like the Orange Man's economy.
I did too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Just a little recap. Yesterday, Inauguration Day. Thankfully, there was no violence or attempt to take over or kidnap anybody or do a... I mentioned coup. Coup was in there.
Yeah.
Glad that didn't happen.
It was never a threat.
No National Guard went off the page and tried to take this new president hostage. After being questioned about that.
They're back to him.
It appears. It appears.
That's my favorite. I know.
It appears, Greg. It appears that. Because I saw it with my own eyes and I watched last night. I'm pretty sure that I saw President Trump leave. And Joe Biden take power.
Yeah.
That's how it looked to me.
Yep.
And
with no resistance.
Right. I know there were a lot of people sitting in their trucks on cell phones telling me it was going to go different, but apparently that did not happen. And I think all of us out there, hey, they get terrified by that kind of stuff. You take a note.
Mm-hmm.
Well, everything you see on the internet.
How many times has somebody told you that a football team's going to win and they constantly lose?
Right. Yeah.
I quit listening to their predictions. Come on, we're better than that,
right,
guys.
Well,
we can do better than that.
Yeah, and hey, we got, as I said, we got problems that are real. Let's just concentrate on those.
Yeah.
And so anyway, and to that point, but what were you?
Well, let me draw you a picture here, and I'm gonna bring it back home. So. We all know how radar works. It sends out a signal and it hits something, comes back. They go, hey, something's there. So, when you had the stealth planes come along, it created a problem because they diffuse that signal. And people, well, how are we ever going to see them? Well, they've developed technology now where they have, say, on one, I'm going to use the street, if you will. One side of the street, they have a bunch of transmitters. The other side of the street, they're sitting there with receivers, and they're looking at that signal coming over. Well, guess what? When they see a hole in that signal and it's moving across from site to site to site, they go, something's blocking that signal. It must be a stealth plane. So for every move, there's a counter move, but sometimes, Rick, it's kind of like a wedding. There could be a wedding behind a gate and a fence at a big place, and you may not be invited to the wedding, so you don't know a wedding's going on. But if you see caterers go in and you see guests go in and you see the minister go in and you see everybody else, you could deduce there's probably a wedding going on back
you
there,
can put
right?
that together, yeah.
So the tie-in to this is if you think that the Trump administration was tough on China, okay, and tried to even back up some of our trade imbalance with them, China has now sanctioned 28 former Trump administration officials and their immediate family. They basically blacklisted them. They're not allowed in mainland China, Hong Kong, or any of their other locations, and they have banned them from doing business with any company in China. And this is Trump all the way down. Like I said, there's 28 of them.
But I understand that Hunter Biden is still welcome.
Right. So
he's on the board.
So let me ask you this: if Trump was a pawn to China, they wouldn't be sanctioning him now. They've never done this because they didn't like the way that Trump and their administration stood up to him. They lost face. You know how that goes.
Oh,
lose face.
Yeah. Show us how they lose
Don't
face.
cause the Asian. The Asian people do not like to lose face.
No. So
no.
that should tell you by itself what a good job they did with China. That alone. China has showed you how they affected China.
Now let me take. I will now take a yellow flag and throw it on the field, and I want everybody to pay attention because I'm walking to the mic now. And this is those of us that tend to be more on the right, okay, and realize that the left has a sweeping victory. I understand a minor majority, but it's still a majority everywhere that they need it to be. And then we'll fight and we'll do the best we can to minimize things they try to implement that we think are disastrous or immoral. If you care about that part of it. All right. So, but let me tell you what we can't do. And I can already. I don't know what will be back in some form meant when Trump said goodbye. But those of you out there that are excited about this new party that's going to come, that's going to be led by Trump. Let's go. 8 minutes to the top as we are rolling through the opportunity to listen to the Rick and Bubba show all over the world. Top 40 show in Guatemala. It's the Rick and Bubba show.
Hola.
Everybody climb aboard. ¿Qué pasa? Vive it all over the world. The podcast. We've been all over the world. All right, so Bubba, Rick and Bubba archivist Patrick Campbell. Don't you think we have to call him that?
Patrick's done a wonderful job documenting so much of this stuff. It's great to meet him. And Patrick, you're blowing me away with some of this stuff. Adler, I sent you a copy of it. It'll be coming through in just a minute. This is back to what we were talking about with technology, and this is funny. And we're eventually going to get to this Andy Reid story, I promise.
Yeah, but
this is a article that was in the Gadsden newspaper. Is it Gadsden Times? Is that wasn't that the name?
Bingo.
In March of 1996. Okay, March 19. We've been doing the show about 2 years full time, and it says. Services are linking Gadsden to the internet. Okay, that was the big story here on the headline. Disc jockeys Rick and Bubba and Q104
watch out
were the first local entities to become get this accessible through the World Wide Web.
The first
of the internet.
Well,
now here comes more. And they go on to say that the Gadsden Public Library hopes to have internet installed. The city of Boaz is working on getting theirs installed. The internet website at the Alabama Museum Association convention, and it goes on to talk about the Cultural Arts Center in Gadsden.
I was leading the charge in the Gadsden area.
But it's so funny that we led the charge in Gadsden.
Brought internet to the city, buddy.
Yep.
Once y'all did it, everybody said, we got to have some of that.
No, I'll tell you, honestly.
Let me get a hand hold.
There was nobody more shocked than me when we got a call one day from a guy, and he said, I got something you need to see. And I went to Talladega. And they had
so where was that?
I can't remember the guy's name. I can't remember the business. If you're still out there, email me and remind me. But he said, I've got something you want to see. And we had been experimenting with these dial-up bulletin boards, okay, where you had to log in over the phone, you know, and you had your modem and all that stuff. And he said, you've got to see the World Wide Web. And I'm like, the World Wide Web? I mean, I couldn't even.
No.
And he was talking about, well, you got to open this browser to look at it, a browser. And it was called Endora. And I thought Endora was Samantha's mom on Bewitched.
Absolutely.
And he was pulling up these websites, and I'm like, what are we plugged into? And he said, it's the internet. And I said, well, how do you dial into it? No, he said, it's there all the time. I said, what? I don't get this. There's the story right there. And it was just, and I was totally blown away. I remember riding back from Talladega thinking, what have I seen? I can't get my head around what, and then I had to come in and try to explain it to everybody. And you know that, and you know, that was a tough order because I didn't know what I was looking at either.
No.
And but we started, you know, and then you try to call, hey, can we get internet service? What?
I know.
You want a phone line? No, internet.
You know, it's always hard to describe something to somebody that you don't fully understand yourself.
Right.
You know?
It's very hard.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I felt like? Ezekiel trying to tell everybody what I saw in the sky.
I know.
You know what
I
mean?
know.
It was overwhelming, but I didn't know how to describe it.
I'll tell you what. Right now, when this story comes out, and I'm kind of watching Greg and Adler, and I'm thinking to myself the way Pigpen felt in Charlie Brown Christmas. When Charlie Brown tried to get you know, the one that had naturally curly hair to see him differently, and he said, picture this dirt that's all over him maybe came from the, you know, the roads that Solomon's chariots went down and all this stuff, and he turns around and he says, kind of makes you look at me a little differently, doesn't it? And I'm thinking to myself right now, you guys are thinking, wow, we're working with the guys that were one of the first people to be on the internet. Brought it to Gadsden.
Yeah.
You know, and I knew about it.
So Big Head Chuck last week emailed me a video of in the 1990s. I guess he was in the studio or something like that, and you were reading emails, Bubba.
Right.
You had them printed out, and a stack of emails, and you were sitting there reading at your little glass desk that you sat at over on the side, and it was crazy. I mean, just to see how advanced we were, and we thought we had it going on back then.
Well, apparently we did.
This is him right here reading it. It's crazy.
Oh, my goodness.
Rick, if you could hear it.
My
There's the instant replay still going.
Not that we're wanting to gloat, but in a scientific manner, it really helps us to keep count.
Yes, thank you, sir. Janet, congratulations on your
couple of rubes. Look at that. Just look at it. That's high tech right there. Look at the computer right there.
That was Digilink. Wasn't that the Digilink?
Yeah.
I thought, hey,
First
Greg,
automation system.
Imagine doing commercials and that.
That's a good one. Thank you, James.
I like that soundproofing y'all got.
You're like sitting over. You know what it is? A bedroll. Bedroll, by the way, sprayed on the wall.
But the link starts with you reading like emails, and then Rick was like, "Let's go out to the World Wide Web, and
let's go out to the World Wide Web."
What a couple of rubes! You know, that's who connected Gadsden to the World Wide Web right there.
And you know,
look at them hard chargers.
I look back and I think we were on the cutting edge of the internet.
Right.
And look what we've done with it over 31 years.
And look
I feel like we are the Angel Hernandez of internet.
That's so great.
Get it right.
That is so great.
Greg, looking at our just visual health, apparently we were on the cutting edge of death as well.
How did we hang on?
Look, that's how we did. That's how we did phones. They wrote it down on a piece of paper.
Yeah, brought it in.
Please look how small the area y'all are.
Look at Speedy, how young he is.
This isn't fair to Adler because I'm standing behind you, Rick, and I've got a pad in my hand, Rick, and that's what I'm doing. I am writing you notes.
Tell me you ain't. Tough night, Speedy. Look at that look on his face.
Running with the dogs.
Yeah, that's what y'all got out of this.
Yes. Greg.
He's been out all night.
Playhouse, baby.
Rick,
no doubt about it.
There's your van seat, Rick, over to the left.
Oh,
right.
Sure.
I wish you could hear. Oh, Bubba's yawning.
Yeah, it's early.
Look.
Oh, the face rub.
Probably been at the transmitter all night.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She just loved them pants he was wearing.
Oh, yeah.
Them old checker pants.
Of course, that was me, but go ahead.
She had to go out there and
that will be disastrous, and the left will never lose again. If that happens, because you're going to take the right and divide it into two small groups as opposed to one big group.
Yeah.
And the left will win every election going forward.
I heard someone say yesterday that there were rumors. Of course, we find that there's a lot of that going on right now.
Wait a minute.
Calling it the Patriot Party.
Yeah, I heard
that. But
see,
you're right. It would completely divide any opportunity for us to take anything back.
Now,
you have to know Trump language, which a lot of our country didn't deal with very well, and especially the media. When he says that, he doesn't have a particular plan.
Oh, no.
He doesn't say that doesn't mean he's going to do a Patriot Party. Doesn't mean he's going to run for president. He's just telling you I ain't done.
Yeah,
I'm still going to be out there, and I'm going to be moving and doing my thing. And I don't even think he knows exactly what he's going to be doing.
Well, I heard Jordan yesterday, and he has it right. He said inside every party, including the left, there's different buckets.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And he said
different factions.
He said we have about 3 buckets, and he said, and here's how they are. There's the the kind of country club Republicans. That's a bucket. Then you got the evangelicals and a little more conservative, real conservative. That's one bucket. He goes, then we got a Trump bucket. And he said, and right now the Trump bucket is the biggest bucket. And he said, so we can't just ignore that bucket.
Yeah.
So what you really need to do is purge the current Republican Party. And there's a lot of people that will fall into this, but I don't want to try to list because there's somebody I forget, or I'm just going to say the Mitch McConnells of the world, the Mitt Romneys of the world. There's 2 I can come up with pretty quick. These people need to go, and anyone like them. I'd like to clean up the Republican Party to make it more what the current Americans who lean to the right, the kind of Republican Party that we want.
Yeah.
And clean it up a little bit. Yeah. That's fine. If you want to purge some of the things that I think cost you elections, no problem with that. But this thing of we're gonna do a Patriot Party, and remember the Tea Party started all that, and they were trying to just be part of the Republican Party, but to demand to be heard, to get back to more of a constitutional view of the world, and not us becoming just a lesser version of large government that's outside the Constitution. And something like that will be okay, but if you start a third-party deal, this third-party idea, and I know it's romantic and we all love it, and even I get kind of caught up in it sometimes because I get frustrated.
Yeah.
But all it's going to do is give the left every victory they need.
Yeah, like
because the left ain't
Ross
fighting.
Perot's prime example.
They may act like they fight a little bit, and everybody say, hey, they got problems in there. But, buddy, when it comes time to go to those polls, they'll overcome any disagreements they have.
Yep. The buckets come together.
Right, so that's kind of where you need to see it. There's different.
Fix what we have. Don't start something else.
Yeah. They start something else will be that'll be.
And don't take your ball and go home. We got to have you.
Yeah,
we got to have you.
Right. Yeah. So we'll see, but just be prepared. And this is when you deal with people whose worldview is emotional. Remember, they're going to frustrate you because it's like a reed in the wind. Just be prepared.
Rick, I just want unity.
Well, if hypocrisy bothers you, this is going to be a rough ride.
Yes, it is.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Much to do going forward. And we've got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. Willa meets in play today, tomorrow. It'll happen one of those days. So be paying attention to that. Yesterday's Bible study archive now available. Headed out tonight to Leeds, Alabama, gang. I'll be representing the Rick and Bubba show at the men's event there tonight at First Baptist Leeds, Alabama. If you want to come check the information we have at rickandbubba.com. I don't know whether it's sold out or not. I do know tomorrow night is sold out. Americus, Georgia. I'll be with Johnny Hunt. No more seats available for that due to all the COVID restrictions. But at least we're getting together, And welcome back for a brand new hour. Look right there. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Well, thank you very much, and we appreciate you being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Okay, so we got other stories, other things. We still have plenty of calls coming in. If you missed last hour, you missed a lot. So go back and catch that archive. It'll clarify some things. Now it's not going to help, but it'll clarify some things. Some of it'll be oh wow, so it really okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, how about that? Well, how about that right there?
All right then.
Yeah. How about that right there? So be sure and enjoy those phone segments. Bubba, if you're worrying about the playoffs this weekend, the NFL playoffs. And you're wondering if Patrick Mahomes is going to play.
Yeah, how's he looking?
They're saying he took all the snaps in practice, but the concussion protocol continues. But he did take all snaps.
Yeah, well, they got 5 steps they have to work through. I don't know what they are. Do y'all know what they have to complete to get back to playing?
I think they got to ride a unicycle or something.
Isn't it, Greg? Isn't it funny?
Juggle.
Isn't it funny, though, guys, if you're looking at this just from a kind of interesting story? Because anytime I want my wife to watch football with me, I have to give her some sort of narrative that's interesting, a little story. So what we've got an NFC playoff that features 2 old veterans that I'm talking about that will go down as some of the greatest quarterbacks in the NFL. One is the GOAT, and over on the other side it's 2 young guns playing each other.
I know.
So the Super Bowl will be old veteran, savvy old veteran with either with one with it will be taking on the future of the NFL, the young gun.
The way the division, and we talked about this last week, the way the divisions line up with the old guys versus the young, because even the youngest guy.
Six minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us. As we start a brand new hour, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler all here today. So we're running down the stories. What a flashback last hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. That one, I tell you, looking at the video and listening to the audio all the way back to that original studio, and us, of course, being on the cutting edge of bringing the internet to Gadsden, Alabama, watching that, it really is shocking. As time goes by, creeping, you don't notice it.
Right.
But when my goodness, I mean, we've got, we're in that little bitty room. We've got Speedy writing down phone callers on a piece of paper and handing them to me. We got Bubba reading emails from the World Wide Web.
Yeah.
I just look over there. We going to CDs there. At least the cart machines are gone. And we have our first look like computers playing
automation.
Playing commercials.
Wow.
Look at that thing.
Because there used to be a triple deck cart machine right there where that was. That was later. We were moving forward there.
Yeah. Of course, the mellow yellow's still there.
Some things have never changed.
Sure. So anyway,
we just gone today.
What a technological look back that was. So 1 year ago today, Greg and Lisa had the puppies. We'll get into that. We'll look and see where the dogs are. We'll update you on that. Phone calls coming up next hour. Bubba, right now, Andy Reid in the news.
How about old Andy Reid? He has now won 3 Super Bowls with the Chiefs over the past 5 years.
Yep.
Belichick was reportedly the highest paid coach in 2023 at $20 million. The new deal from the Kansas City Chiefs, and we don't have the exact numbers yet,
right?
But they have said will make him the highest paid head coach in the NFL. Good for him.
Yeah, and rightfully so. The thing you got to love about this story, and of course
he's earned that,
is do you remember when he was at the Eagles? And they would be pretty good, and they couldn't quite get there.
Right.
And then
got to Super Bowl, I think, once.
Yeah, and then everybody started kind of say, hey, he can't get there. He can't win the big game. He can get us there, but he can't win it. Mm-hmm. And then he goes to the Chiefs and just has a resurgence of and gets them there and wins multiples.
Yeah, he's currently 65 years old, Rick. The new deal runs through 2029, so 5 more years, that gets him to 70.
Wow. There you go.
And at that point, he'll probably run for president.
Right.
And win.
Yeah. So if Belichick was, as you said, Bubba, was reportedly being paid $20 million, and they're saying he's going to, and he says the average for that normally in the NFL is $6 million a year. So if he's going to be the highest paid, I mean, that gives us something to at least play with, right?
Yeah, I mean, does that mean since Belichick's gone, he's going to be the $20 million a year guy? What is he making now, does it say?
It doesn't say. If it does, I didn't read far enough into the article, which that's that could happen.
Yeah, he's about to get paid.
So when you look at the number of Super Bowls he's won, which is the ultimate goal if you're in the NFL.
Sure.
He has won 3. He only trails Bill Belichick, who has 6 at New England, and Chuck Noll, who has 4 with the Steelers in the 70 during their time. He is even with San Francisco's Bill Walsh and Washington's Joe Gibbs. Walsh, of course, was known for his innovative West Coast offense, and Gibbs is the only coach to claim 3 championships with 3 different starting.
How about Joe?
Didn't realize Joe had 3.
I didn't either.
It says here Andy makes roughly $12 million a year right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you for finding that, Speedy. So we know it's going to be more than that.
And Rick, the record in Philadelphia over 14 years was excellent.
Yeah, it was.
224 wins and 130 losses. The Eagles got to 1 Super Bowl, but had 4 consecutive NFC championship games.
Wow, that.
Yep. So he did well there too.
Yep. He's won everywhere he's went.
Yep. So
and he seems to be a likable guy. He's not your GQ, No. But look at the guys who are the top coaches in the NFL. Okay, just going off this list, you got him, you got Belichick, you got Chuck Noll, and he was low key. There wasn't nothing flashy about him.
No.
Now, when you get
Walsh was
a little more outgoing, but he wasn't flashy in a GQ way. He was just a little more talkative.
He was a fine dresser, though.
Yeah. Joe Gibbs was very businesslike.
Yeah.
So, the GQ head coach has not done as well in the NFL as the roll your sleeves up, get it done, guys. It looks like.
No, and I don't know how all this works as far as what kind of person they were. I mean, well, not person, but what kind of coach they were.
Yeah, right.
What their style was. Were they the I'm feared. Don't be at odds with the man in that office right there. Were they a little
players coach?
Were they a little more players coach? Did they balance the two? Probably that's the answer. They probably balance both very well. So I don't know, but they all have this thing, and Reed has this thing that we've looked for years doing this show. The great coaches, no matter where you put them, and no matter who hires them, they win wherever they go.
Yeah,
at every level, they always win. So
Matt Ryan has retired from the Baltimore Colts. Of course, the long-running quarterback of the Atlanta Falcons.
Yep.
Says he is ready for the next chapter of life.
I didn't realize he'd play 14 years.
Yeah, 14 years, and if you look stat-wise, by far and away the most successful quarterback the Falcons ever had.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and Greg made the point earlier that he only missed 3 games.
That's what I heard this morning.
3 games in 14 years.
He went to work every day.
Yep. And Bubba, I saw, did you see there's controversy with Cousins going to the Falcons?
No.
Yeah, they said something happened that was a little shady that may cost
tampering.
A little tampering.
I think, yeah.
Somebody calling tampering.
Yep.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know either. Did they reach out to him before there was a?
We talking about torturous interference?
So they're saying that the Falcons may get punished on some future draft picks.
Watch out. Fine.
Right, but it won't matter, Bubba, because they got Cousins.
I got him.
Even though
Kirk Cousins, fine man. Fine man.
Yeah.
I'd look forward to meeting him one day. We're actually in a book with him, but I'd like to meet him. I just thought for this point in time with the Vikings, it was time to chart a new course. So, he went there. He was there 8 years, 7, 8 years.
Was he there? Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And
so is he a fine man?
Good guy, fine man.
Right.
Fine man.
Yeah.
I hope he does good with the Falcons. I hope they tear it up.
Do you?
I do.
Oh, wow. But who would you like you to see them if they take a quarterback?
I don't care. I'm not keeping.
So you're done with the Vikings?
You don't care?
No, I don't care.
I love how you say you don't care.
Well, I don't. I mean, all it leads to is disappointment. I mean, it's like, it's if there's never a gift under the Christmas tree, why look forward to Christmas?
Greg.
That's a great way to put it.
Bubba,
I feel like little Ruby Sue in Christmas Vacation.
Yeah. I don't think
I didn't get nothing last year.
Do you have a team that you pick that does not break your heart, like they just win all the time?
No. I mean, I had my my favorites growing up, and they're pitiful, but I enjoy watching the Chiefs play. All the characters on the. I mean, I'm not insert twist, Speedy. I'm just a casual viewer now. I enjoy all of it.
No, Rick's talking about original, not bandwagon. They're good. I like to watch them play.
No, I love being a bandwagon fan. I think that's anybody that's not a bandwagon fan is kind of stupid, really.
Well, really. Well, what's your
why pick?
Why not get on the winning team?
No. Here's what happened. What you just heard was Bubba's conversation with himself in the mirror.
Yeah.
I mean, why am I letting these teams do this to me?
I don't know these people.
Right.
Well, I know one of them, but I don't know many of them.
Kirk Cousins was with the Vikings 5 seasons.
Bubba had him there 8 or 9.
It felt like 8, didn't it?
It felt like 10.
Is he a good guy?
Excellent guy. I'd like to meet him. I'd like to meet him. He's a good guy.
Phone calls are next.
Oh, we got one more. Zach Wilson going to the Broncos.
Yeah.
See that?
I don't even know who that is.
You know, he's
the Jets quarterback, never panned out.
Okay.
You know, they'll give you about 2 years now. If you don't do it in 2 years, you're done.
All right, we'll take your phone calls next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Was still older than the 4 that were on the other side.
Correct.
Okay, so you did have 43, 41, and I think 38, and then a 26-year-old.
Yeah.
All in the same division.
Big drop.
And then you had nothing but 25 and below.
I know.
On the other side of it.
Yeah, the NFC was full of old men.
Yes.
And 2 of them will play for who's going to go to the Super Bowl this weekend.
And maybe having some of their better years.
I know. Aaron Rodgers, the fact that he just has a chin strap that we wore when I played.
Oh, no, that is funny.
And he'll sometimes nearly forget to snap it. Yeah. I mean, it's just one. And then Tom Brady and at 43 years old.
Man.
How old is Rodgers? 38? 40? Is he at 40 yet?
I think he's 30. I think he's the one that's still in the 30s.
38?
Yeah, 38 or 39.
Brady's 43.
Yeah. Yeah. Look,
Well-
they may lose in this, but I said in the kickoff, I was wrong. I predicted that Brady would decline, and that, you know how that normally happens when the Patriots get rid of somebody. And again, I'm not saying he's at the top of his game.
Yeah, he's not.
But
They're one win away from a heck of a year.
They're one win away from Super Bowl,
I'm
and that will
shocked.
make him the only double-digit Super Bowler ever. That will be 10 if he
goes and he's been there 10 times.
Guys,
there's some people don't even play 10 years.
With 2 different teams.
Good.
And one of them was not easy to get there.
Wow.
I mean, they had some weapons over there, but let's be honest, they weren't winning without him over there.
Well, and that's
Not at the way they're winning now.
Yeah, and who's the coach? Arians.
Yeah, Bruce.
Good coach.
Yeah.
But Brady may single-handedly turn him into a great coach.
Yeah.
And it looks like he might have had a lot to do with Belichick's success because he left.
Yeah.
And
the system is still there.
Yeah.
And the system didn't fare well.
It really didn't.
with new faces.
Guys, his
his
stats and wins, and that's what to me all that matters. Championships.
Well,
playing for championships.
Well, let me ask you
Nobody's ever going to get near what he's done.
Yeah.
what is the
It's
chance
incredible.
we could have a State Farm Super Bowl?
That's funny.
That's funny. You're right.
Could.
Yeah.
Could. That could very easily happen.
I like it.
Boy, would
Mahomes
they
with
love
the
that.
haircuts. That's funny.
How many commercials would you see for State Farm during that?
It goes back when we were doing the all-in thing. You know how sometimes, Bubba, you just say quit fighting the system?
Yeah.
Me going all in on Tom Brady to have the better season, that was like me saying Alabama's going to win the championship. I mean, it wasn't a big
Well, no,
gamble.
I'll be honest with you. I was one of the people that I thought the system in New England, and I know there's been some oddities to this year. They had some players opt out, and I think because they go to the playoffs so deep every single year, some of these guys are just tired. I mean, if you think about it, some of the Patriot players have played 3 more years than anybody else because just in playoff games, you know.
No, I feel like when we did that deal, Cam Newton at this point in his career, unfortunately, is not doing the things that made him great, and Tom Brady, I thought, especially feeling like he just got skirned a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, what's that? Not skirned, spurned. What is it?
I don't know if it's that.
What
I
is the
like
word?
skirned.
It's not skirned.
I don't think I'd go with that.
Shunned.
second
I'm
one.
going to go with shunned. That's not what I was
go
looking
with shunned.
There's a scorn. Scorn. That's what I was looking for. Yeah. What am I saying? But anyway, he felt scorned and he felt shunned. I couldn't think of it. Let's try a new word. Skirned.
Skirned. He's very serious. You know, he felt skirned.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm a little upset. A little skirned. But anyway,
You've been scourged and burned.
Spurned. I was right. Okay. That is it.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I guess
Thank
I was
you.
right.
Yeah, good.
It didn't
That's
feel
too
right.
close. That's too close to something else.
I still
It
wish
is.
you'd use another word.
We all
You know what?
thought.
It didn't feel right, did it?
Well, no, Rick, it's too close to something else that we're all children about.
Well, we talked about that last hour. But anyway, so but the bottom line is I felt like he was the kind of guy, because they said he still acts like he was overlooked in the draft.
Oh,
when
he's still talking
when he'd
about
already
that.
won like 5 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
And he said that's what drives him to
Isn't
go.
that what Aaron Rodgers does too? Doesn't he hang on the fact that he was drafted later than he thought he should be?
Maybe. But I know Tom Brady, and I'm not even a fan of Tom Brady, but I respect what he's done. But Tom Brady, if he'll carry that with him, try to tell him he's done before he's ready to be done with the team that he's won championships for.
Yeah.
I said that son of a gun's going to go to work.
And
after I saw the last pass that he threw for the Patriots, the pick six to end the game with the Titans, I thought, he may be slipping, but hey, he proved me wrong. He's done a great job.
Rick, does your love, or let me say, your hate for those Boston teams, does it help with Brady that he's somewhere else?
Gosh, I'm so glad you said that. I didn't, not when I went all in, because I didn't know what it was going to be like. I just thought he's the kind of guy that'll do it.
Yeah,
I just thought he would do more.
I didn't have that much confidence in the Bucs as a team,
but you just hit on it. I do not disdain Tom Brady in that uniform the way I did in the Patriots. Okay.
20 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show Patriot Mobile phone troll. Make your phone money matter. Switch now to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. All 10 lines are open. The real Greg Burgess is now taking your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you want to join us, you can. This will be a phone troll, so no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions. This will be content only. Questions and comments coming to us through you at 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound as well. Look into the weekend as your phone calls are coming in. Speedy and Greg will be at the Shops of Grand River as a part of their Spring Palooza celebration. That's in Birmingham, the home of 104.7 WZZK. If you want to go see Greg and Speedy, see them there this Saturday. I'll be in Omaha, Nebraska with Rich Wingo. West Side Baptist Church is having their men's conference, Be Disciples, named after one of our 40-week curriculum that you find at themanchurch.com. So Wingo and I will be speaking on Saturday morning there at Westside Baptist, Omaha, Nebraska. Sherry Burgess will be out this weekend, and she will be speaking at the women's conference at Camellia Baptist Church in Prattville, Alabama on Saturday. That's in the land of I-92 WLWI. If you want to find out all about those, you can go to rickandbubba.com under events, themanchurch.com under events, and burgessministries.com under events. To the phones we go. Let's go to Daniel in Georgia. Daniel, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Y'all doing all right this morning?
We're doing good, Daniel. I hope you're good.
Doing good. I was just going to talk about random run-ins with Charles Barkley. And I live in Carrollton, and I ran into him at a gas station in Tallapoosa.
How about that?
Yeah, seeing him on TV is different, but that is a loss.
Daniel, your tempo, love you, buddy. And 30 seconds probably. Apparently, you don't feel it.
Yeah.
The tempo. You're gonna have to go. As Adler would tell you as a drummer, you're gonna have to go to double time.
I'm not sure if something was distracting him or not, or if that was just his normal.
That, or maybe a big dose of coffee.
If you were drumming, then Adler, what tempo would you thought Daniel was at there?
He was dragging a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's just
behind the beat.
Let's go. Don't get behind that beat now. Now we all feel like we're running.
Yeah.
All right. So there's room for you at 866-WE-BE-BIG available now if you want to join us. Greg's ready to take your phone call. Jason in Sweet Home, Alabama. Jason, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
First-time caller.
Hey, how about that, monkey grass?
Hey, I just wanted to wish y'all guys a happy retirement. I'm 28 years old, and I literally have grown up on you guys. So I appreciate everything y'all have done throughout the years, and still been a big part of my childhood. So I just wanted to say that. And Rick,
yes,
who would you rather listen to on a broadcast? Would you rather have to listen to Beth Mowins or RFK for a whole thing?
Yeah,
Beth or who?
I don't know. It hit the 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I don't know. His tempo was good. He just had too much in there.
Yeah, I was. Did you see how close I was?
Yeah,
I was real close.
Yeah, Beth Mowins and somebody, whoever the other person was, I probably picked them.
Yeah, that's kind of why
I don't know what else you were going to say. But
I heard Beth, and I just stopped.
Yeah. So we go to Jeremy in Tupelo, Mississippi. Jeremy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I got a question for the whole studio.
Yeah.
How much hate mail does everybody get?
Well, it's all according to how the day went and what the topics were, because based on what the topic was, it probably ends up on different people's desk. What's your hate mail like, Bubba? Mine, I had one yesterday, but it's for the most part, it's not that high percentage.
I don't get a lot because I'm the nice one, Rick.
That's correct. Yeah, Bubba probably gets the least. Wait a minute. There's one. What is it? There's one topic that you rock back on from time to time that people get mad at you about.
Rick, goodness.
Is it?
It doesn't matter what you say on the air. You'll get an email. You could say the sky's blue, and somebody will say, "Well, it's gray at my house." You don't know what you're talking about.
The Freedom Coalition people. They're not crazy about you. Is that what they're called?
They're misguided. A lot of their stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, you can say something, and they will take it and they will turn it into what they think you said, and you go, "Well, that ain't what I said."
Like yesterday,
and then you have to argue about what they think you said, and I go, "I didn't say that."
Adler, how about you?
I don't get a lot, but what I do get, I take it to heart. It impacts me. It impacts me much more than it should.
Right.
I'll get like maybe 1 or 2 a month, but I will think about them. It's one of the funniest things ever. It was the big year ender. I was doing a song. I think it was like the Joe Biden Blues song or something like that. And admittedly, it wasn't my best ever. Right. It wasn't one of my top hits.
Well, remember, you're competing with yourself of songs you've done in the past.
Yes. Yeah. And I get done doing the thing, and I get through the song, and it was fine, but it just wasn't a grand slam, And I look on the YouTube comments, and somebody just wrote coaster.
Oh.
They just wrote coaster like that.
Stay all day?
And it was the big year ender, so I had 2 weeks to think about that.
Oh.
I was in the shower a week later, and I just thought about coaster.
Oh, so that
was a good one. They got me.
So they got
me good.
Okay.
Yeah. Just with simple word, coaster.
Yeah. Right.
Speedy?
Hey,
I admit that.
I'll get a couple a month. A lot of ball jokes. If
are they mean or funny?
Mean with some comedy.
Right.
There's a couple that'll be like, let's say you're playing a song and I'm just over here enjoying the song. Oh, your daddy played a song, so you're dancing.
Yeah.
That things like that. It's just silly hate.
Well, why does it go?
That's from Bubba. What about the others?
It's just silly hate, really, to be honest with you. You know what I mean?
How does it go, Speedy? Give me that one more time.
Your daddy played a song and you're dancing. Yeah. Why don't you go over there and hug him?
Yeah.
Things like that.
That's a good one.
I think it's just people that are just trying to find something, because I'm just enjoying the day and having a good time. But I think Adler and I were copied on one for a while. We had fun with that guy.
He's very graphic.
He's very graphic.
Very descriptive writer.
Yes,
Greg said he's got a favorite. He said the guy is so good at how much he hates Greg that Greg actually appreciates his creativity.
Look, I appreciate creativity, even in a negative email.
Yeah,
I
will
really
say,
do.
Back to the guy, I will say this. There was a couple of times I go, that's funny. That's real funny, on the creativity of the dog, whatever it is. But.
So we're all about the same as far as the percentage. It's a low percentage, but when they come in, like I think mine, if you look at it, might be the most like people wish I would die. Mine are probably the most. Those who hate me really hate me.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes for reasons that just kind of confirm that I'm on the right track.
Yeah.
Other times it's things that I'm like, you don't really have that right. That's the only ones that bother me. If somebody says you think this and I hate you for it, then that's fine if it's accurate. But what really drives me crazy is when somebody's upset and they don't have it right. That's the only ones that bother me. I'm like, you don't have that right. That's actually not correct.
Right.
And so sometimes I'll make the mistake of attempting to correct it, and then I realize, oh wow, so
I've engaged.
Yeah, so I might as well. I should have dusted my feet off and moved on. Yeah, are my pearls laying there at your feet? I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe I should take those back.
I've seen some of yours, Rick. They touch on the evil side.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah.
Not hate, but evil.
Right. Yeah. There's certain topics that if we go there, I get some that email me the same thing. Still wish you were dead.
Right.
You know what I mean? And
still wish you were dead.
So sorry I lived again today.
I'm just not sure how you have the time to do that.
No. Well, that's what I'm saying. There's some people apparently that monitor the show, and they monitor it while hating it. Now that I don't get. Do you get that? By the way, the phone calls just now all filled up. It's like, I don't know if it just everybody was running behind. So we have a whole bank of calls left.
Come on, screener.
So we can they just now start calling. We'll take them next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It was a
you like him as a Peter.
He was the face of a team I hated.
Okay, you like him as a Peter Pirate better.
Better.
Yeah.
Yes. Sure.
And guys, where the league's heading with quarterbacks and their skill set, he is the complete opposite. I mean, he doesn't run well. He doesn't even seem very athletic. It's still what I'm saying is
he looks like a giraffe when he runs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But he's still, you can't stop him.
He's not one of those people that you go, you think he'll come to work today?
No.
You think he'll come in here ready to go?
But you know what?
You know what he is? He's a dog. And this is what it's one of the things that
grinder.
It's all I ask of anybody. Just be a pro.
Yeah.
Be a pro. If you had a bad day, I'm sorry. Get it when it's time to go to work. Get it done. Be ready to go. And he's that kind of person.
He's great in every aspect.
Yeah. You know, for Bruce, one thing he could take all of the read options out of the playbook because he don't have to worry about that.
It's done.
Just go ahead and hand it to him.
But now
he did quarterback sneak one in the other day.
But now
I saw that.
Now
it looked bad.
Greg, now my childhood team is good.
Yeah,
but I can't pretend I cared all season because I didn't. Did I put my Packer pullover on the other day when Sherry and I went for a walk? I did.
How about your cheese head? You got it back out?
No. But my Packer pullover is really cool. Have you seen it? It's really cool. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
You're America. All right, so remember, in the times we're living in now, the word police, they'll get you. And they will indoctrinate us into things, and some of them, including how to pronounce the name of our new vice president. If you do not pronounce this correctly, it's probably because there's some deep-seated racism there. If you cannot say it correctly, it's all, well, you know what it is? It's what are some of the things they talk about when somebody's being a certain way, they're not even aware of it, and it's just kind of flowing out of them. It's you're making me feel uncomfortable because you're. What is it? There's a word for it. You know, you're putting off some kind of vibe.
Microaggression.
There it is. Microaggression.
You don't even know you do it, right?
Yeah, you don't even know you do it. And so to mispronounce her name really got to the point, I mean, it was forbidden.
Absolutely,
and
Rick.
just to not take the time to say it correctly is off-putting, microaggressive, and, of course, deep-seated racism.
Oh, yeah.
Well, but what about if Justice Sotomayor does it?
Yeah, an uncomfortable moment for those that say if you fail to say Kamala Harris, then it's some kind of dig at her, and probably because of her ethnicity. So here is Sotomayor, right, swearing her in. Is that where this came in?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we get the right pronunciation. Here it is.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Kamala.
Uh-oh.
Kamala Davy Harris.
Uh-oh.
That I will support and defend.
Let's try that again.
Didn't like it.
She did the
Kamala.
complete worst thing.
Sotomayor said Kamala.
Like the wrestler.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear.
I, Kamala Davy Harris.
He corrected her. Now, keep in mind, the thing that makes this moment so beautiful is Sotomayor could not wait to do this.
And she chose Sotomayor to do it.
Oh, yeah. You know why?
That's so fun.
This is supposed to be a lib party right here.
Oh, yeah.
This is
she was, this was girl power to the max.
Oh, girl power to the max.
And all that good
Bubba.
stuff. And she blew it.
Bubba, watch us show the rest of you backward, toothless, redneck Trumpers.
Hey, Sotomayor, let me give you some advice.
Judge Sotomayor.
That's not her name's not Fran or anything like that. When you saw that, you should go, ooh, I need some clarification on this.
Did you just say her name's not Fran?
Yeah.
So you think Fran's the easiest word?
You can't mess Fran.
You think Fran is the easiest name to pronounce?
I do.
You came up with Fran. That's
Fran
what
or
hit
Pat.
You. Okay, you're right.
I'm just saying.
I'm not arguing. I just
one
thought that
syllable.
But don't.
You know what I'm saying? When you see Kamala or whatever, do you not go, hey?
But remember,
somebody
Greg,
give me a heads up on this.
Don't miss.
But this has been a national debate.
Yeah,
that
that's
if you
true.
said it wrong, you were misogynist, you were racist, you were white supremacist.
Mm-hmm.
You know, every name you can come up with.
Guys, don't miss.
And we had to learn how to say it. I mean, none of us knew. We listened to her say it, and then we tried to say it the way she said it.
Well, we did what we always do, because the closest connection, even though he's a full-blown conservative now, but our closest connection to the left is Adler. on the team. So he
Right.
comes in as a former leftist, and he teaches us things of the left.
Right.
And remember, he came in, and he was telling us to think of a comma, and he taught us how to say it correctly.
Kamala.
Oh, I
That's what I go to every time. by the way.
What I do is I do the.
35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today, gang. Still to come on the program, Kobi Ferguson will be with us, CEO of MAOZ Israel, and we'll get an update from him and their great organization that's helping people in Israel from the atrocities of the ongoing conflicts. We'll talk to him about the state of Israel right now, and he'll update us on that coming up next hour. Phone calls standing by at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We start with Jack in Sweet Home, Alabama. Jack, go ahead.
Hey, Green Acres.
Hey, thank you, Jack. What's on your mind today?
We were just wondering if y'all had heard of Biden and his brother getting eaten by cannibals.
I didn't hear about both of
Now,
them.
when did that happen?
There was a news interview he had on Friday. He said he had got his brother. He claimed his brother had been eaten by cannibals.
Do you mean when he said his uncle was eaten by cannibals?
His uncle was eaten by cannibals.
Yeah. I don't think his brother was eaten by cannibals. His
No,
brothers.
He's still out there wheeling and dealing.
Yeah, his brothers actually probably stole money from the cannibals.
Somebody already printed shirts that say "Cannibals ate my uncle."
That is cool. I need one.
Look at that.
Oh, that's
Funny.
good stuff right there. We continue with.
Did y'all hear about his brother?
William, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm sitting here with Mike from he called last week. We're running a test over here in Boaz. We're shining lasers at drivers going down the road left and right, and we're trying to figure out how soon it takes for one to run off the road. It seems to be when you shine it straight at their eyes, the light's hitting them a little bit quicker, as opposed to, perpendicularly. They don't seem to really notice the laser at all.
Please don't do that.
He's making a joke about the guy who shut the whole show down, but that's really a terrible.
It is a terrible thing.
It's terrible.
Impressionable people are listening, going, "What?" That's a throwback joke.
Yeah,
that's not serious.
He doesn't really mean it.
Don't do that,
Is he
people.
still emailing you?
I think he let go too.
Okay, good.
We moved from car racing to lasers to cannonballs to airplanes. And I finally just said, look, you're going to have to go talk to Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm not getting through to you.
Kevin in Oxford. Kevin, go ahead.
Hey, I want to get y'all's opinion on if they find Trump guilty, what happens to him? I mean,
I don't know.
You know, that's a great question. It's so complicated. I've heard so many different expert opinions. I don't know, and I don't know that they know, really.
Yeah.
Witch hunt.
Yeah. And isn't there? There's more trials to come, right? This is not.
They're lined up.
Rick, I mean, it's trial of the week. You need a spreadsheet.
We're currently on the Adult Film Star payoff. That's the one we're on.
The hush money
if you're
trial.
keeping score.
Right. They're calling it the hush money trial.
Thank you, Greg. Just
He
call
always
it
loves
the
saying
hush
that.
money trial is enough.
But again, aside from what happened or didn't happen, don't know. But when you have a non-disclosure agreement and you're paid not to disclose,
here we go.
information-
Uncomfortable conversation, but this is a legitimate conversation.
I mean, that's why are we calling a hush money? I mean, every NDA has hush money tied to it.
Am I wrong? And check me on this.
we
It's
go.
something to do that he paid it through his company and tried to proclaim it as some type of. It's how he paid it is what the crime's based on.
Well, they're trying to tie it to influencing the election.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're trying
Yeah,
to say
I see what you're
that
saying.
they're trying to say he used money that was. But back
See,
to, but that's not the
supposedly-
question Bubba's asking. The question Bubba's asking, and I made the mistake, and I wish I could have it back at breakfast Saturday morning while doing a marriage conference. Okay, and just finished one, and Sherry and I were then going to church the next morning where I got a chance to do that service, and I made the mistake of looking at a woman and posing Bubba's question. who you're married to. Really honest, you look at this. So, I mean, if he told the woman that he gave her the money to be quiet about what happened with them and she didn't do it, shouldn't she be guilty of something? Now, it didn't take long for my wife to look up from her breakfast and say, well, here's an idea. How about not being in a position where you're having to pay women hush money? How about that, Rick? And I said, no, got that.
Yeah.
Got that. And I'm not saying that's okay at all. I was posing a legal question, but I realized pretty quick that I wish I had never posed that particular legal question.
Right.
And
we can't forget.
Oh, you think you just pay them off? No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying
she hasn't lived up to her end.
I'm just saying, did she violate her contract and her agreement? That, which is what Bubba's asking. I know that's an uncomfortable question, and you shouldn't put yourself in that situation.
I'm sure
I got all that.
Some people have paid those just by being threatened. For
of
somebody
course,
to come out and
they
say
didn't even do
something.
stuff.
Yeah, just to be
none
done
of us
with.
really
Of
know.
course, that's called blackmail. But yeah.
And let's not forget that nobody would even touch this this indictment or whatever. They wouldn't even entertain it, even Bragg himself, until Trump announced he was running for re-election, and then that's when they tried to charge him.
So video 3, and we'll go back to phone calls. This is Trump's attorney and spokesperson, and really is talking about what they're now calling lawfare against Trump, and this is outside the courtroom where they're making the point. So here it is.
He should not have 2 teams of lawyers here today. He should not even be here today because he did nothing wrong. It is the epitome of a witch hunt. I just left where a judge asked us whether our cash bond, cash sitting in. Miss James wanted to argue and say that our cash somehow isn't green enough. We wasted time. The judge made a comment saying he thought that money market accounts could go down under the amount. He doesn't even understand basic principles of finance. But this was the man that decided that we owed money and my client committed fraud. We are going to attack every single one. 1 hour, the attorney general and that judge realized quickly that they had no idea what they were talking about. We came to an agreement that everything would be the same. We would modify terms, and that was it. This is where your taxpayer dollars are going, America. Right here. Witch hunt after witch hunt. President Trump's company was worth more in that case than it is now. And now what? We're here because of something that happened when he was in the White House that wasn't even wrong. It was not wrong. You hire lawyers to solve problems, lawyers solve those problems, you pay them. That's it. This is a joke. It's an affront to the American Constitution. It's an affront to our judicial system, and it's an affront to every lawyer that cares about their license, that cares about what is right and wrong. I am sick of coming in front of the press and saying this, but you have to, because you people need to understand what is going on. God forbid you put an accounting thing in for legal counsel. It's legal counsel. And now our taxpayer dollars, my time, our attorney's fees, are all here because they're afraid of 2024. And you know what? They should be, because the American people are not stupid. They see what's going on.
Somebody's mad.
All right,
Was she
Rick,
in the bathroom?
that is what we call a bulldog.
Yeah, right.
And she is representing Trump. And I tell you, if I was in trouble and I had her and the one that represented Johnny Depp, I'd feel good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they are bulldogs.
Yes. And
he came out.
And if anybody was still alive from OJ's team, maybe one of those thrown in.
Now what we have seen happen in this,
Of course, God killed all them.
is that.
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Your email's going to get here.
I know. It's another. There come those emails.
Well, are any of them watching TV today?
Right.
I
I
mean,
just thought it was just a simple little, probably not a great attempt at humor, but it was there.
See, in the past, when Trump has had people come out and defend him like she is, then they sue the lawyers for saying this.
Oh, yeah.
See, you've never heard that in America. I mean, everyone is, under the Constitution, allowed legal counsel, no matter what you did or didn't do or accused of.
Sure,
right?
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. Well,
And have you heard of anybody else's lawyer's office being raided? Ever? No.
Ever?
He came out, Trump did, and made some statements outside in that hall that's tough to hear in the echoes.
Can we not?
Yeah,
Can we not mic the?
Well, they need to go outside.
Can
with
we?
echo.
Can we mic?
I give you that.
But he talked about how they don't want him on the campaign trail. He was supposed to be in Georgia,
Well,
and
yeah,
Florida,
that's all
or
just
and
a
that's
season.
the reason for this.
Of course it is.
because they want him to stay in court and not leave. He can't miss anything.
I know. Well, I mean, we're not stupid. We all see what's going on.
And just to stack as many of them on, if you had a legitimate case and you brought it and we've always said if you're guilty, you're guilty. You pay the sentence, whatever it is. But the sheer number that they've piled on this begins to look suspicious. It's like, getting pulled over for a traffic ticket and have 34 charges.
Mhm.
I'm like, what?
I will say this, though. I did hear like a Democratic strategist yesterday go, they don't even know what they're doing. Like CNN used to not cover anything Trump would say, but now they're covering him defending himself because they're so happy he's having to do it. And they said what they don't even realize is that's campaign for him, that they never normally would carry anything he would say, but now they are.
I think they pushed all their chips to the middle of the table. I don't think they care what we think about it if they can pull it off.
No, they're all in. They're going to stop him one way or the other.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A Culture Club song. That's how I get to.
Come.
That works. Kamala.
But here's the deal.
Kamala.
Y'all, but don't miss.
Kamala was that wrestler from Uganda.
I know, but don't miss.
Kamala.
This was the moment for them to show us the preferred world, women, because men, we don't need them around.
No.
And let's show the world what utopia would look like when two women, one a Supreme Court justice and one being sworn in as the vice president. We're going to show the world how you live properly, and you mess the name up.
And you could tell she didn't like it.
Well, think about this. If you're
I'd love to be Sotomayor's handler.
If you're Kamala,
how many times do we talk about this?
Yeah, come on.
You have to think,
I'm struggling with it now.
Yeah.
He is. The song's not helping
Kamala.
He just said a few minutes ago, he said, it's helped me say it right.
Kamala. But
I got it.
She's sitting there.
Let me tell you what's helped me.
She's sitting there, and she's thinking, this is my big moment, and then Sotomayor messes it up.
Yeah. Look, don't like it either. Look at that face.
Let's get Sotomayor to sing it with us so she can. Don't you know whoever is the handler or the assistant to Sotomayor said, how many times did we cover this?
I'm going to tell you what happened. Just like, because I do the same thing. They told her before she went out, and she still came out. Like we do sometimes.
Kamala.
All right, Bubba, sing it with us. Learn how to say it. Everybody, Sotomayor, you sing it with us.
Look at me.
Real quick, two things to look at on this screenshot that I got here. This is Kamala's face before the name is said wrong. And you can see how pumped up she is.
She's so proud.
Oh, yes.
She's so pumped up. But then also, and let me know if I'm wrong here, if I'm just stupid, but on this CNBC image, did they spell presidential wrong? They forgot an I think, in their broadcast.
They sure did.
Yeah, they
Look
did.
at it.
Yeah,
right
they
there
did.
between the S and the D.
Oh, yeah.
It's missing.
Yeah.
That makes me feel a lot better about when I screw up the graphics on this show.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah. But remember, undoubtedly, they just make the same mistakes everybody else does.
That's right. Everybody misses an eye every now and then.
Here we go. Watch this. The female Supreme Court justice will now swear in.
History. Rick, I know the feeling she had. It's the same one.
Look, she's so excited. And rightfully so.
When it's somebody I know and they announce us like at a golf tournament and they mess up my last name.
Bouze or
Yeah.
Burgess.
Yeah.
I had that happen the other night.
I wish she would have repeated it back.
Busby,
I wish
Bill
she would have
Bubba
repeated
Busby.
it back wrong. I wish Kamala would have got it wrong and repeated it back.
I do too. That was the best part. Can I tell you what, Greggy, you had me the other day? You ever get excited too? So they did this thing I'm doing tomorrow night with Johnny Hunt. They had him cut a video about how excited he was. He said, "I'm excited. I'm gonna be joining Rick Burgess." We're really close. Look, I was sitting there and I was like, "Johnny, get my name right." Yeah, it's Burgess.
Rick, how many Burgesses does anybody know?
I guess they're out there. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top. That's right. Harmonic dogs, Bubba. House dogs. Treat dogs. We got an update. 1 year ago today, Greg picked up a stray dog. Yep. Still got her. Yeah, and then out there on the street. Everybody say now, hey, bow wow wow yippee yo yippee yay, bow wow yippee yo yippee yay, hey, bow wow wow yippee yo yippee yay, bow wow yippee yo yippee yay.
Yeah, that was something, guys.
A year ago today, my friend.
Yeah,
a year ago today.
Yeah, I watched her have 9. How about
Mm-mm.
that? It was a whole day long. I didn't realize how long it took.
Now, how
for
did
dogs
this
to-
dog come into your life?
She just showed up.
Showed up at your house.
It happens.
And then
we fed her, and she wouldn't let us.
Who
get
fed
near.
her?
Of course, Lisa.
Lisa fed her, and she decided to stay. You thought, well, we'll take on another dog if she wants to live here. God bless her. She's been through a lot.
Yeah, and I messed up. She went in heat, and you know why that?
And the rest, they say,
it's history.
It's history.
Because I noticed she was getting really fat, and I thought, oh, that ain't good.
So she birthed 9 puppies.
Yes. 8 of them made it.
In your garage. 8 of them survived.
Well, yeah, parts in the garage, a couple of places in the yard.
Okay.
She, when she first started, she would drop one and take off running.
Okay. All right. And then
it was unbelievable.
And then unfortunately she had health issues, which made her not a great mom.
Yeah, we had to-
unable to nurse the new puppies.
Yes.
So you and your wife Lisa became on a
We had to-
journey of finding a way to nurse 8 puppies. Syringes.
Yeah, it was tough. It was quite the ordeal. They took
followed
over the whole
by-
garage.
Followed by a canine hysterectomy.
Yeah, that, right
of
in
the
middle of
stray.
it.
Of the stray.
That kind of hurt her feeding up, so she was out for a while. Then she finally just gave it up altogether. Anyway, we got
the dog, baby.
went through it. One of the good things that came from it is a lot of show material. Speedy sucking on the
Suckler
2000.
Yeah,
that's classic.
one of the
4,000
moments of 30 years.
Unfortunately, the dogs didn't take to it.
No.
I tried it; they didn't like it.
Right.
It was no sleep. 'cause
Speedy
you got,
liked it.
Oh yeah, he loved
He
it.
did.
He tore it a new one.
Speedy was the only one to actually use the Suckler 2000. The dogs didn't want anything to do with it.
No.
Once you got some coming out, then it all started working.
Yeah, they never could figure it out.
Here we go.
But we so it was that was over. They took the whole garage over, and I was
And your
just-
life, not just your garage.
Yes, and
they
I
took
was-
your life.
I was
over.
looking for the 6 to 8 week mark,
Mhm.
and of course Lisa vetted everybody and found them homes, and they're all still with the owners they got last year. They're still there. They're all 1 year old today.
Speedy described during the time when you weren't sleeping and were still driving into work before you decided I must take my vacation days or die.
Yeah.
And he said that he saw your hand shaking as you were trying to move. You were trying to move the mouse.
Yeah, no sleep.
And your eyes bloodshot red, all because you were having to feed puppies with a syringe.
I've never stared at a calendar so long in my life. One time to count down.
Right. So that was that.
Once we got past the syringe stage, it got better because they could just lap the milk up out of a bowl, and then they eventually started eating. That got better on the feeding part. Now it didn't get better on the smell and the dogs everywhere part, and they're taking over the entire garage. The entire garage was taken over.
I think that probably there's a lot of things that would be for me personally hell on earth.
Yeah.
And that's right there. Of course,
But then I did get attached to them. I didn't want to keep them. Unlike
here comes that
Lisa
side of
wanted
Greg
to keep
that's
a few
odd.
of them, but I did get attached to them as I got to the fun age when they were actually. When I put them in that swimming pool, it was like Thunderdome. They get in there and fight.
Yeah. So now
that was pretty cool.
Now you have before and after pictures.
Yes.
You have updates.
Yeah, this is them years. Okay, that's Daisy and Dolly.
Okay.
And on the left, obviously, and now look, they're grown.
Oh, wow. And
they
cute little dogs.
Kevin and Peyton Bishop, Center, Alabama. That's theirs.
Who is
who we got there? That there is Tammy Wynette.
Bubba,
who's now her name is some kept the name, some didn't. They're now Thelma and Louise. Her and her sister Tammy and Loretta Lynn.
Okay,
they went to Sturgis, Mississippi. Alexis Ray family. They got 2 little girls that love them to death.
Well,
that's
a
George
cute puppy, isn't it?
There's George Jones.
I
right
like
here.
George.
This
Look
is
at
Georgie. And let's see, Georgie lives in Birmingham.
Okay,
by the way.
Okay,
yeah, he does. Mount Olive to be. Candace Gray, she's taking care of Georgie, and he's part of the family. This is, I believe that's Elvis. No, I'm wrong. That's Bob Seger.
Oh, hey, Bob.
But you remember Bob? Well, his name is Little Bobby Burgess now.
Oh, really?
That's his name.
Little Bobby
yes.
Burgess?
He lives in Athens, Rick. John and Paige Conway.
Okay.
Little Bobby Burgess.
There's little Bobby Burgess right there. Now there's Elvis.
There's Elvis.
Okay.
Now Elvis, his name is now Lake because it's pretty funny. He lives with Clay Hassett and his family, and Clay met us at Logan Martin Lake to give him dog off, and so they've changed his name to Lake. He said it was either that or Dollar General or Chevron because we were in there.
Okay. I think he came out of that pretty good with Lake.
That's funny.
But there, and then this is the truck driving dog.
Okay.
Okay. This is
Tom Petty, right?
Yes, Tom Petty.
Mm-hmm.
He lives with Dennis and Jill Ryan in Kentucky. Dennis told me Tom's been to 21 states.
How about that?
Journey.
So he
he's a
kept
truck
his name Tom Petty?
Yes, his name is Tom Petty.
Look at him, man. Here's a good.
And now George Jones, his name is now Jack. So,
Okay.
but most of them kept. But there's Tom Petty. He's a traveler.
Awful cute puppies.
That's
Aren't
so
they?
cool.
See, and so they're all a year old today, and it brings back just exhausting memories. And wow, what a handle I was in.
You were such a
And
handle.
people, and of course Lisa called the show and trashed me. Everybody loved that.
Well,
Right.
I was going to tell you,
Speedy
Rough
hit the
Patch,
succular.
the latest best of CD, CD1 cut 2, 10 puppies and one big butt. That is that is a quote from Lisa.
said that. Yeah, I remember
the
it
next
well.
cut, How Does Greg Do It? And then the other one, Suckler 4000. That's cut 2, 3, and 4 on
Yeah, there's
CD.
Speedy, Rick.
Greg Burgess, Speedy.
Yeah, this ain't about me.
Bill
Let's
Bubba
go.
Bussy.
There it is.
Stop it.
Good.
Bubba, you're the one that ordered that.
What a moment.
Oh, that just
Rick.
Oh, do we have
That
video
is
of it?
that's a precious view right there.
Oh, that is I don't
just
know.
need to stop.
I was at home watching the show on television when Speedy did that. Okay, there we are. That's the old syringe feed. That's fun.
Golly, that's crazy. that
Especially
we
when
had to
there's
go
8
through
of
that.
them.
Let's
Yeah.
see Speedy take a pop off.
No,
that
we ain't
thing.
got time.
Look. Now that's when she was still in the game there. She was letting them nurse for a
Look
while.
at that.
And that was y'all.
I don't.
My goodness, I can't believe it's been a year. It took me a year to recover.
Oh my goodness.
Look,
Bubba.
Stop it, y'all.
This is Speedy with the Sucker 4000.
Y'all stop.
We're now watching.
Y'all stop it.
I don't
You're on
think
your
I
knees,
can
buddy.
watch it. So that's good news for
Well,
you.
we gotta go to break.
I think I'll have to look away. Okay, so
I did look
I
away.
don't think I can watch it. I honestly don't. Can
I was
you
embarrassed
watch
for
it?
This is for
myself.
puppies now.
Absolutely.
This is for the puppies.
It's for the,
For the puppies.
it's
Good.
it's for the
I'd like to
puppies.
see you bark like a dog.
It's
and then
for
the-
it's for
10 seconds.
It's for
Sorry, we gotta go to break.
the puppies. Okay,
Look, there he goes. He's going in.
Just, we will make sure it works.
Okay.
He's going
I don't
in.
want Greg
Oh my
to
goodness.
load all
Are
the
you-
stuff
Oh
in
goodness.
that word.
Yeah, I'm not looking. All
Oh
right.
my goodness.
All right,
Oh my goodness.
Go ahead.
Oh my goodness.
I couldn't
Go.
all right.
Go,
So hard.
Go ahead.
5.
He's really doing it. He's really doing it. I don't know. There's a little gap he can't get through. He can't quite. Oh my gosh. He can't quite do it.
That is so fun.
Rick and Bubba.
So the fence, the razor
I
wire.
don't know when's the
all
last
that.
time we had 26,000 troops in one place in a long time.
That's right.
No, matter of fact, Trump had
Maybe
brought,
in Iraq
You know
at
why
one
they
time.
had access to them? Because Trump had brought most of them home.
Right. They were there.
So
Well, speaking of protests, you see where the Proud Boys are disavowing Trump?
Greg,
No,
Greg
I didn't see
Greg
that.
said,
Yes.
said the Proud Boys are
They're
no longer
discontent.
proud.
They say Trump, who later condemned the violence that happened, and they're mad about that. His willingness to leave office, they don't like that. Like I say, his disavowal of the Capitol rampage is an act of betrayal, they say. So they're out. Oh, and by the way, the ones that got arrested during it, he didn't help them. So they're done with him. The Proud Boys are backing out of Trump.
That's probably good news for the Trump campaign.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
I think they're going.
The Trump campaign, probably we should have done that about 2 weeks ago.
Probably, yeah, that would have helped.
Of course, probably the Proud Boys cannot deduce, because undoubtedly we've lost the ability to do this. you now agree with the left. But anyway,
Yeah,
so,
there you go. You feel the way they do. Get him out of there.
you now agree with the big government party.
So they're mad because he actually left office without putting up a fight.
Right. Well, Proud Boys, I'm sorry, buddy. I mean, how many of y'all got it? How many of you got 100? I mean, how many Proud Boys are there? It's not a big number.
It's not gigantic.
No. Now, what the Proud Boys are they?
They had offered to be his militia. They were going to be Trump's bodyguards.
But are they anarchists as well, or are they?
Yeah, I think they pretty much.
But now, did you see?
I saw their leader got. Never mind, go ahead.
Yeah.
Did you see
They
the
got
stories on Biden already redecorating the Oval Office? The changes he'd made. Did you see all that?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody does.
No, this is not a joke.
From the color curtains to everything.
I thought you were taking me into a joke here, which I was kind of looking forward to.
Yeah.
They went back to gold drapes, which was used during the Clinton years. Of course, he's got all of his family photos down there, and it's
that's fine.
quite a list of them. I don't know if they have the new grandson there or not, but they also, Rick, one of the things that he did, they brought back a dark blue rug from the Clinton administration. And
they didn't bring back the one from the Clinton administration, I hope.
Yeah, that's what it says from Clinton. I think design-wise, not the actual rug.
Well, it's not, but don't let it be that same rug. No.
And Trump removed, Biden removed Trump's Andrew Jackson portrait, and also he put a bust of Rosa Parks in, and American socialist Cesar Chavez.
You're making that up.
No, it's
That's
on the
true.
desk behind him.
Chavez is not in the Oval Office.
Cesar Chavez.
Are you kidding me?
Cesar Chavez. He's. It's not Hugo.
Yeah, but what is
Okay, yeah, but what is he?
It says he's an American socialist.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's not who I thought it was. Bubba,
Guys,
the
the
Rosa
fact it's a
Parks,
socialist and he's in his
Yeah.
office should concern.
No, they should absolutely. But at least it's being consistent.
And he removed the Trump chia pet that was in there.
Babylon B weighs in. Nation is relieved as brash, loudmouth tyrant replaced with a more polite civil tyrant.
That's good stuff.
That's so good.
I tell you, those guys stay
They
up
don't
late
miss,
at night,
bro.
don't they?
Bubba, they don't miss.
I know it.
So anyway, well, it's going to be hey, look, what was it? Betty Davis that said, "Buckle up, it's going to be a bumpy ride." It's one of those famous actresses.
Was it? I
Yeah,
don't
something
know.
about that.
I've heard that all my life. I never knew
Yeah,
it.
yeah. And am I just grabbing out of nowhere? Is that something?
Somebody said it, Rick. I'm not sure.
Somebody said.
Am I just grabbing that out of nowhere?
You put it on Betty Davis.
I don't know why. I don't even know where I came up with it.
No, I don't get many Betty Davis quotes from you.
I don't know where I grabbed that from.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour. A brand new hour has begun, and we thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here today. We just had an update on Greg's puppies. They're all across Rick and Bubba land, and they all turned 1 year old today. And, boy, they look sharp. They seem to be thriving.
Yeah.
Lisa Burgess did a good job of picking good homes for each and every one of them. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. This is a little party we call Rick and Bubba.
We still have much to cover today. Coming up in our next segment, MAOZ Israel, Kobi Ferguson is the CEO, a Messianic Jewish organization, been around for 50 years. And, of course, they are there to try to help the people of Israel as in so many ways, but so many times, sadly, when they are suffering the atrocities of yet another conflict. That's going on now, not just there, but here at home as well. And we'll talk to Kobi about that. He has an interesting history. He actually was born and raised in the United States of America. His father planted one of the first interracial congregations in Selma, Alabama.
Really?
And Kobi grew up there, and then he went to Israel over 25 years ago when he married his current wife, who was born and raised in Tel Aviv. So they met while studying at a Bible college in Pensacola, Florida. So there you go. So that story coming up. But if you think that that is happening just there, what's going on in our country right now on the universities mainly involving Jewish people is just bizarre. We've got various videos talking about that. Here is a masked Columbia University student, and they're doing some sort of silent dance without music to entertain Palestinian activists.
Yeah,
that are occupying the campus. What?
Yeah, this is a dance that not sure why they're doing this, and also don't forget this school costs like $50,000 a year. And
okay,
here you go.
And this is for
Palestine. They're dancing for Palestine.
They're dancing for Palestine, and thank goodness they have their mask on, and they're doing this dance for these Palestinians who are occupying the campus.
Yeah.
I can tell they must not be all that familiar with Sharia law.
Right.
Because, wouldn't have been allowed to do that.
No.
There with Hamas in control. All right, so the next one, we have a Columbia professor saying that his key card to enter the school has been deactivated because anti-Israel protesters have taken over the school. He is a Jewish professor. So here we go.
And the school deactivated his card, quote, for his own safety.
Civil right as a Jewish person to be on campus. I have a right as a professor employed by the university to be on campus. They deactivated my card. These are 5 lawsuits happening.
So there you go.
Yes, so now keep in mind, they're even telling students to go back to online classes because the campus has become so dangerous. Here's the current president of Columbia University, and this is back in 2001, calling the 9/11 terror attack that killed over 3,000 Americans simply a form of protesting.
So it's not, you'll always have individuals who will have extreme views. But what's really troubling in the region is that there's actually quite a broad base of society which has some sympathy for the terrorists, not so much because they approve of their methods, but it's a form of protesting against a system which is not delivering for them on the economic or the political front.
President of Columbia.
Yeah, that...
Columbia University.
All right, next we got AOC getting in the mix. She's with our current president. It's supposed to be the Climate Corps event. Is that what this is supposed to be on Earth Day?
Yeah.
But in the middle of this, you almost feel there's an endorsement for the pro-Hamas takeover of the campuses. Here we go.
It is especially important that we remember the power of young people shaping this country today, of all days, as we once again witness the leadership of those peaceful student-led protests on campuses like Columbia, Yale, Berkeley, and many others.
Probably not the time to tie that into Earth Day, since it's a completely different topic. These people are not taking over the campuses for the good of the earth. They're taking over campuses and trying to attack, Jewish people.
And they've got this encampment here set up that you've seen, and it's so funny that they act like this is a grassroots movement. Who went and bought all these tents, though? I want to know how'd they get all the same 3-person tents on this group?
Yeah. Next, Ron DeSantis says, let's stop with the foolishness. I'm just going to tell you exactly what this is all about. And he's going to say, here's how you can solve the anti-Semitism that's taking place on college campuses. And he shoots pretty straight. Here we go.
At Yale University, your alma mater, regarding the anti-Semitic demonstrations there. And then secondly, I want to ask you about restoration. What can the state government do that the federal government isn't doing, namely the U.S. Corps of Engineers, where they're faltering? What could you guys do more outside of what you're doing?
Well, first on what's happening in these college campuses, if I were in charge, I would send the Justice Department after those universities, because this is unacceptable to have this type of anti-Semitism where it's not just bad speech. They're really targeting Jewish students. It's a hostile environment and violates the civil rights of those students. And these universities, they just aren't willing to do what needs to be done to ensure. I can tell you this, in Florida, at our state universities, there's a code of conduct. You have a right to protest and stuff, but you don't have a right to harass other people. You don't have a right to put a target on someone's back based on their religion or ethnicity. And if you're doing those things, you're going to be shown the door. I think these students, if they're foreign students on visas, their visas should be canceled and they should be sent home. That should just happen. Second, if it's students, American students, and they're violating code of conduct, you start expelling people, the behavior will change. Right now in higher education, particularly in those schools up there, the inmates run the asylum. And so the students do this stuff knowing there's not going to be any repercussions. The minute there's repercussions, you will start to see a change in behavior. And so I think what's going on up there is disgraceful, but I think Biden has been very weak in basically allowing that to happen without getting the Department of Education and the Department of Justice involved, which I would have done.
Yeah, you've said it 1,000 times, Bubba. We've said it. We have a right to express ourselves in this country.
Absolutely.
We do not have the right to harass people, to keep people from getting their education, to keep professors from being able to come on the campus, because we've created such a dangerous situation solely for these people because of their religious convictions and their ethnicity. I dare say I don't think we would allow, and rightfully so, a bunch of white people to come onto a campus and make black students feel so uncomfortable they can't get their education and target them, and it become dangerous for them just because we don't like them. That would not be tolerated. It shouldn't be tolerated. And when you have these Palestinian people doing this to Jewish people, it should not be tolerated either in those who are supporting Hamas. This is one of the more bizarre college protests we've ever had, and it seems to be one of the most uninformed.
Well, we've seen this on college campuses when a speaker comes that does not fit the liberal agenda of the perceived liberal agenda of a university, where they will just try to shout them down. See, I don't think that is protest. That's not free speech. If you're unhappy with somebody that's going to be there, have a protest outside, march, do whatever. You don't impede people trying to get in. You go in, let people have their say, let people hear what they got to say, and then you can be the judge of it on its own merit. But not letting them speak is not a form of protest.
Right. Your protest and your right to protest, the line to draw is when you keep me from practicing my right to speak my mind as well. Now you've overstepped, and you certainly can't make people feel like they're in danger and you're going to harm them.
Yeah,
you can't target them.
Saying death to America, death to Israel, that's not allowed.
Well, we'll talk deeper about that with Kobi Ferguson. He's our guest next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. We start this hour with the national anthem. It pains me to use this phrase, but there is the late Mark Phillips. We got the word yesterday. We told you that Mark Phillips was in a real battle with COVID, and that he was having it's all over it runs the gamut on different experiences for people, and he was having the bad one when it goes after the lungs, and unfortunately for us, not for Mark, but for us and his family and those who love him, because that separation is difficult until the reunion comes. He stepped into the presence of the Lord and the Savior that he loved so dearly and loves so dearly. Mm-hmm. As you said perfectly, Bubba, yesterday when Mark Phillips passed from this earth, heaven got a little bit louder.
It did. It did, no doubt.
The choir has somebody he'll sing with a passion. So so that kind of hit us all yesterday afternoon, and it's almost like you were saying, Bubba. You're right. You kind of sensed that this was coming. And you start preparing yourself for it. And I was in the middle of doing something where I was not by my phone, and I was only away from my phone for about an hour. And as soon as I got in my truck, you know how you do that thing? You go, well, let me look at my phone.
Yep. See what's up.
And all of a sudden, buddy, I was just getting peppered left and right that Mark Phillips had passed. And we started putting it out on social media yesterday. So most of you that follow us knew that it happened, but for those of you that are hearing us for the first time today, that know this story, know our friendship with Mark Phillips, and have enjoyed. For those of you that don't know him personally, but you know this show. There's been a lot of Mark Phillips moments on this show.
Mm-hmm. Very funny guy.
His
sense of humor fit right in well here. I'll say that.
Yeah. So no doubt, and so we. I don't know what. When you're dealing with this pandemic, I don't know what kind of services and stuff or arrangements are coming up. We'll wait and see on that. But,
and he had battled throat cancer, and that had taken a toll on him. But he just kept singing. He'd sing every chance he got.
Well, that was one of the things. So many miraculous things, because the fact that it was throat cancer 16 years ago, I believe, is when he had all the treatments and started all that. And we had the fundraiser at the Alabama Theater, and a lot of bands from our area all came out of retirement, including the world's greatest garage band, Mr. Lucky.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we did.
To raise money for him. And but there was the thought of, okay, we think we've gotten all the cancer out, but we don't know that you're ever going to sing the way you once sang. Yeah. And Sherry and I were watching YouTube videos of him last night after cancer. Yeah. But he got to where he could belt it again.
Yep.
And I know it's way down on the list of things, but I do believe he's the one that introduced Greg to the Mountain Dancer.
It absolutely is.
That
we were at Airwave Studio rehearsing for Fat Fest.
Yep.
And he goes, look, guys, I know it's getting late, and he knew.
And it was real late.
And I had an hour ride, and he goes, but you've got to see this. And I was I thought this will never live up to the hype. I watched about 5 minutes of this, and I'm out. I got locked into that. Yeah. And it was.
It changed your life, didn't it?
As far as my being able to enjoy good white trash,
yeah,
it was like a gold mine. I couldn't. I just kept digging deeper and deeper, and to this day, I'll sit down and watch it, and it doesn't get any better than that.
It went as far as we had Jessica White as a guest on the show here one time.
It was unreal.
Mark Phillips was the person that said, as we were leaving that practice, that rehearsal at that studio that he was running, he said, "Guys, I got one thing before y'all go that you have to see."
Yeah.
And when we saw that, we thought to ourselves,
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't.
It's 21 minutes now past the hour, and as promised, you've heard us over the last few weeks talking about our partnership with MAOZ Israel and what's going on in Israel yet again. This organization's been around for 50 years. Kobi Ferguson is the CEO. Kobi, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, sir?
Great to be on the air with you guys.
Oh, it's my pleasure. So are we saying it right? MAOZ Israel?
You know what? I heard
MAOZ.
a couple of the spots you did, and you're like one of the only people that got it right in the first try. So
Okay, good.
yeah,
Good. That's
but
rare
we'll
here.
say MAOZ, but MAOZ is a Hebrew word that means strength.
Okay.
And it comes from the scripture, Adonai MAOZ, the Lord is my strength. So that's our whole vision, is to strengthen Israel.
Well, you have quite a background with the show. When our national syndicator and sales team said, "Oh, Kobi's very familiar with the show," I was like, "What, the guy in Israel?" But your background goes all the way back to Selma, Alabama, which
That's
is where
right.
we're heard on Alex FM. And you said you even did some work with that station there. So that's where your father planted a church, right?
Yeah, as far as we know, the first interracial congregation there.
Wow.
And it's funny because people say that was back in the 50s, 60s. I said, unfortunately, it took into the 80s, for that to happen.
You're right, it did. Yeah, it did. And,
But, yeah.
And you grew up in Selma.
So my teenage years, early, kind of formative years. And I guess wherever you spend your teenage years, that's kind of where you kind of harken back to. So born in Dallas, kind of moved around a lot growing up and kind of settled in Selma. My grandmother is from that area. My parents are from Birmingham. So kind of just fit to hear you guys growing up too,
Well, that's great. So let's, unfortunately, here we are again. Now, we've talked about this and we talked about you in some of our partnership. This is a Messianic Jewish organization. So Yeshua is Messiah. You guys do not pull any punches on that. You hope to reach and disciple both Arab and Jews to recognize Yeshua as the Messiah. Of course, that's Jesus. But at the same time, you want to be the hands and feet of taking care of your people as we're instructed to do. Talk a little bit about what's going on right now and how people can help, because I get emails, and now I can just point them to you going, what can we do? What can we do? Talk a little bit about the situation we're in right now.
Yeah, we've been around 50 years. I think you mentioned that. And my in-laws are American Jews, immigrated to Israel, and my mother-in-law's first trip was in 1958. So been around for a little bit. And the whole vision was, how many believers are there, Jewish believers live in Israel or Israeli? And they found just handfuls, literally. And then as the years have progressed for folks who are into missions, we're on an exponential growth. We just seen, and I've been in the land most of my life now. And just in my lifetime, over 25 years in the land, I've seen it went from just dozens and dozens of people my age at that time in the early 20s to now hundreds and thousands. So our body of believers is maybe 10, 20,000 people. It's still about 0.5%. So much less than 1% of the population, but it's much more than handfuls. And so now reaching people with the gospel, the good news, like that's what we're all about, because you can help people humanitarian needs. You can give them water and food, but if they don't have the living bread, they're just going to die and go to hell.
Right.
That's what we believe. And so we want to do both, we get inroads and things, but never like we've seen recently. On October 7th, everything changed for us as a ministry, as a country, as a nation. We were not prepared for what was to come, but it was the worst massacre and slaughter we've experienced in the modern state of Israel. We haven't seen things like this since the Holocaust. And it's crazy, the rise of anti-Semitism around the world are on levels that we have not seen since pre-World War II. So we're in a very interesting time in history, and I just kind of want people to know that. But we pivoted everything we were doing from humanitarian. We print books in Hebrew. We do all kinds of things, plant congregations in Israel, reach people, discipleship, and a lot of other things. But we just said, look, we've got to get busy with this war effort. So what I did is I volunteered in the beginning of the war with the Army. I just turned 50, so I'm not in combat anymore. I said, look, I can still shoot. I can still shoot straight. I grew up in Alabama.
That's right. You know how to handle a deer, Rob.
Yeah, but you can't move too. You're gonna get hit. We're gonna have to write your wife and your 5 kids and tell them, you got shot down. So you might take out one, but they'll get you pretty quickly. So I just volunteered to help, and our ministry just pivoted and said, well, because when you call up 500,000 reservists in a nation that's only 7.2 million Jews, I mean, that affects everyone. They didn't have enough boots. They didn't have, I mean, it was just crazy. It was just crazy in the very beginning, in the first few days. So we took hot food to people. We took boots and shoes and clothing. It gets cold in the desert at night. So when people ask, well, how can we help? Well, I think you mentioned IsraelNeedsMe.com. I think it's a pretty easy to remember URL, and all that 100% goes to helping with the war effort. But then we began to realize, wow, this is cascading towards, touching everyone in society in Israel, in culture. You then had hundreds of thousands of Israelis that had to move from cities that were affected. So for the first time in history, we're saying the term Israeli refugees. And we don't like that term in Israel, but we prefer to say evacuees. But really, it's technically war refugees in Israel, and it's something we've never seen in history. So hundreds of thousands removed from their homes, staying in hotels and different makeshift areas. So you got kids that are affected, a lot of orphans now, just difficult situations impact all of society. So we just are saying, how can we help? And as believers in the land, we often experience persecution. I'll just be honest with you. Now, it's not like a lot of the countries where our Arab brothers are, where they're being filleted alive. I mean, Jews aren't that violent. They'll throw a bagel at you or something, but they don't necessarily throw rocks as much at you for your beliefs like other cultures. But they will try to assassinate and destroy your character. They'll try to shut down your businesses. They'll try to do whatever they can. But during the war, we have experienced something amazing, and that is an embracing of the Messianic Jews into the society and culture. Now, you still have the ultra-Orthodox. They're going to, misunderstand us until the Lord opens their eyes. But we see a lot of Jews that are saying, wait a minute, you guys are just like us. When they see us helping, they see us risking our lives. And unfortunately, we've had Messianic brothers and sisters even die in this war, giving the ultimate sacrifice. So we're seeing a shifting in the culture, and a lot of it, I'll be honest, is because Christians from the nations are supporting and helping in a way we've never seen. So that gives us inroads to do things that we've never been able to do.
All right, so hang on to that, Kobi, because I want to.
We got a couple of questions for you.
Because that's what I was going to ask you. You went there anyway. Has this been an opportunity for folks who do not believe what the Messianic Jewish population believes? They have to be tilting their head going, all right, you guys are really stepping up and helping us, and we see something here that's unique, and we'll talk about that and some other stuff when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
I was standing, like going to keep walking toward the door. I think I'll sit down.
Oh, yeah.
Right on that couch out there in the lobby.
And the fact that a musician of his magnitude was playing with us was a thrill. It was a thrill for us.
Right.
Probably not for him. Yeah. And him being there made things go smoother because things we were doing wrong, he could quickly correct. Yeah. And I'm just honored that he would walk out on stage and play with us, and he did a lot.
Yeah. I remember how silly I would sound.
Had fun.
How silly.
He brought it. I mean, he had a great time, it seemed like.
I remember how silly it was when some of the original songs that we had written over the years, and I would come to him like this was going to be some big endeavor for him, and he would like go, you talking about this right here? And then he would be playing it in like 5 minutes,
Talent,
and I was like,
man.
yeah, that's kind of what I want.
Talent.
Yep.
I used to like when he'd say, let's add some strings.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But I asked him one time, too, I said, Mark, why are you doing this? I mean, really, what's the deal? He said, if I wasn't having fun, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, we did have a lot of fun.
I think what was shocking is when the world's greatest garage band went into retirement, the real musicians who played with us, I think, missed it even more than we did.
I know.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So anyway, got the news on that yesterday. So now we're just kind of reflecting on all the. As a matter of fact, if you go to YouTube and you search, is it Mr. Lucky Remember? I mean, it's the original song Remember, and it shows like a, you remember those classic videos where it shows the band out on the road and playing live and all this stuff. And this is when we did Fat Fest in Nashville and then turned around and did it in Birmingham. The 2 nights in a row, so we're kind of out on the road in the bus and all that, and you can kind of watch that one. And one moment we were laughing at it is Bubba and I kind of came from an era of, am I allowed to pot that up?
Bigger, better, faster.
All right, so here it is. Adler's got it. So this song playing in the background is just an original song from Mr. Lucky, but
Remember my friend, the good old days.
but you have Mark Phillips in it. And there's some backstage stuff. There's Greg. Greg's got his cowboy hat on just like he
we're
likes
in
it.
Nashville, Rick.
There's Steve Sample, who,
The
by the
Rhythm
way,
Gorilla.
I reached out to Steve. Steve, boy, he's hurt.
That's another great musician.
All right, here's Greg. Greg, look how young Greg is. Look how young Greg is.
Taylor.
Hey, Ryan's here. And Ryan Greenwood, of course, playing guitar with us.
Ryan sweating.
Sweating. That's in 2001.
There's 2001?
Yep. Bubba and I on the
20
stage,
years.
Ryan and Greg. There's Mark again on keyboards, asking himself, "Why am I here?" And there were moments when I'd look back and Mark Phillips was this is us working on the song and trying to put it together, and we really need to practice, but Mark doesn't. You know what I mean? And we're trying
We'd rather sit there watching Jessica.
But you can see this. Is it on our YouTube channel too, Adler, or is it just out there? I know it's on the YouTube universe. I don't know if it's in our YouTube channel or not, but you can. We're backstage.
I was looking at that date and I thought, wow, that was 10 years ago. And I go, wait a minute, that was 20 years ago.
You know, when I see that date, all I think about is it's weeks before September 11th, and we don't even know.
So we go to.
We're glad we survived Y2K at that point,
right?
Man.
So Bubba and I. We're thinking August 22nd, 2001. Wow, it's 9/11's about to happen. We have no idea. So Bubba and I are like, we're not. There's a difference in being someone who is saying, I want this to be entertaining, and then there's people who say, well, I'm a musician.
Right.
I'm a singer, songwriter, musician. Bubba and I were always saying, but how can we make this the biggest production ever within our budget? Okay. And so we went all in with when we came on the stage at Fat Fest, you would have thought we were legit.
Yeah.
Okay, and of course we weren't. But and the fact that we would headline because it was our thing, and other bands before us were so much better than us.
Oh, right.
But we would always headline.
Clip me complaining about the bus.
Yeah, here's Greg on the bus. I bet we would stay away from that one.
Cool,
but anyway,
stay away from it.
Still chewing something.
because I think you give a speech here, and there's Bubba.
They said they had a bus driver get sick. Now, is that the first time that's ever happened in the tour bus history?
Yeah, Bubba not thrilled with the fact that the bus was late.
You know how I am about things.
All we ask is, we don't ask much.
You know, like I found it out.
I know. It's kind of like our toll-free number.
Yeah.
Right. It's very simple. All that was a bus toll-free number problem.
Yeah.
You know,
We're back.
here it is. Here it is. Listen. Adler, Mark Phillips does not like pyro.
I love pyro.
I do too. It's all about me.
You remember?
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is the number. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. You know, we were talking earlier about all the podcast archives every day, and a lot of you listen to those maybe on earbuds. And if you want the best at the best price, BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Mother's Day is approaching. Mother would love some, and she'd love. You talk about mom saying, how many times you heard with Mother's Day, mom said, if I could just kind of take a break, that'd be great. Well, there's the isolation mode on BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Mom can tune everything out and just listen to what she wants to listen to, or she can go awareness mode so she knows what's going on around her. 32-hour battery life. They're perfect for all-day listening. 3 customizable sound profiles, and I told you about the noise isolation and the awareness, so that's in there too. Thousands and thousands and thousands of 5-star reviews. And right now, we're going to, now remember, the Raycon earbuds, they're about half the price of the other premium audio brands, but we also get you an additional 20% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba, and we also get you free shipping. You can also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. The Rick and Bubba family raves over buyraycon.com/Bubba everyday earbuds, and you will too. Get yours today. MAOZ Israel. Kobi Ferguson, the CEO. IsraelNeedsMe.com is the URL that we've been telling you to use if you want to help the folks in Israel. And you were talking, Kobi, as the Messianic Jewish people are helping the rest of their country and their kin. And this has been opening doors for more discussions about Jesus. And, Bubba, you had a question about that.
Well, Kobi, I was wondering, I want to get back to the political aspects of the war, but just in what you do, spreading the good news in Israel, I'm curious, and I know a lot of other folks here are too, what do you find success in? What part of the good news, how do you present that, and where do you see the most results? And I guess also, where do you see the most pushback?
Yeah, that's that's a great question. So, when we experience so many different kind of, I guess you'd say, permutations or types of Israeli reception and pushback. 50 years ago, people didn't know what it was, and we joked that my wife and my wife was born and raised in Israel. I'm an import, she likes to say, and all my five kids born and raised in Israel. So back in the days when she grew up, she and her brother, they were the Tel Aviv youth group. She was born and raised in Tel Aviv, and so just so few people. And now, as more and more believers are emerging, Jewish believers and Arab, we're finding it's kind of a moving target in a lot of ways as to how to reach them, especially as things change in culture. We still print books. We've got John Maxwell books, for example, we've translated into Hebrew. So really trying to create resources, because back in the early days, we realized that the stronger believers, which were just handfuls of Israelis, that what I mean is born and raised in Israel, they speak Hebrew, that's their mother tongue. The ones that were stronger in their faith spoke another language, and they said, well, we read other books to supplement our faith, to help explain the Word of God, help with discipleship. Mm-hmm. So we said, okay, we've got to get books in Hebrew about the faith, about Yeshua. And so that there wasn't anything. And then we started printing books in Hebrew, and then we started saying, okay, worship music. There was literally no worship music that you could worship, Jesus, Yeshua. So we and others too. We're not the only ministry in Israel doing these kind of things, but just that began to emerge. We said, okay, what do we have to do to kind of create a believing society and culture in the land of Israel? Israel's come back to their land in 1948, which was promised. 1967, Jerusalem's back in the hand of the Jews. Now Ezekiel says, well, I'll bring you back to the land and I will save you. And we take that to mean salvation. So, oh Lord, you brought people back in the land. Now give us strategies. What do we do? And it just began kind of building blocks, one after another. So I think local congregations are one of the main ways we see people training people in discipleship and reaching people. Disciples make disciples. So that's one of the first things we teach. You've got to make others. And we do a lot of things through families. And so we say, look, if the father comes to faith,
oh yeah,
then he'll bring the whole family, and we have whole family salvations. You see it over and over in the book of Acts, and so forth and so on. I know I'm preaching the choir here to you guys, but so that's really kind of what we're seeing works. We used to try to go on the street and do your typical kind of handing out tracts and things, and then we just that went really, really wrong. That didn't go so well. That's all I'll say about that. So you draw a crowd, but then you might have to flee for your lives sometimes. Right. But it just wasn't effective. So we just began to, and a lot of media nowadays is how we're seeing a lot of effectivity, but also the pushback. You ask about that. Well, we see new ways that we love our Orthodox brothers, and I say that, we love them and they hate us.
Right.
So it's a difficult situation, but it's the same kind of spirit of the Pharisees. And it really comes out of ignorance, not understanding who we are. A lot of it stems back from the Holocaust and a lot of Jewish persecution by Christians, and they kind of lump us all together. But I think more and more and more as more native-born believers, so one of the main things we do is we just reach people in their native tongue in Hebrew. We're radical about that. And so as more native believers come to faith, that's almost kind of like creating a multiplication effect. So, but in times of trouble like we're experiencing, and atrocities and horror and just nightmares is what we're experiencing, people's hearts are opening to answers kind of just by default, whether they know it or not.
Yeah.
And so people are looking for hope. People are looking for answers. People are looking for something beyond what they've experienced and what religion can offer them. And so, when we help people, we help them just to help them with no set agenda or no prior ulterior motives. But as we do go in and help people with just very basic things, people's hearts are open. As we've talked with generals and commanders and mayors of cities. So things are happening despite the difficulties. Unfortunately, in the middle of some of the worst things any of us have, the worst things I've encountered, the most difficult season I've encountered in my entire life.
Wait,
the doors are opening.
When you look at Scripture, you see how many times throughout the Old Testament that when the Hebrews would turn away from the one and only living God and chase after idols, he would use these kind of things to correct them and bring them back. And he would even say his hand is out. He's using the Babylonians. He's using the Assyrians and so on and so on. And so you do see that, and you kind of see a parallel now that he's using the enemies of Israel to this time push them back to him again, but toward Messiah. Because Jesus cried over Jerusalem about what was going to happen because of their rejection of him. And these doors do open, whether we like it or not, through difficulty. And God has used this since the fall, and I've said this many times to people, because it works. And so now you like we were talking about, if you go from 0 to 5, that's a huge increase. And I know it's still not a big number. You pointed that out, but there is an uptick in the Jewish people coming to Christ and recognizing him as Messiah.
After the season of war, I think we're going to see the true effects of this. Now, we also pray for seasons of peace, as the Apostle Paul asked for, because it's kind of hard to preach to people when you're stuck in a bunker. You know?
That's true. Yeah.
But I agree with you 100%. And this we're seeing it. We're seeing it. There's no denying the results, even though we don't really like the way to get there.
No.
Lord has his ways,
Yeah. Many times, you saw the Apostle Paul saying, I don't like this thorn, but I know why you're doing it, to keep me from being conceited. This works when you do this. It keeps me in line. It reminds me of your grace. It points me back to you. I don't like it, but I understand why you're doing it.
And Bubba, as you asked about what is changing, or what do we see methods or what's working, and I really think that as there's also a lot of Christians who are unfortunately not understanding the word of God about Israel, and they reject Israel, and they're joining the woke, really, which they're really just dead. That whole crowd that is rejecting God's plan for Israel and rejecting the Jewish people. It's unbelievable what's happening, but we shouldn't be surprised. We're told in Scripture this will happen. But as much as that's happening, I'm seeing worldwide. I've been traveling a lot since the war began, and seeing a lot of people's eyes being open, Christians that said, look, I know about Israel, but I never really had a heart for him. And God is beginning to give people his heart and plan for Israel. And as Christians pray for Israel and support and however they can, we're seeing things shift and change. I mean, there's just no denying it. And there's so many scriptures that point towards this whole strategy of the Lord, the mystery of the Gospels. The gospel would go to the Gentiles.
Yep.
And then at some point towards the end, they will even help bring it back to where it came from.
Amen.
And that's what we're starting to see.
MAOZ Israel, Kobi Ferguson, the CEO. If you would like to help, IsraelNeedsMe.com. IsraelNeedsMe.com. Everything you need to know is there. And we do appreciate Kobi taking time to be with us today. Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you, guys. Shalom, shalom.
Thank you.
And there he is, Kobi Ferguson with MAOZ Israel. IsraelNeedsMe.com.
Well, I could listen to Kobi for a long time.
Powerful stuff. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. We'll take some of your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Each one scissor left.
So we're practicing the pyro. Mark Phillips does not like the pyro.
Brian, the pyro man. Brian, everything will be good, right?
Oh, Brian.
Jay, can I borrow some ribs?
Notice the artificial limb.
And see, that's right by Mark's keyboards.
Stop, drop, and roll if you're on fire. We all remember that, right? Dave, how you feel about pyro? It's going to blow up all around.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to get a hot dog and stick me right to it.
Watch Mark Phillips. We ask him about the pyro. It's going to be right by his keyboard.
Mark, how you feel about the pyro meeting?
Hell's hot. It's 2 thumbs down.
You don't like the pyro?
Not into fire.
Not into fire.
He was not into fire.
Two thumbs down, brother.
Not into fire.
You don't like the pyro? Not into the fire. Because if you look, if you're on the back line, you're in it.
Yeah. Well, looking back,
all Bubba I could think about was visually what it looked like.
Oh yeah, and it did. I mean, it was very cool looking.
Yeah, it was.
One show
I enjoyed the scissor left stuff.
There I was in Nashville giving it all. Didn't know I was giving too much. Wouldn't be able to talk the next day.
Yeah.
All right, so
that was that.
Well, I was in the Music City. I left it on the stage. Left my voice there too. What little there was. Bubba, please look at us. What are we doing?
My goodness.
Here's
Now,
the question.
Here's
the question.
We bring some costumes.
Look, let me tell you. We said, now look, we don't have the musical talent you could fill a sandwich bag with, but by gosh, we can put on the show.
That's right.
That's right. We're gonna have fun. Look,
the kick. Did that again. Watch
kick. Back it back up and look at the pyro.
Oh no! Watch that pyro right here. All right. So first of all, can I still do that kick? All right. Watch the pyro right here. This is. And then it's
Oh, look at
that. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, that was huge. That was our Dumb and Dumber outfits.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we always are very
telling.
resourceful. We had to wear these for a Turner South shoot. Let's put them in concert.
We said we'll just keep them with us and use them.
There you go.
That's right.
There's a guy somewhere, by the way, that still has my orange jacket that was a Tennessee fan. Straight up.
Do it out.
Yeah. That's right.
You throw things out.
He didn't have a coach today, but yeah.
Yeah. I remember the curtain of fire at the end. We had to always always remind each other, back up.
So we'll drop in some of Mark's music today throughout the show and reflect as Mark Phillips.
Check into hotel.
Yep. I remember when you.
That shirt is from my senior prom.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whenever I have been thirsty, you say, come and drink from my well. Lord, when I've been hungry, the bread of life is never stale. I believe that love poured from your veins, hung on the cross and took away my shame. And it's by your blood I'll never be the same. I want to thank you, Jesus, for pouring it out on me.
Yeah. No, that'll preach, gentlemen. Mark Phillips pouring it out on me. 36 minutes past the hour. Mark Phillips did pass away yesterday, left this earth, and stepped into perfection, his glorified state.
in the presence of his Lord and Savior. And we're going to try not to take the squalling on the air today, but there's always these things you take away, and you start thinking about his mother and father and that reunion since they had passed away. Sherry and I couldn't help but think about Bronner since 2 days ago was the day that Bronner went into eternity, and the way Mark worked on the audio book version of Sherry's book about all that, and the time they spent together, and the many times that Mark would call me during that, just emotional, saying, all this, and now to know that he's in the same place, just that blows my mind, and gives me joy for both of them. And then of course you take the it's one of the things that, speaking of that Sherry was talking about.
Phone calls right now. Calvin, Speedy, Wilburn. Let's hear from you, America. What's on your mind? We've had a lot of topics today. You can comment on any of those at 866-WE-BE-BIG. One of the traditions that we have loved here on the show is when we discovered the band Act of Congress. Love their work. And, remember the last time they were here, they were saying they wanted to go back into the studio and release a new collection of the hymns that made us. They're also writing some new original songs, and they wanted to get back in and do a whole new recording. Well, nowadays you pretty much have to go out and pay for your own studio time, do your own thing, and you, the audience, have fallen in love with this band. They have a crowdfunding campaign. A lot of bands are starting to do this, where those that love what they do will help them pay the money it takes to get in and record. And so they're trying to raise $33,000 in 33 days, and their last day is here. So if you can help them at all, or you feel like you'd like to say, yeah, I'll help out with that, you can go to show notes today at rickandbubba.com, show notes, rickandbubba.com, or hashtag Grow Act of Congress. So if you want to help them, I look forward to this project. They're already doing some of it, but in order to finish it, they're trying to raise the $33,000. If you want to help them with that, you can.
Wow,
and we
$33,000.
Yeah,
huh?
oh yeah, sure, you got to have it.
They're good though.
Oh,
they're good folks. They do a great job.
Talented. They can pick. They can sing. They can do it all.
This past summer, I was at a wedding, and we were having a lot of fun anyway. And then I heard them fire up, and I thought, I know
for
that
the
voice.
reception?
They were the band at the reception. Yeah, and it was awesome.
So yeah, them good folks. We enjoy having them here, and super talented. Brian in Huntsville, thanks for calling. If you want to join us, you can. Speedy taking calls now. Brian, go ahead.
Mac, Mac, Mac.
Mac, Mac, Mac.
And I'm saying that also because all us Christians and Jews need to find each other. Because as a over 24-year born-again Christian, one of the fundamental items is I have to remember that Christ, Jesus Christ, my Savior, is a Jew. And go from there.
Yeah,
Y'all have a blessed day.
Yeah, we have a relationship there that is standard, and again, you look through Scripture, God dealing with these very unique people, and when you look at the persecution of these people throughout time, like I say, some of it God allowing to refine them and to bring them back to Him, but like for instance, right now, just look at the current situation. Everybody wants the Israelis to explain what they're doing. No one's asking Hamas and the Palestinians to explain what they're doing.
Yeah.
Why are y'all doing this to them? Why are y'all attacking them? What are you doing? No one's asking them to explain anything. And watching some of the wokeness, as Kobi pointed out, in our country, and we've mentioned this many times, but a gross misunderstanding of Hamas and Sharia law, and gross misunderstanding of this, because some of the organizations that are standing with this government would be killed by this government. I mean, if you looked out and you went to South Africa and we saw blacks for apartheid, you'd be like, what? I mean, yeah, what? I mean, it's the most insane. But anyway, Mary in Wetumpka. Mary, go ahead.
Monkey grass.
Thanks for the call, Mary.
I'm so excited. Let me get to it. I just got drawn in with Don Juan's laughter, and I've been listening for 26 years.
Thank you.
Anyway, about a week ago, You were talking about the ticks in the trees. Well, I was bush hogging. I've been bush hogging for 25 years. I have a big tractor, but it's not a cab. Has the bar that had a roof. Going under a tree, I lean over because I know it's going to whack me. Well, the bar hits the branch, and it flings a snake on my neck.
Oh.
I knew immediately it was a snake. I knew it was a snake. I flung it off like Bubba would have done, and I looked back. I didn't crash, and it was just a green snake, but still a snake in the tree, y'all.
Don't matter.
Can you imagine?
No,
I would have slung it off and had to go, ooh.
Well, I did.
Snakes
But
from
it was
above,
just a
Bubba.
gross feeling. Oh, it was
Snakes
a
from
gross
above.
feeling.
Makes you want to have a.
Anyways.
What was the mongoose? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ricky Tikki Tavi. It makes you want to have a pet mongoose, doesn't it?
Oh, man.
Now, they dig big old
So not
holes.
worrying about I'm having to worry about ticks and now snakes and yellow jackets, but oh my goodness. The
I believe
snakes
I get that
is
limb
awful.
saw out and fix that.
Oh,
I did.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Anyways, I just thought of y'all.
Thanks for
Thanks
listening.
for all the laughter.
Thank you. I hope you can hear us over the bush hogging. Thank you.
I will. I have my radio on my headphones, so we're good.
Thank you.
Wow, Bubba. Snakes from above.
That's a great reason to have an enclosed cab on your tractor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want nothing to get me.
Can you imagine one hitting and wrapping around your neck?
Ricky.
Picture Bubba. I wish I could be watching it from afar. Non-poisonous, of course.
Yeah.
But I mean,
No
chicken snake.
It looked like I was trying to climb the tree. I mean, I'd be knees and elbows.
Screaming.
Those little green snakes aren't so
Like-
bad, but chicken snakes get big.
I'd be screaming like a schoolgirl. Oh yeah, they get real big. Rick.
Oh,
That's the biggest
chicken snake.
one.
Good night.
Some of them, I mean, those heads, big as
Come
your
on,
hand.
man. Remember that big one we saw laying on pine straw at the time?
Scared us to death.
Jeremy in Birmingham, ZZK. Jeremy, go ahead.
Hey, fellas, been listening to y'all for a long time. Some of my earliest memories is of you guys.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And one of those memories is always about the anniversary song. And I'm just glad I was able to get married in time to have my first anniversary shouted out by you guys.
Oh, really? Is it today?
It was actually yesterday. Greg wouldn't let me on the line. He said it was phone troll. He wouldn't get me in.
Well, yeah, that's him doing his job. We don't put anniversary
Great.
shout-outs in the phone
Thanks.
troll.
I thought I was doing
But that's not a meaningless shout out.
Oh, yes, it is.
It's
a shout.
full of meaning shout out.
Yeah, it's a shout-out in there. We don't do shout-outs and birthday wishes and anniversaries during the phone troll. It's standard.
Everybody knows.
All right.
But we can do it now.
We can do it now, though. What?
Happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind.
Jeremy and his sweet love. So, Jeremy, thanks for
Thanks,
calling.
fellas.
Hey, thanks for listening, too. Appreciate that very much. So there you go. Old boy got married. Been married a year.
How about that?
Same anniversary as your
Crazy.
puppies, Greg.
That's
Crazy
right.
newlyweds.
Near.
Birth of the puppy.
Yeah. So today was the birth of the puppy.
Yes, today was it.
Oh my gosh! I didn't know
about
if you were
that?
just hitting it somewhere around that,
Been
coming off
quite
the
a
weekend
year.
or something. No, it has, Greg. And you and the dogs have thrived, and you.
They're doing well. Everybody that took them in's giving them a wonderful life.
Did you ever think that Greg, of all people, that there's 8 dogs that can credit their life to him? He saved their life.
Can I tell you one of the funniest things to me is when they do these reels of these dogs and they're like off in the corner looking kind of suspicious. And it says, when I finally realized that my mother kidnapped me when I was only 6 weeks old.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a great day. You got more Rick and Bubba. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We all can relate to it in various ways in our life and different things. And here's another one. Sherry actually corrected me on this again the other day, and not in a harsh way, just as a reminder. She said, I heard you say on the show the other day that the times are uncertain. And she goes, I wish you'd stop saying that. And she said, if you want to say they're volatile, if you want to say they're, whatever, she goes, because if you remember, and she does in the book, she goes, I think we all learn eventually, and this is another example, there's not a day out there that's certain. None. So you never leave uncertainty because you don't know. And Jesus kept trying to tell us that. Well, what are you talking about all these things you're going to do tomorrow? You don't. You better say, Lord willing, I'm going to do this or whatever. She goes, there's not a certain day. And see, human beings, we always want to. We're trying to cling to certainty. We want to tell me something. Tell me. And Sherry was talking about it. She goes, and then I felt guilt. I fell victim to it again. I had all these plans of, I can't wait for when maybe Mark can do this with us, and hey,
I've got another book I'm thinking about. I can't wait to work with him on that. And hey, we got this conference coming up, man. I'm thinking just after hearing him, have him come there and do all that. She goes, I made all these Mark Phillips plans, but what I should have been concentrating on is what am I going to call him today? Mm-hmm. Am I going to spend time with him today? Am I going to check in on him today? And you always think that you have more time. I'll get to that. But then Jesus has told us clearly, say, hey, be real careful with that. You need to say, Lord willing, that's going to happen, because you're not promised tomorrow, and God never did promise you another second. So, we always, man, these are uncertain times. No, every day is uncertain. There's not a certain day out there. Those certain days don't exist till this is over. Then we'll get into certainty. Mm-hmm. But in this fallen creation, there's not one day that is certain. You have no idea what's going to happen today. And you better live it like it could be. It could be. There may not be another one. I assure you.
Are you trying to make me squall?
No. Well, I just 13 years ago. What you think when I headed off to the Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association? Do you think I thought I would never see Bronner again?
No, I know.
On this side of eternity, I had all these things I was going to do when I get back. And then get back, we'll do this, and then we'll go do that. And I know there's some of that. There's nothing we can do about it. And I'm not saying get obsessed where you freak out and can't move. I'm not talking about that at all. And we have hope and we have joy. And for those that are redeemed, now we're going to be with them forever. But those that aren't, that's the real separation. And so there should be probably some urgency to the things that are eternal and matter. Because that's all that's going to last. Now, there's where your certainty is. And then Rick Burgess included, what is this human thing that we take the things that are the most valuable and mean the most, and sometimes in a large portion of my life, I spent the least amount of time on. And I'm the kind of person that claimed that I want certainty, but then here's the Word of God and here's the spiritual part of my life. That's the only thing that holds some certainty, but yet I spend the least amount of time on that, and I spend all kinds of times on things that are uncertain and will fade away and mean nothing. So it's an odd little state, the old human fallen state. It's a complicated thing, and boy, we just need to learn. All these kind of things we're supposed to learn. It's one thing to go, hey, I didn't know that, but when you finally somebody tries to teach it and then you don't learn it, that's when I just want to go, well, man, what's got to happen? It's like when we sat there last night. I got to speak to these men in Leeds, Alabama, which was great, thanks to First Baptist Church. And the first thing I got up and said, hey, God got anybody's attention yet? Mm-hmm. I mean, what else? What else has he got to do for us to go, man, I got to get that part of my life right? As we've all had the chance to say, when somebody you love goes ahead and they're redeemed, and you're not sure whether you are or not, well, now you can say you ain't never going to see him again, if that part's not right. And so, Mark, Mark. I mean, you talk about somebody that loved and appreciated the grace and the mercy that he was afforded.
Oh yeah. And we know him well enough that if he could have communicated in this last week, being on a ventilator, he would have said, "I'm ready to go, man. Get me out of here.
Yeah, no question.
Pull the ripcord. I'm gonna miss y'all. See you later when you get there."
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's the thing you think about for your family. What a great point, Bubba, you're making, because God forbid you're someone that your family doesn't know what's going to happen to you when you die, and then you end up on the ventilator, and everybody's like, "All right, what are y'all going to do?" Well, it's easy to go, look, I know this person. I know they're redeemed. I know how they live their life. I know beyond a shadow of a doubt this is not this is not the end for them. So let's stop the suffering and let's let it go. But if somebody's in this situation that you don't know that, my goodness, you're saying do whatever you got to do to keep something going, because we don't. Don't put your family in that situation where people are going, what do you think about Daddy? I don't know, man. Let's leave this thing on. So all that's what this stuff's about, for us to reflect and remember and celebrate, because thank the Lord, Mark lived his life under the redemption of Christ so boldly and so clearly. There's not a doubt on anyone's mind of what his experience is like now. But if that's not the case, these are these moments to go, we've already said it, and I know we talk COVID this and COVID that, and COVID's serious, and here's another example of it. But even if we get rid of COVID, we're all still going to die anyway, just of something else.
Yep.
Yeah. The issue is not what's going to happen to me concerning COVID. The issue is what's going to happen to me when I do die.
6 minutes past the hour, 30 years and counting, and now 30 years and nearly 4 months. By the way, April's almost over. A brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio. Let's go. About the dues you've been paying. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. You know, we only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
That's it, nothing more. All right, so Speedy came back from his debut with the Birmingham Stallions. They remained undefeated. They've already won the USFL 2 years in a row. They're now in the UFL, and they're undefeated again. Speedy, they went to try to see if they could, take it to a new level. Their protective life. They go out and get everybody's most sought-after stadium hype man, Speedy, and apparently he blew his voice out trying to give the Stallions, everything they hoped for.
They must need to be motivated.
So now he's fallen into the thing that happens anytime you have an ailment on the show. Here comes everyone to try to help you overcome it. Some of them without much merit. Some of them can come through. You just never know. You have to work through all of it. So, Speedy, you've been given all these various things to get your voice back. Mm-hmm. It is much better today than it was yesterday.
Yeah, I agree.
But there was another one you've been doing that involves a straw. What is this?
I didn't know
Somebody
a lot
telling
about
you to
this,
blow in a straw?
phonation
Is this
thing?
after watching the Succular 2000 on the 1 year anniversary?
Did that give you the idea?
Right. What is this?
It basically involves narrowing the opening of the air that's escaping your mouth when you're blowing out.
Mm-hmm. Are you just reading off this email?
And now the emailer said that they had voice issues, and one of many that I got, which you just talked about, and that the voice coach or whatever, the therapist, speech therapist, said, hum through a straw, low and high. And they said they actually hummed the Minnesota Vikings horn for 3 seconds that we always play for Bubba in intervals for about 20 seconds at a time, a couple of times a day.
So that go down and What do you have there? Is that a straw?
Well, I found a little straw that is the coffee stir.
I think I'd get that PVC pipe.
No, you just want to see that.
Don't you think, Bubba?
Well, the straw doesn't seem like you can get enough volume through it.
Right.
Enough, of air.
Yeah.
But it's actually been helping a little bit.
All right, okay. Bubba? No.
Rick.
No.
Buddy. I don't think
No, you're dropping too.
I don't
think they meant a PVC pipe.
I don't think you need to hold it right on the mic. I think we've got it.
It sounds like an elephant.
Close.
Is it
This
helping?
is supposed to help.
Is it helping?
There's an elk out in the parking lot. I'm looking.
Is it helping?
You tell me.
Ooh, that is better.
That is better.
Really?
Yeah,
you
that's a
should
lot.
maybe
Will it
do
stay
that
where
every
you
day.
I'd give it probably 2 more puffs, but that's, I mean, that.
Yeah, I'd get at least puff and a half.
Maybe a puff a segment.
That's true.
I can't get the low one. Is the only problem.
No.
What?
He's talking through the pipe now.
Like that?
That's better. Are you supposed to be blowing it or humming?
Humming.
All right.
I want you to get you a look on that.
Picture being at the power company and everybody around the corner, and you said the following: "I'm just humming through this pipe."
Yeah. I'd get a lot of comments.
Let me go high.
All right. No, so you started too high. All right, try one more time.
Let's see how
That's
it goes.
good, man.
How do y'all
Test.
Test 1, 2.
That sounds better.
Barry White.
It does.
I actually think it's making a difference. Do you agree, Adler?
That sounds good.
That and Dana gave me some honey. I've been killing this honey.
Now watch out. Now
that's what I call my wife too.
Hey, you know
Is that local?
Hey,
honey?
be careful
You
when
just
you
hugging honey.
Bubba and I, Bubba and I, and you too. We've worked in radio a long time. If somebody in radio just randomly hands you a bottle of something, says take a pop, be careful.
Yeah.
You be real careful.
This is some local honey too.
I bet it is.
Oh, nice. Good for
That's
allergies.
bee vomit.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Greg.
It is, Greg. You're right.
Thanks, buddy. We all got that.
If you don't have a straw,
Smith
I have heard about this before. Just
You have not.
My parents are
yes.
vocal experts.
Yes, they are.
Also, just working in radio, I've been in the biz for a long time, guys.
The biz.
What do you do?
If you don't have a straw, you can do like like that. It helps.
Hey, don't do that.
Don't do what you just did, Speedy. Do not do that.
Stay away from that.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
I'm just experimenting.
Yeah, I know.
Leave that alone.
Well, when you're experimenting, sometimes things blow up and you go, so do that again.
Right.
Ooh, that was wrong call.
So I go
You can go like you're like making a motor sound
with my child.
You know?
Are you
That's
sure?
your lips. That ain't got nothing to do with
Are you sure?
It's all connected.
Right. Because I've heard this advice before, but it had nothing to do with your voice.
So you're saying hum it?
Listen to that.
How many people are humming in the car right
That's
now?
good. Oh, tractor beam, Greg.
Oh, that's not bad.
You like that? Yeah, that's good.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
that's really good. That sounds like an alien.
That's right. Maybe it is.
No, they need to do pigeon. No one's ever said do the pigeon.
He goes to the pigeon every time.
Well, I was just going my tongue.
No, look,
Charles Barkley.
That's a tongue exercise.
Do your tricks. You know, if you can do a pigeon, you got to work it in.
I got a pretty good hawk.
Yeah, all right.
No, you ever heard my hawk?
Seriously, he has worked on this, and
Yeah.
it really has come
Here
along.
we go.
He's
Hold
a
on, here we
man
go.
of 1,000.
Here we go. Ready?
Wow, that sounds just like it.
like that.
That sounds just like one.
You like that?
And
You love it? I had to play it up like. I got a pretty good pig too.
Well, I sound just like one. You got jealous of Bubba's pig, so you tried to come up here.
Wow.
Yeah, that's really good. Yeah,
Oh, that's
Bubba
good.
does an
That's
outstanding
really
pig.
He does a great
And
mix.
it's like he's
and
a
he does-
ventriloquist when he does it. You can't tell him.
No, you can't.
He
You don't know
does
where it's coming
smiling.
from. You don't know where it's coming from.
You got to hear his Miss Piggy too. It's really good. Yeah. I can do a dog that growls.
Wow, that does sound good.
He's doing it. That's the best part.
And you know, you hear this? Who's hired him for next year?
Yeah.
Jack State. For
Oh.
football. Listen to this.
There he is, another stadium for you.
Wow.
Yeah, you got to go. You know, are you surprised Jack State hadn't hired him yet?
No stadium untouched by Speedy.
I rode by the other day. The new field house looking good.
Is it?
Oh,
Speedy, you can come running right out of the bottom of it.
I saw the spring game. They got all that rain came, just turned
I
it
know
upside
it
down.
was.
Yeah.
It was a lot of rain.
Yeah, the only thing that hurts a spring game more is a delay.
Yeah. It's hard enough as it is.
Yeah, right. They're already hard, and then all of a sudden you're like, well, we got to.
Quite committed. And then that just because I ain't going.
Well, that's going. I think that's going to work.
Michael Winslow, who?
Yeah, right.
From Police Academy.
That guy used to amaze me.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's Speedy now.
All right, if you're having trouble with your garden, I know it's garden time of year, but we got a new take on a scarecrow here. We'll come back. This is a high-tech scarecrow.
And also getting rid of weeds.
Yep, all that's still to come right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Patriot. Because something's going to get us. Like we said, Lazarus just died again. The miracle was not that he was brought back to an earthly life. The miracle was he'd been given an eternal life, and his redemption had come in Jesus. That was the real miracle. So it's a time to think about what's really important. When these hard-hitting, okay, it's not something I'm saying what if. I mean, these things really do happen.
Yeah.
And I know we all know, those that know Mark at different levels, but we all know, and I know, Hamza, you were talking about you never really got to meet him and know him, but I will assure you, you know men like him. Yeah. And if they were sitting here saying, hey, by the way, when I go, if this presents y'all a platform to talk to people about redemption, please do.
Because there's nothing quite gets our attention like death.
Right.
That's why Solomon said, sometimes it's better to go to a funeral than a party, because at a funeral you may actually learn something.
205-824-4597. Music of Mark Phillips, who passed away yesterday, and we talked about that quite a bit last hour, and continue to play his music periodically throughout the show today. Feels like redemption. I want to remind you also, the Promise Keepers Men's Marriage Summit starts, the 3-week challenge up to the big event starts tomorrow, and I'm honored to be part of that, along with some other preachers and teachers and men that'll be speaking. The finale will be on February the 13th, but as we know, if you're going to talk about men and our role in marriage, that's going to take more than 2 hours. So they do have a 3-week build-up to that, and you can be part of that starting tomorrow by going to promisekeepers.org/marriage, promisekeepers.org/marriage. You can register and have access to the entire lineup, and like I say, I'm honored to be part of that along with these other guys, so take advantage of that. Also, Bubba, I want you to know, you and I were talking about it in the kitchen a moment ago, because you and I are obsessed with unity now, and it's unity this and unity that, and remember when we had the guy, and we'll talk about it coming up, that was calling us about, hey, Twitter this and Twitter that, and Twitter can do, and tweet, and we were saying, well, they let the Ayatollah in Iran still have his, and he said, well, what has he ever put out there that was threatening or dangerous? And of course we said he had. But he really can now, I guess, look today, because there's a pretty good one today from the Ayatollah.
Yeah, the Ayatollah on his Instagram account, the one that Donald Trump can't have,
right,
has an image of a Trump lookalike golfer being targeted by a drone and vows revenge against Trump for the death of General whatever he was, terrorist number one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that seems a little violent. It seems.
So how do you let that go?
Well, you and I both know the answer to that, but
but
that's a question that needs to be asked.
Yeah.
So the Ayatollah
that is a joke.
Has put basically a desire for assassination on his Instagram, and it's rocking. President Trump can't have an Instagram account, but the Ayatollah can.
If God forbid, if they did attempt that, I don't even know what our current administration would do about it.
Well, I guess it would be because all I keep hearing is about unity. So I guess it has to do with what I want, don't you? Unity.
Yeah. Well, I would have to ask this question: if they did it to any of the former presidents, what would our response be?
We shouldn't tolerate that, no matter who the president is, no matter what party they represent.
No.
I'll tell you this, and we'll talk about it more later. We're going to have to help, I think, the new administration, because how sometimes maybe you say words but you don't know what they mean. I'm not sure they know what the word unity means.
No, well, clearly they don't, because it's even Mitch McConnell has pointed out, hey, if you're wanting unity, you've made some steps in the wrong direction already. You've been there a day and a half.
We use this example, and Speedy said that Rush was talking about yesterday. We've been talking about it too, because it's kind of a common sense thing. If all of a sudden, let's say you're at odds with me, and you come and you say, Rick, let's unify, and I said, you know what, you're right. And then you said, so what do we need to do to unify? And then I said, well, everything I want. And if you want to be in unity with me, then you have to do everything the way I want to and not oppose me in anything. And then you're like, I don't think
that's very unifying.
I don't think that's unity.
I think you've got it wrong.
That's you getting your way, and
that's
we all have
the opposite. Rick, that's the opposite of unity.
Or we have to get in line, or we pay a price for it. That's not unity. No. You're going to have to be deprogrammed. You're going to have to You're going to have to see things the way I see them. You're going to have to go where I want to go, do what I want to do.
Yeah.
We're back. 20 minutes past the hour. How about you? Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget, if you miss any part of the show, you can still get any of it by going to the Rick and Bubba archive options, the YouTube channel or our podcast channel. They're every day, so you never have to miss even a smidge of the Rick and Bubba Show. Coming up this week, if you want to see members of the program, here we go, or those connected to us through marriage, you can catch Speedy and Greg coming up the Shops of Grand River this Saturday, and that'll be part of the Spring Palooza celebration. That's in Birmingham, in the Birmingham area where you hear us on ZZK. Find rickandbubba.com under events. And
what time we going to be there?
It doesn't say
1
here,
to
so
3.
I don't know. 1 to 3. 1 to 3.
What time?
Greg and Speedy. That's
what
where
time we supposed to be
What
there?
time we supposed to be there?
And a little commons area there. We'll have a little meet and greet. hang
I'm
out.
gonna pan down after that.
Don't be mad with me.
So, also from BurgessMinistries.com, Sherry Burgess, women's conference there in Prattville, Alabama, coming up this Saturday. Camellia Baptist Church. Those details at BurgessMinistries.com under events. And then Rich Wingo and I head to Omaha, Nebraska. Saturday, we'll be doing part of their Be Disciples men's conference this weekend as they go through the men's discipleship strategy. We'll be speaking there. Westside Baptist Church, Omaha, Nebraska. You'll find those details at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. So an active weekend coming up. Bubba, when's the last time you planted a garden?
Back during the pandemic.
Okay, all back there planting a little garden.
Yep.
One of the problems when you plant a garden, Greg, of course, you know I'm looking forward to getting back in the garden business because you enjoyed that so much.
Especially trying to give away vegetables.
Like that time you came down to fish, we end up harvesting corn.
Yeah, the whole day.
But anyway, so Bubba,
brine it.
what about a high-tech scarecrow?
Rick, this is high-tech farming. We have a laser scarecrow. Let's take a look and see
You
how
think
this
about that. The
works.
scarecrow hadn't had a lot of additions.
So is it just a laser? That what is it doing? Is it scaring?
Yes.
Does it hurt the corn?
It doesn't hurt the corn. This instance is a laser that doesn't burn up the vegetation or even the animals, but the laser is a pesticide-free way of scaring birds away and keeping birds off of your crops.
Well, what about birds out there at night? I mean, is this also getting critters out of there?
It's getting critters. It's getting roosting birds. They found that's one of the most effective ways to do it.
What do you know about it? Did you read something on this?
I read about
it. Okay.
Well, now, if you do a corn patch with that and it gets stuck in one spot, will you have popcorn?
I think
that's
so.
funny.
Yes.
That's funny.
Let me ask you this.
What
It's
if you
not
looked in
covering that much ground?
What if also that laser hit like a scary kid and children start walking out?
Oh yeah. This explains all those like crazy UFO lights we see in people's crops at night.
What about the other end of the field? What are you gonna do with it?
Well, they suggest
put one on each end.
In this article, they suggested putting a laser on one end, and they actually pair it with a randomly going off loud cannon sound. And between these two things,
how do you sleep?
Between these two things, that's what keeps.
How do you sleep if the garden's behind your house?
Well, hopefully you have a lot of land.
All right, so let me go ahead. I'm gonna ask something on behalf of Speedy.
Crops are fine. Restless eyes.
On behalf of Speedy, how much one of these cost?
They're actually not that expensive. I saw them between $300 and $1,000.
What, Speedy, is that expensive to you?
If I'm a farmer and I need my crops.
Right.
Well, you mean to tell me that this is better than a couple of sticks with a shirt and some pants hanging?
Yes. Yes.
That's what you're trying to tell me?
And a tin pan.
Because you think about the
blowing in the
scarecrow.
breeze.
The scarecrow has not advanced up to now.
When those people put the tin pans up, that's my
In my
favorite.
mind, Adler, I was not expecting that. I thought the laser was going to do like
I
a
did
3D image
I
of
did
like,
too.
you know how they do Michael Jackson and Tupac and all that.
I expected to look out in the middle of it.
And he was going to be the Wizard of Oz.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to look out there and see Stonewall Jackson standing out there. You know?
So
Adler,
so y'all remember when I went down and I went hunting for the show? It was tough
Thank
for me to
you.
do that.
You
And I stayed with the
sacrificial
Jaegers
person.
and their farmers.
Selfless.
At their barn, they had a slew, of scarecrows that were leaning up against the
Scary.
side of the barn that they would put out. It just spooked me at first, but they were just a pile of them just leaning up against the barn.
You got to
that they
change
have
it up.
Yeah, you have to put them out.
They
Adler,
get used
now,
to it.
You said that you also had footage, and I've seen this before, of the laser weed removal.
Yes.
And so you don't use the pesticide. You actually just burn the weeds up with a laser light, right?
Yeah. Check this
Look
out.
at that.
So it's a tractor that's basically just shooting tiny little lasers down, And it is accurate.
I need that in my flower bed.
It's accurate within 3 millimeters.
And what is it doing?
It's shooting weeds.
It's killing the weeds.
Look, you can see them burning up.
Yeah.
Tiny
but,
little.
But that doesn't kill the crop.
Right. It knows where to blast because it
How's it do that?
scans.
What's that, Speedy? How much does this cost?
Yeah,
That's a lot more.
Now, that's a lot.
You're a serious farmer. You got that.
Yeah,
But imagine doing that and not having to put all the pesticides.
Oh, yeah.
and everything
Zap,
out, you know.
Oh,
zap,
yeah.
zap, zap. It's just
Ruin the
burning
water
them up.
source.
You just, would be safe.
But we all know where
you
this
making a price tag on that salty
Oh,
dog.
yeah. Listen, we all know where this is going, though, because we've lived long enough. We know where this is going.
Yeah.
10 years from today, those of you that use the lasers, those of you that put lasers on your gardens, and please call me, Alabama.
Call me.
And we'll find out there was some horrible thing that these lasers did. The people's eyes are falling out or something like that.
You got laser bowel syndrome or something.
That's it.
Put the scarecrow back out.
How do we get to the root of the problem, though? I mean,
you're terrible.
Oh, wow.
That's terrible.
What a pun.
It's
Hey,
terrible.
Adler, too,
That's
I was noticing in this rundown, and I didn't scan it, and I didn't talk to you about it, but cut 13 about how bees are trained to detect explosives.
Can't train a bee.
Ain't no bee.
Ain't no bee.
It fits with what we're talking
Ain't
about.
no
Bubba.
bee, Andy.
This is good stuff. Oh, by the way, the lasers don't scare off deer. They don't keep deer
Well, you need them
away
to.
from your crops.
Yeah,
All right,
you
here.
Deer, so the deer get to eat.
Here's how they train bees to find
they're in
explosives.
class.
Train bees to detect explosives.
They're in
It all
class.
starts with the extraction of the bees using a special suction device. Then they transfer the bees to a refrigerator to calm them down. Once they are calm, they place them in a container that distributes them and puts a special harness on them. Once in the harness, the bees are ready to start their training. First, they choose
Look
those
at 'em
who
in
are able to
class.
get their tongue out of the proboscis after perceiving sugary water. This is known as the proboscis extension reflex, or
the
PER.
tongue?
That's
Then
the
they
tongue.
proceed to release a vapor with distinctive characteristics of the explosives every 6 seconds, and they reward them with sugary water in the last 3 seconds. Thus, they can associate the presence of explosives with nectar, reacting with the PER. They repeat the process for 4 rounds, and those who react correctly are ready to work. The
wish that was
detection
your
of
tongue,
explosives
Greg.
is based on placing 6 bees in a cartridge that goes in a special equipment with cameras to see if they do PER when detecting the particles, or also use a series of infrared lights to
real.
determine that action. Then a screen projects the response. They load the bee cartridge into the special device, and it sucks a sample of air with possible explosive particles. The technician presses a button for the air to enter, and the bees analyze the sample while the infrared lights determine the response that will be projected on the screen.
That's a
Something
long
very
time.
interesting is that in each cartridge you can place a bee trained to respond to certain specific particles and thus determine several substances. The most impressive thing is that they can be trained in just hours, and for their maintenance they only require nectar or sugary water, being much cheaper than a dog.
What? That,
Oh, they're going
that
to
is
start
a parody.
No, that's real.
That is not
Y'all
real.
heard about
That
dogs
is real.
smelling cancer, lung cancer? Y'all heard about that?
What's that got to do
No.
with a bee?
Animals can smell things.
Every-
You can't
How
control.
about when
You
they-
can't put a bee in something like that and it lives.
How about the little collar they put it in to hold it?
They don't put it in.
I didn't know
that.
they had such a long tongue. I'll be
Every
honest.
dog I've ever been around appears to be trying to detect colon cancer.
Right.
Well, they'll get up in there.
Oh, my- hey,
Whoa, they'll lift you up.
Ah, how
Hello,
are you?
friend.
Most uncomfortable thing is when we have a guest come over and it's a female, and I'm just a mess.
Yeah.
You think you're a man?
I'm like, come on.
You
now.
want a thunderstorm to come up so he'll run off.
I mean,
Look,
let's not do that.
dogs can be
I'm
crazy
sorry, ma'am.
inappropriate.
Oh,
Crazy
they have
inappropriate.
no manners.
There he is.
Yeah, we've done this to each other for 10 minutes. I mean, nonstop. And both of us keep getting the other one every time. Well, I don't know. I don't buy the bee story.
I don't know. I think it's about
it?
like the Vikings doing away with food or whatever it was we did.
Yeah.
Vegan.
Oh, that the vegan story. That was fake.
That was a
Yeah, it was
parody
fake.
website.
Yeah.
I'd believe that for with bees that can detect
They
explosives.
stick their tongue out, right?
Yeah.
Do it. If they
I
stick
think
their
I'd
tongue out.
I think I'd like to stick with the dog. I like how the dog operates better.
It's
Don't wear a skirt around Kevin. I'll tell you that right now.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Agree with me and everything. So
then we have unity.
Yeah, then we can have unity. Well, that's not unity. That's
now, Rick, on the
That's forcing your beliefs on me and
Right.
indoctrinating.
on the Ayatollah's tweet, he says revenge is certain.
Okay.
I would call that a threatening remark.
Sounds very threatening.
I think so.
It does.
I'm no
If
expert.
if Donald J. Trump
put out anything remotely like that, there would be the gnashing of teeth and the weeping and rolling around on the floor crying, mean, orange man at it again.
See, I don't understand the Twitter people. Look, they don't like Trump. They don't like conservative politics. I got that. And they're going to do what they can to shut him down.
Wrong with that.
But why let this cat go? You know?
I know.
Yeah.
Because it just opens you up for criticism, you know?
I see where they finally pulled a couple of Antifa members off Twitter. Of course, the running joke is because they finally realized they attacked the DNC headquarters in Portland.
Until they busted up the Democratic National headquarters or in the Portland office, they didn't do anything about it.
Well, I heard that they also committed the ultimate. I mean the ultimate. Have you heard?
What's that?
They knocked the windows out of the original Starbucks.
No.
You got to be kidding me.
No, the reason why you're seeing the left not like Antifa now is they thought Antifa was with them, and now that they realize, wait a minute, y'all are after us too? Okay, y'all are bad.
Yeah.
As long as y'all are after the opposing party, then y'all were just exercising your First Amendment right. So y'all are mad at us too? Okay, then you're bad.
True.
Yeah. Now you're bad.
Did you see what Chelsea Clinton put out on Twitter?
Why?
Since we're talking about Twitter.
What are you doing?
Okay, so she has a son, okay, and she said that she just had told him, who loves numbers, that it's the 21st day of the 21st year of the 21st century, and how cool is that? And he said without missing a beat, now he's 4 years old, Rick, yeah, but it's cooler that it's Joe Biden's first day in the White House.
She made that up.
And then she says, yep, he's my son. Well, of course, everyone has jumped on that.
What is it with the left making things up?
Somebody
she made it up.
Somebody said, "OMG, my dog said the exactly same thing. Amazing."
Oh,
and somebody else said, "I'm going to go ahead and add this to things that didn't happen into that column."
Good night.
I mean, you watch Vice President Harris. Remember, the Clintons were notorious for giving these heart-wrenching stories, and people would run the numbers on them. They're like, they weren't even.
Have you seen the one where
they weren't even born yet?
Claims when she was a kid in a stroller at a protest that she said all she wanted was freedom. Have you seen her tell that story?
Don't say that.
Yeah, it's pretty. You're right. They love these little stories, and every time, and when they immediately, because you got a meter on that, you guys made up.
Well, you know why? They don't live in the real. They don't live in a real world. They live in a fake world. So if I need to tell a story that would really move your emotions, even if it didn't happen, I still think it serves the greater good. So I just tell it anyway.
Yeah.
That's it.
But, Biden, didn't he have one about a soldier that supposedly said something to him?
Greg, the thing about he claiming that his dad, was his dad or granddad, told him those two men just love each other?
Yeah.
That didn't happen in the 50s. Yeah. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so this weekend, if you're an NFL fan and a follower of professional football, we're down to it. NFC Championship, AFC Championship, Buccaneers, Packers, Bills, Chiefs.
The four best teams. Ought to be some pretty good games.
Yeah, and it's interesting to look at three of the four. If you look at three of the four, I'm talking Packers, Bills, Chiefs, their seasons are almost identical. I mean, you've got the Packers 13-3, 7-1 at home. You got the Bills 13-3, 6-2 away, and then the Chiefs 6-2 at home. I mean, they're playing, and when you look at all the different things that they've done, in their seasons and inside their conference, their records are almost exactly the same.
Yeah. Well, I think we got the four best teams, no doubt, and some good matchups too. Playing in Green Bay though is just such a huge advantage for the Packers.
Ugly.
We've talked about it back. My childhood team, the Vikings, when they got people at old Metropolitan Stadium.
Yep.
The old Met.
They beat a lot of teams to go to the Super Bowl that I think may have been better than them, but the conditions just played for the home team.
So what's the forecast for Green Bay, Wisconsin?
32
cold,
degrees.
Rick, cold.
Said 34 9-mile-per-hour wind, snow flurries.
No, that's not that cold there.
That's not that bad.
The wind factored in, it'll get below freezing.
The AFC game will be 46 degrees. So,
and that's
both of them cool.
That's perfect.
Yeah, Kansas City. So Mahomes, we got an update on this. Is he going to play?
He's practiced for 2 days now. He's got to complete that 5-step NFL protocol for concussion. So I think he's playing because they haven't said much else, and I think they're probably keeping it quiet just to mess with the Bills on who's playing. But I think we'll probably get that today, or tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. I don't know that it can keep my attention the whole time, but I am intrigued with the old.
Pass
the gravy, please.
We're back. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. ZapMyDebt.com. A lot of you, here we are about to end the 4th month of 2024, and you're thinking to yourself, the dark cloud of debt still hanging over my head. And how about you go to ZapMyDebt.com? This could be the solution that you've been waiting on right now, okay? Now, before the program ends today, why don't you ask yourself a few serious questions? How far behind are you with your bills? How many people do you owe money to? The next time the phone rings, will it be a collection call? Nothing worse than knowing you're in debt and you're falling further and further behind. It can keep you tossing and turning at night. It can weigh on you all day long. Some of you out there know exactly what I'm talking about, that feeling that you just can't get away from because, you know what, a lot of these debt programs are designed to keep you in debt, your high-interest credit cards and your high-interest loans. So why don't you, finally put together some sort of game plan by going to ZapMyDebt.com, who can help you out of a debt trap. This is not the old-school debt relief companies that, string your debt over many, many years. This is not their approach. They have new aggressive strategies that can help you end the debt faster and easier than you might have thought possible. Now, I want you to think about that. You could eliminate interest, find programs that write off balances so you owe less, and be done with the threatening phone calls. And you can do this without going into bankruptcy or taking out yet another loan. In short, they find every solution possible to end your debt, and I love this word, permanently. Go now to ZapMyDebt.com. No obligation to use them. They'll talk to you and tell you what their plan would be. And you can do that by going to ZapMyDebt.com or RickandBubba.com. You'll find them there under the sponsors button as well.
You know what starts again tonight, don't you?
No.
Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh, no, don't bring this up.
Yep.
Don't bring this up.
We just had Dr. Travis Taylor on with us Friday.
I know.
Timing was perfect for that. Season 5.
Did you have anything visit you over the weekend?
No, I've been good, but I scanned him for everything that I knew to scan him.
Any rashes break out?
No rashes. Got one scratch from the dog. Over happy to see me and
any leaving dimensions and moving around.
Nothing good. But I mean, we scanned him and I put the picture out for radiation, magnetic fields, and any kind of RF transmission that may be coming from anything.
Cherokee Chiefs coming to see you?
Now, I didn't have that filter, but that was strictly his interpretation. So.
Right? Yeah. So,
but season 5, I'm amazed they've carried that show on this long. But that Oak Island, which I've never followed that show.
Yeah, I don't
that thing's been on. That thing's been on forever, hasn't it?
I don't watch Oak Island.
Wow.
I don't watch that one, and I don't watch the one that's a spinoff of this one. It's almost like I can't do it. I just got to stay. And I haven't been with this one in a while. I need to go back and I guess catch up. I don't know. Well, to me,
they'll probably give you some highlights from past shows to bring you up to speed, I would guess.
I will say of these type shows that at least Skinwalker Ranch things happen.
Yeah,
your Bigfoot people, they never find anything.
Well, it's always some noise in the woods or something.
Oh, look, there's some trees laying sort of in a pile. Bigfoot built this. I don't know what background do you have that Bigfoot builds lean-tos? I mean, where's
the data on that?
Where's the data? What biologist said? Now, let me tell you what they do. They build a lean-to.
They're known for that.
They're known for that. And this knocking sound you're hearing, absolutely Sasquatch. Usually a female.
Yeah.
Juvenile. I don't
about
know.
3 years old.
Yeah, but they never encounter anything. At least on Skinwalker Ranch. Now, some things they encounter you wish they wouldn't.
Right.
But I mean, at least something's happening.
Travis said they're gonna actually uncover something this year that's a great piece of physical evidence.
Now, are you still? I heard you bring it up the other day.
Hey, be careful here.
Are you still a little bit sore, like an old wound? That we put together what we thought was a great idea for the show, and they basically told us pass.
Oh, I forgot about that.
I mean, we launched their stupid sound in. We're going to launch it into
we had a phone call with their producers, and we didn't make the cut.
Right, but I could tell the other day. I thought maybe we'd put that behind us. It was still on you a little bit, isn't it?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Bubba was very disappointed.
Yeah, well, I found other things to be disappointed about since then, so I'm over it.
Right, yeah,
And,
that's the way it works.
Well, you know, talking to those producers, I think it was less about us and more about the idea of the sound. It wasn't really going. It wasn't going
they said
anywhere.
something about you.
You know what I mean? It's like, okay, that wasn't going to work.
Okay.
I'd like to see them get
we thought
a,
we were going to be on the
helping a
show.
little bit.
You know, they're always shooting rockets and everything, and they think that can sometimes trigger events.
Yeah.
But I'd like to see them put a like an electromagnetic field and run it through there and see what happens.
Okay.
Something a little more like that.
Yeah.
Stir it up.
Yes. So you want them to? Didn't he say cause something about trouble? drones?
Oh yeah. Well, I want to see some. Yeah. Yeah.
Got some.
Well,
I realized
I've
that
seen some of the promos, and it looks like at one point it is raining drones.
Oh,
Yeah.
And they're big drones, and they're like,
Run
could
for
kill you
cover.
if it hits you in the head.
Well, the good doctor told us that they cost the drone guy
about
$1 million in this run.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of drones.
It's a tremendous amount of drones, and I've realized, and I've kept saying this on the air: if we were Ghostbusters, you're Ray. Okay, you're the one who opens up portals and thinks things in your mind, and you're.
Look, I'm just looking for a good TV show on Tuesday night. That's all.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't come in and destroy your life and fill your life with haints.
Right.
Have you felt?
It's not worth that.
That filter on there.
Yeah, it's not worth that.
Yeah. Have you felt okay since Friday when he was here?
Fine, far as I know.
I'm worried about Travis straight up. I'm more worried about him than you because he's going.
Well,
up
I mean,
there
he got radiated.
He's immersing himself in all this, and he just doesn't. He's one of
He
those.
had his appendix out.
And I know we need people like him. Because without this kind of perseverance, we don't. Like for me, if I was in this role, y'all would have never had another episode after the ghost Indian came to my trailer.
Yeah, the naked ghost
That's it.
Indian.
I mean, I'm gone. I mean, it's like, and then the series ended because Dr. Burgess left. I don't stick
He's
around
out.
after ghost Indians.
No.
Once
to a ghost Indian.
hey, look, I look up and see a ghost Indian standing in the trailer. I'm out.
That's it.
Out of here.
That is it for me. I'll never see the Hounds of Hell or whatever else they're going to find. I'd never see any of that. I wasn't supposed to talk about that? I know. Okay, well, maybe they'll find one.
Hey, gracious.
Well, all you had to do was listen to the show Friday. He
Did
clearly
he not say that?
He
I think
clearly
all fair.
insinuated it.
Yeah, that was clearly
He
all.
I think it was all fair.
That might have been at
insinuated,
lunch.
and he either winked at me or had something in his eye.
Okay.
And meaning, go ahead if you want to. And
Well, we'll find out.
They just don't need to hear it from me.
Like
we
bunch of hens.
did we
Oh, yeah.
watched the promo, and he told us part of what we were.
I
seeing
mentioned
on there.
game camera,
Right.
And he made a face. Remember that
yeah,
face?
yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And,
And then he said, "All fair, I got to tell y'all."
And I said, "Oh, you saw something on the game camera."
Did he say all fair?
Yeah.
Did he?
I know he told it all fair.
Yeah, sure did.
That I do know.
Yep.
Well, I mean,
Well, nobody has said what it is, other than
Rick
they're going to have some more hard evidence.
I don't know what it is. I said a Hound of Hell. I could be.
It could be a lot of things.
We know that there was some rumors that some extinct wolves, about as big as this console, people had seen them there.
Gotcha.
And will they find one? I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe a pterodactyl. I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah.
that'd be nice.
But
But the biggest thing is that on this other one that the spinoff is that how many other skinwalkers are around the country
Beyond Skinwalker.
that they've
Not
discovered.
beyond
Yeah, that they've discovered.
Have you
He's
seen
like,
that?
this isn't
you
the only
like the guys
place.
that do that?
I've never seen it.
They did a pretty good job.
Yeah.
the spinoff,
Yeah.
I just can't give anything to the spinoff. It's like I'm exhausted in that category. I can give no more.
Well, if you're the History Channel or any of these cable channels, they never go, that's enough. of anything.
I've
But
never
the
seen
the two guys that do it, one of them's an ex-CIA agent and one of them's a past investigative reporter.
Beyond.
And
Beyond.
And they come in and talk to Travis and them and kind of, get their assignment, and then they go out and investigate it, and then they bring back the results.
Yeah, yeah.
I tell you, there was one of the things
They find a lot of holes in the ground.
Well, you remember they had that one guy
Oak
that the
Island,
lights
same
kept
way.
they kept showing up every night. I mean, he'd go out in the yard and all these
They're there.
orbs would show up. That was kind of weird.
Yeah. See,
But there was this one
I would move.
span of highway where people kept wrecking, and they were investigating it.
Huh.
And I mean, the number of people that wrecked in this 1 mile area was so off the chart compared to everywhere else. You had to go, something's wrong.
Well,
like
Travis,
the Chula Triangle.
And it's a straight thing. It's not like a curve. Or anything.
Travis is one of those kind of people. He goes to the Amityville Horror House, and when it says "Get out" with a voice, he stays.
Right.
Everybody go. That's all I need to know.
And I'm out.
Yeah. You want us out? We're out.
Yeah.
That's not where you carry your shovel in and start digging.
Bubba, I
is it?
saw,
Travis, I'm sorry you rode with me.
Yeah.
You now don't have a rod.
Yeah,
because I'm
I
gone.
left.
Bubba, they're opening. I saw an article the other day. They're going to reopen some of the UFO cases, and Betty and Barney Hill made the cut. They're going to take another look at it. That's Bubba's favorite.
Which one? Who's going to reopen it?
It was just, I don't know, it's on some the government or something.
Well, that was one they ought to reopen.
Yeah, that one. Of course, Travis Walton.
They've been all over Travis Walton.
They got it in there, too. They're going to reopen, take another look at them. It's a good one.
Wow.
Yeah. Bubba loves Betty and Barney Hill story.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's where it all started.
That's where it started.
The modern phenomenon.
All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll hit anything we missed this hour, and we'll wrap up another one right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wily veterans playing each other, and then the young guns.
Young guns, yep.
I bet Vegas is sitting there waiting to see what Mahomes is going to do.
I bet that, yeah, Greg. I bet they are. You can bet on that.
Come on now.
No
Let us
pun
know.
intended.
Let us know what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So
Bet on the over.
So, Bubba, who you like?
You know, historically, the home teams just have a huge advantage in
They do.
these. You know, you never know. You never know. But the Bucs have played pretty good away. Like you said, 6-2 on the road. And I know Tom Brady and Gronk and some of those guys are used to cold weather, but I don't know how many of those other guys have got used to, Florida weather.
Going up to the pack.
Yeah, it's tough.
But I mean, Brady finds ways to win. If you just look at it in its purest form, you say the Packers, because you kind of think, even though Brady's had an incredible year of ups and downs, but overall you say him moving and taking the Buccaneers to the NFC Championship game is a huge accomplishment at his age.
It is. Mm-hmm. It is.
However, you also, when you have those kind of things going, there's always that little moment where it kind of, the pumpkin.
Yeah, you kind of plateau.
Yeah,
but they've won 2 games on the road in the playoffs, so this is, be a tough place to win. If they win it, they'll deserve it.
They really will. And then, I'm thinking about that. You almost think, have I now emptied the on the road playoff win account? Because you actually do it again.
Yeah.
We've all had teams that we either played for or that we pulled for or had kids play for, and they're doing this incredible run. But there's this team that's been good all along, waiting on them. I remember when one of my sons was one of these Cinderella story teams, and when you got to the championship game, it was just kind of like we just got nothing left.
Yeah,
I mean,
we struck midnight on Cinderella.
We've exhausted everything to get here, and they're just sitting there going, we've been winning all year, And,
but let me ask you this:
anything can happen.
Tom Brady, the Buccaneers have got better as the season has progressed, and it's almost like he's put the team on his shoulders and just pushing forward. Because how many more years do you think he's going to play? I mean, what's he under contract for? 1? Or is it just year to year?
I think it's not a long term, is it?
I don't know.
I would say at this point he would be back next year, but you never know.
All right, I'm not talking about kickers because they can have longevity, okay? So I'm not talking about outside of kicking. Where is he approaching to be the oldest player playing?
He's 43, Rick.
Yeah.
Good night.
Now, I don't count kickers. I don't want to count kickers.
Yeah, I think
George
somebody,
Blando. How long did he go?
Yeah, I think that's
Blando. You always think Blando.
He was a kicker though. He was a backup quarterback.
Yeah, he was 48.
So was
he played till 48?
But did he at one point go to just strictly kicking?
Yeah, I think
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Yeah.
He was straight on kicker too. That's how long that was.
Yeah. One thing I enjoy, because as you the Tom Brady's and the Aaron Rodgers, they just look like the game has slowed down so much for them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're sitting there. I mean, they're very competitive, but they're sitting there giggling and talking to the other team, and just kind of they look so relaxed, and just to see the difference of how the game has slowed down so much that they just get to the line and make adjustments. And Bruce Arians basically said, "Look, I got out of Tom Brady's way. I mean, we give him an idea, and then he runs it."
Yeah, the Peyton Mannings, the Tom Brady's. I don't know if Aaron Rodgers, I would think, is similar.
Yeah, he's laughing and cutting up.
But I'm talking about as far as being a guy who's a coach on the field.
Yeah,
I don't know if he has that same reputation, but I would think so.
Mm-hmm.
But looking at this, as far as legacy, this is a bigger game for Aaron Rodgers than it is Tom Brady.
Yeah,
for sure.
Because Tom Brady, I've proven. Because
done.
really, a lot of people say Aaron Rodgers, it's only one Super Bowl, right? That he's won.
I would say, and that's a big deal. But when you look at his potential and Brett Favre and all that, he might go he's underperformed a little bit.
As far as Super Bowls, because you look at Favre won, he only won one as well, right? He played for two.
Yep.
Two or three?
Can't remember. Am I wrong about that? It seems like he won. I know he beat the Patriots. We know that.
Did the Broncos beat them?
Yes, they did. Because trust me, I
And
remember
then
that.
when he was the Vikings, they got beat in the semis
Do you remember
on that horrible pass.
Yeah. Do you remember? Because Green Bay that year was the walking dog, and everybody got caught up in the Cinderella story of Elway hasn't won one. And I kept saying I couldn't care less if Elway ever wins one. I want the Packers to win. And
Because remember, Denver used to go a lot and get hammered.
What was the running back Terrell or whatever?
Terrell Owens.
Davis.
Terrell
Davis.
Yeah.
Owens.
Yeah,
Davis.
Owens was the receiver. But yeah, Davis ran wild in that game. Do you remember?
Yeah, he lit it up. Do y'all realize there's a chance to have a repeat of the first Super Bowl?
Yeah. Chiefs and Green Bay.
That was the very first Super Bowl ever played.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
1977.
That would be kind of cool.
Yeah, it would be.
All right, there have been 15 quarterbacks play into their 40s.
Okay.
Here we go, 9 minutes to the top. Thanks for being with us, wrapping up another hour together. It was mentioned earlier on the show, but if you're listening to the show right now, you may not have heard that. So Tom Brady has agreed to be roasted on Netflix. They're calling it the greatest roast of all time comedy special.
Now, why did he agree to do this?
Probably a big check, I would think.
He's got enough big check.
Does he? I don't know. He says that he's going to be there, and it says it was announced in May of 2022, but now it will be broadcast Sunday.
Now, he's got
May
some
5th.
tough ones on there, too.
Yeah, May 5th. So.
Kevin Hart.
But
you know he'll be rough on him.
Greg, do you know Jeff Ross?
Mm-hmm. He's on every comedy roast.
Is he?
That's what he does.
Is he rough?
Yes.
Yeah, he's pretty rough. And where Comedy Central would record them, edit them, bleep out stuff if needed. With this one being live, just heads up, everybody. Watch out. Because you never know.
Alec Baldwin.
The only one, is he on there too?
Yep.
The
Bruce
only
Willis.
one
He has
missing
no pistol.
that obviously could not be there was Don Rickles. I mean, he was the king of roast, back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What, Bruce Willis? They're going to bring Bruce Willis?
No,
It
you
says it
just
right
made
here.
that up.
It says
He may have originally been.
Oh, he's roasted actors like them. Okay.
Okay.
For a minute, I
Burgess.
thought they were going to be there. Okay, no, I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah, it's okay. Whoa, I was like, I don't know about that. So anyway, so that's coming up on May 5th.
Speedy said he's watching.
Yeah, and a roast can be fun until people get.
Yeah, because
Emmett Smith is going to be there, Rick.
Yeah, I
But
saw
the
that.
thing about it,
that's going to be good.
Like all those people, they have writers that write everybody's jokes,
Right.
and even his response, So you just hope you got good writers.
So do you think they'll be making fun of him not being able to hold on to his supermodel wife during all this?
Bubba.
Don't you
Oh yeah,
know
they'll
that?
say something about that. Oh, there'll be a lot of those. There'll be
Bubba.
tons of those references.
Oh, Bubba.
think?
That's
Oh,
one.
if you ever watch one,
You
of
know
these,
what
man,
that-
they are ruthless.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Greg, I've heard things that
They're
I thought,
horrible.
wow.
Yeah.
Take no proof.
Terrible, horrible things. They'll say terrible things, and it's almost like, the matter of fact, that will be such a rich environment for that on that particular topic. You're over there sad if you don't go first.
Right.
Yeah, because
Because whoever goes first is going to go there first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they'll all feel the need to raise the bar after that, which means it could get really awful.
Bubba, I've heard of coaches being thrown out of games over fans in Little League. I've never heard of Major League Baseball tossing a manager because of the behavior of the fans.
I've heard about this story. I haven't seen it.
Boone said it?
Get your pointer out, Rick.
Okay,
Where's your pointer at? All right, look at royal blue golf shirt.
Yeah. He's the guy. He's the culprit.
He's the guy. He's the culprit. He's going to be barking, and he's right over Aaron's shoulder, and the umpire thinks it's Aaron Boone.
Oh, so he thinks it's Aaron.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, but it's not. So just once it plays,
Where is Aaron Boone?
You'll see him.
Right there,
He's
squatted.
about to jump up, go.
Okay. So Blue's shirt goes after Blue
Yeah.
and says something. I can't read his lips, and I guess
He
I probably
really
don't
didn't
want
like
to.
it.
No, he didn't.
Here's
So
the
is the umpire confused about who said it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
because
doesn't
he's
care.
looking-
He's double-
Here's the Yankees manager.
Okay.
You can see
But
he
you
does
can't
not
throw
say
the-
anything. You can see he does not say a single thing. And I actually can't use this audio because after he gets kicked out of the game, he
Then he
goes on a
goes
cussing tirade.
Yeah.
But you can see here he did not
have this right. Did he toss him for thinking he said it, or does he toss him just from what the fan said?
Well,
Trying
no,
to punish the
I get if it
punish
was one of
the
your
team.
assistant coaches,
So,
maybe.
home
But
pla-
I just don't think you
Well, I
throw
just-
a manager out because of what the
Well, I
fan-
wouldn't think so either, but I saw the umpire point to the fan himself.
Well, originally he thought it was Aaron, and because you can't argue balls and strikes and all that. They have
okay, so you
very
had-
limited,
because this story doesn't tell you.
Yeah, so he then tosses him, and then Aaron runs out. It's not me, and then he doubles down and says, "I don't care where it's coming from. You're out because it came from that area, that zone."
Well, that makes
And he's
no
like, "Well,
sense.
it's in the stands. I can't
Is that
control
Angel
them."
calling that?
Let me tell you something.
I think Powell was embarrassed.
Yeah,
and he wasn't
it
gonna
is an
overtime.
embarrassing call.
Here's the announcers kind of breaking it down.
He had warned him. He had warned him, and then the guy did it, and I guess he thought.
Please understand it's the first inning.
That's
too.
what he said.
First batter of the game.
How
a
mad
fan,
can you be? That
I mean,
quick?
you're just now getting warmed up.
You got to give Blue Shirt some credit here. If what you
Boone
said
was on him quick.
If what you said gets your manager thrown out after one batter, now that is a heckling Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I don't know what he said.
How
but he
about
must have
Blue
been
Shirt
good.
didn't even stand up and go, "Hey, it was me." He
No.
just stood there like,
Yeah, he's like,
he was little Blue Shirt.
and the umpire, and I, we've all been here either with our parents when we were younger, or married with our wives. No offense, but when you explain,
Already loaded up.
I'm still mad.
Yeah.
He was
sure you
already
got away with
teed up,
something.
ready to go.
I'm mad at you about things you did do. I'm going to throw that in here right now.
I kind of want to know what that guy said.
I said,
Badly.
now I'm watching different
Badly.
people. Please look at the fans around Blue Shirt.
Yeah, they're confused.
Now they're
Yeah, they're even
confused.
grinning. Look, he's laughing.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think he knows it's the fan. He's almost looking at the fan.
Mm-hmm.
Hold his hand up like, what?
You think he told him he's eating too much, or what's the deal? What got him though? I want to know what got him.
I tried to read his lips. I can't make it out.
sounds like he showed up at the park in kind of touchy mood. If it's the first batter.
Look, these drama queens we have that take the job as officials and umpires, what? I mean, by the way, just note to self: don't call one that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Because you'll get to go sit in the bleachers.
Yeah.
Boy, they really hate that.
I found the audio of the guy, but I can't understand what he's saying. But I think it might be a cuss word, so I don't know.
You think?
I'm
It's
gonna-
like, meh.
You think?
What? That's what he says.
It's like, meh. But
I'll
I think
play
he's
it.
saying, something else.
man.
Well, it was very upsetting. It's almost like you think the guy in the blue shirt. If you get your manager tossed after one batter, it's almost like Blue Shirt knew something about this umpire that was personal,
Yeah.
and he threw it out there in front of everybody. I mean, because the guy's reaction is a little over the top.
Yeah,
The guy's not even
we're-
screaming.
We're missing something in this story.
No, usually they grow weary as somebody stays on them a whole game.
Yeah.
And they're like, I've had enough of you.
Yeah.
But first batter,
I guess he wanted to establish where.
Well,
he
in the story we have, Aaron was like, "This is embarrassing. I didn't say anything." And the umpire doubles down, says, "You're out. I don't care."
Yeah. Rick, there were only 5 pitches into the game.
That's crazy.
He woke up on the wrong side of the plate
Boy,
this morning.
what now?
Oh, wow, that's good.
you got to put Blue Shirt in a heckler Hall of Fame.
Well, we got to find out what he said. I know that.
It must have been bad.
I'll play it in the break for YouTube only.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.